Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was the Son of Sirzechs Grayfia Part 1. Before we start, please go support Alessandro Gonzalez 54 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. The Gremory family, a family famous for being welcoming and caring, could hope to serve any devil. Anyone, anything, could join them and become something good. At least, that's what everyone in Devil Society thought. But for an individual from that family, for him this family was nothing more than a bunch of liars. Prologue. The Gremory family, a family famous for being welcoming and caring, could serve any devil. Anyone, anything, could join them and become something good. At least, that's what everyone in Devil Society thought. But to one individual from that family, to him, this family was nothing more than a bunch of liars. That individual was Issei Gremory Lucifer, son of Sirzechs, the Crimson Satan, and his queen and wife, Grayfia Lucifer, the strongest queen. The reason for this could be said to be stupid. How could such a young child say that at such a young age? Issei was born prematurely, a total of 7 months after his birth. His physique was very different from his father's: platinum hair, scrawny body, pale skin, and above all an incredibly weak magical maturity, which seemed to be very strange, being the son of two of the most powerful demons alive, not to mention that he did not inherit any of the magical qualities of his parents. He did not even have an affinity with ice magic. This caused a huge scandal in the underworld, despite the family's attempts to keep the rumors quiet. Wasn't the son of the demon king Lucifer, the strongest demon, more special than a human? It was both unacceptable and hilarious, both for the lower and upper classes. Rumors spread that Grayfia had been unfaithful to Sirzechs, causing tension within the marriage and family. This only led to her neglecting her son during the ordeal. Fights, arguments, and even the use of magic subsided, which finally stopped when Ajuka Beelzebub himself performed a blood test on the boy. After Grayfia had agreed to fix her relationship with her husband, the scientist of the Satan showed in fact that Issei was a Gremory, but had inherited the hair of his maternal family, together with the weak body from being born prematurely, produced those physical differences. Unfortunately, that period of neglect lasted for almost 3 years. That neglect could no longer be fixed. Issei had already endured seeing his parents argue, fight. He had even had to be magically treated for having been injured by collateral damage. This only caused the boy to grow up alone, sad, and weak, bearing the scars inflicted by his own parents. Despite having a body and height similar to his age, anyone could tell that the child must be sick when they saw him for the first time. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough to earn his family enough consideration to care deeply for him. But the biggest problem for Issei came 8 months after he turned 3. Rias Gremory was born to his grandmother Venelana and Ziaticus. She was born with enormous amounts of demonic power maturation at such a young age. It was said that she had a potential even greater than Sirzechs' own. She also possessed the much-loved and amazing power of destruction of the Baal house, something that Issei again did not possess. This not only caused the family's attention to be completely diverted towards the red-haired heiress, and caused the poor boy to remain in the dark during his childhood, but the boy's biggest psychological problem at such a young age wasn't the envy or greed he felt for his aunt Rias Gremory or for wanting to be as powerful as her. The biggest problem arose from the lack of a father figure or a mother figure. His mother was the head maid of the Gremory house. She was Rias's part-time caregiver, and also worked as Sirzechs' secretary. His father was dedicated to dealing with the affairs of the devil, leaving him with very little time to be with Issei. The time they spent with him was awkward, almost as if they had more important and better things to do. Even at the age of 8 at the time, he knew his parents and grandparents were busy, and he could understand that. He would have been fine with this, and of course, he was proud that his parents were so incredibly powerful. But again, Rias Gremory affected that equation. If he asked any of his family members to do something with him, they would say that they are too busy to dedicate themselves to something that would end up wasting their time. But to his annoyance and anger, they had plenty of time when the heiress wanted to do anything, even his own mother, who would sequester and complete her tasks even if the world ended, would put them aside for the crimson-haired girl. Even the servants of the Gremory house treated him with indifference and a bit of disdain, while showering Rias with praise. Most never knew of his treatment at home, except for his godmother, Seraphal Leviathan, formerly Citri. But even she did nothing to help him or acknowledge him. Despite his troubles, despite his pain, despite his sins, he wished his parents would say a very simple set of words. "We're proud of you." But all hope faded when he was 7. He realized his family was a pack of liars. Flashback Issei at 6 years old. The cheerful aura of the Gremory mansion shone brightly, and everyone on the estate could hear the cheerful, quiet laughter coming from one of the many living rooms in the family's main mansion, where the clan head and his family reside. The servants who passed by the door smiled at the scene and were happily working on the tasks assigned to them by the head maid for the day. In the living room, 5 adult demons, 1 boy, and 2 girls were gathered, enjoying their time in each other's company. Well, all of them, except one, were enjoying their time. This person was a 6-year-old boy, almost 7, wearing clothes that noble families might consider shabby or worn out. His father had told him to stay at that table in the corner of the room, and his grandmother had told him not to disturb them. The adults were talking about how the Citri heiress had taken an interest in chess and had already made great progress in her magic, while the other heiress was talking about a new anime she had started watching. It was clear that the Citri heiress wasn't enjoying a conversation about something called Digimon, which the red-haired girl had been watching and talking so passionately about. However, the adults were glancing sideways and discussing how the two seemed to have grown closer and would be good friends and allies when they took over their respective clans, something that brought smiles to all their faces. On the other hand, the girl with the straight, jet-black hair was desperately trying to find a topic of conversation she could change to, something she might actually enjoy. She scanned the room hopefully, until her eyes fell on the other boy in the room. He was drawing something in his notebook. She smiled a little before walking over to him. She let a small smile form on her face before saying, "Hey, my name is Sona, do you want to talk to us for a while?" The boy she asked was quite surprised. He could even swear he never received such an offer. For Issei, who had been practically ignored and discarded, being invited was a completely surprising and fascinating new experience. He looked at the girl, expecting a mocking smile or a hint of a lie. She didn't seem to be fooling him. He decided to trust her. He was about to join her and get up from the table he was sitting at in the corner of the room while closing his worn notebook. Unfortunately, before he could take the first step, his aunt spoke again. "Sona, why are you calling him here? I don't want to play with him. He's weak and no one likes or cares about him. Come play with me, and if you bring him here, I won't be your friend anymore," he shouted from across the room, attracting more attention from the greater demons in the room. The girl with violet eyes and jet-black hair found herself in a dilemma. She wanted to befriend him, but she'd also heard about the boy and his conditions. She knew full well that even if she befriended him, she wouldn't gain anything from it. If she were to befriend Rias, on the other hand, she'd secure a powerful ally and a strong friend, just like her older sister and the current Lucifer. So, she made a decision. As the platinum-haired boy was about to accept the offer from the one he could call his first friend, he was surprised when he saw the girl pull her hand away and look at him in disgust, with annoyed eyes and a frown. "Did you really think I'd be your friend? Are you too weak? You're not even worth it," the black-haired girl complained and then quickly turned around. A look of betrayal and surprise clouded her face as she saw how she was tricked. No one deserved to hear that, especially someone in a situation like him. But all of this would help her in the future, and that's why she left. The maids who entered the room chuckled or laughed in amusement or mockery at the child. He'd never been respected by anyone before, but he'd never been publicly humiliated either. But what shocked him most was the way his grandparents looked at him with disappointment in them, the look of fury his father displayed as he turned his gaze, worried about Rias, and most of all, the annoyance in his mother's eyes and face. The boy, who didn't know what the emotions that revolved around his mind, soul and body meant, ran to his room, threw away the notebook he had been holding in his hands, and with nothing else to do, slammed the door and banged against it as he began to cry. Finally he understood everything. I would always be alone. End of flashback. After that, he was completely removed from the Gremory territory. He had started sneaking out of the Gremory territory all the time. He was completely close to the dragon territory. He greatly admired dragons. He admired the immense power they possessed, and above all, he admired how those powerful beings were completely free to do whatever they wanted. During his time at the Gremory mansion, he secretly read several books on history and other topics, until he found a very peculiar book about dragons, and from there his fanaticism was born. Beings that could destroy everything, pure and free beings that displayed savagery, but above all, respect and terror. The only dragon Issei ever saw was Tannen, a former king dragon who was one of his father's chess pieces. He had to say that he was completely fascinated by that enormous dragon he saw, and while he was hiding, he was drawing several sketches of dragons who were flying in the skies. The more he drew, his face showed a happy smile and he looked up and saw something curious. It was like seeing a tiny baby dragon taking its first steps. And then 2 dragons approached and began nuzzling the baby with their noses. Seeing that and seeing how even dragons showed affection to their young made him feel 2 things: happiness and above all a little envy seeing that. But he simply became happy for the little dragon, and without hesitation he began to draw it. After finishing his drawing, he simply stood up and turned his head to look at those dragons again, and finally leave that place. We'll continue. Part 1. Days, weeks, and years passed, and during these years nothing had changed in the Gremory family. During this period of time Issei began to escape more and more to the territory of the dragons, the only place where he felt calm. There was nothing wrong and nothing good with his life. He was still the laughingstock of everyone in the underworld, while at the age of 12 his brother Milika's Gremory was born, who was even born with great magical reserves and was even born with the precious power of destroying his family. And if it was already worse with Rias, with Milika's it was even worse, and if they had already forgotten about him, with Milika's now he practically no longer existed in the family. And although he was happy because his younger brother was not going to suffer the same thing he suffered during his childhood, Milika's, unlike him, was born with the same similarities as his father Sirzechs. He had the same red hair, and above all, the best of all is that he was born extremely healthy. And him? Well, he had easily grown. He was a little taller than his mother. He was completely thin, and his silver hair was incredibly long and was very close to covering his blue eyes that had no sparkle of emotion. Over time those same emotions he had simply faded away, and the only thing that remained were his negative emotions of never being able to get his parents' attention. What a piece of shit. Well, over time Rias had changed her attitude little by little, and suddenly the first members of her nobility began to appear. The first Akino Himejima, then there was Chiron Tujo, younger sister of the criminal Kuroka Tujo, and finally Kiba Yuto and Gasper Vladi, a half-vampire. And what did they have in particular? Well, simply, a lot of power and brute force. Akino was a powerful sorceress and was the queen of Rias. Kiba, on the other hand, was very skilled with the sword and was trained by his parents' pieces, and then Kaneko Chiron had super strength and was the tower, while Gasper was the most dangerous due to his sacred gears that could stop time. You think they were trained by members of their father's nobility, and that included their mother. He had no intention of getting up and going to the Gremory mansion, so he decided to stand up and observe everything around him and finally go to the forest of relatives. He put his hands in his pockets. All his clothes were destroyed because more than one dragon had attacked him, but he was lucky not to have received much damage, and although his body was completely weak for a fight, it was clear that he did not want to die yet. And you didn't know why? Spreading his demon wings, which were 4 in total, he flew towards the forest of his relatives. He wanted to be in a more relaxed place, and above all, he wanted to leave that place. Over time he simply had no friends, and no one like that to call a friend except for one of the maids who was found by Grayfia and who was a girl and was her friend. But many things happened, and finally Grayfia, her mother, and Sirzechs, her father, saw her as their other daughter. The worst came when she had asked to train with her and her mother accepted, and then they began to spend much more time together, as if they were family, leaving it aside. She had seen it all that time as they walked through the streets of the Gremory territory, and her parents were holding the girl's hand as if they were parents and daughter. They had never realized that Issei was in that place, and after that he stopped talking to her, and even ignored her for several years until now. Well, is this quite strange? I mentioned while I was in the forest of relatives. The reason why I said it was because the place where it was completely destroyed, as if a fight had occurred. But he didn't give it much importance, and continued walking through the family forest without realizing that some eyes behind him were watching him. What was he doing in the family forest? It was an easy thing to say, and that is that he was looking for Tiamat, the dragon of the cows of Karma, who was one of the few dragons who were still alive and living freely. The little I knew about Tiamat is that her power was below the two celestial dragons Drake and Albion. Well, that's what the books said about her. And why was he looking for it? It was easy, because he simply wanted to draw her. He had no other intentions than that. After all, he wasn't even interested in achieving great fame, and above all, he didn't want to aspire to anything. Finally, I arrived near a huge cave. It's bucking big. It was clear that if there was a huge cave in that place, it means that a dragon must live right there, right? Taking a deep breath, he slipped to the entrance of the cave, and when he turned his gaze forward, all he saw was that the whole place was dark, but thanks to his demonic eyes, he could see well in the darkness, which is why he ended up entering the cave. I walked inside the cave, which was quite large inside and, above all, completely empty, until I finally reached the place where the end of the cave was. It's not here either. He took out a notebook and then turned pages, until he reached the map he had drawn, and then he simply crossed it out with a cross. Another cave that isn't here either, he thought with some disappointment. He had been trying to find a clue to Tiamat's whereabouts for almost several years, but so far he had found nothing. Sighing, well, it was worth trying again. He kept his notebook in a pocket dimension, completely grateful for learning how to use this unique spell, thanks to a book he found on magic. And the moment he had put it away, he turned around and started walking towards the exit. Crack. Hey! It was the only thing that came out of his lips, and then he looked down to see that there was a trap. And then it broke, and making a scream, Issei ended up falling into that trap. As he fell through the hole, he began to hit various parts of his body against the walls surrounding him, and finally crashed into something hard on his back. He had sworn that he had possibly broken 1 or 2 bones, and when he stood up his lower part also broke, causing Issei to fall again against the hard ground. My shit. He cursed as his whole body ached. He finally managed to sit up and hadn't even realized where he had fallen. Where am I? He looked around and realized he was in a rather large hallway. As if it were also a coincidence, he looked at the floor and saw a necklace and several more gold pearls. He was curious why there was gold in this place, and then he remembered. He had read that dragons liked gold a lot, and that they are completely jealous of their treasures, and would kill anyone who was near their treasures. I must be in Tiamat's hideout. There was a small trace of emotion on faces. But I have to be careful. He wasn't an idiot. He had a lot of information about dragons as well as information about his own species, so he started walking through the halls in order to find Tiamat's whereabouts. A staircase going down? Looking at a staircase that went straight down, so without knowing where to go, he decided to start going down the stairs, because he didn't care much. The moment he went down, he came across something that left him completely stiff, because in front of him there were enormous eyes. Its body was covered by several scales, and above all, what caught his attention the most was what surrounded that creature that he recognized instantly. A dragon. He was quite surprised to see a dragon in front of him. He's dead, although it seems he was recently. It's because I just finished killing him, demon boy. He quickly took a step back and looked around in search of the voice. I'm up here. She looked up, and there she saw him. He was a tall and handsome man with a black coat with a long mix of black and blonde hair, as well as heterochromatic eyes, where his right eye is gold, and his left eye is black, and he has pointy ears. The man looked at Issei in a completely disinterested manner. Even Issei himself saw how he seemed to be disappointed. Too bad, I thought you were someone interesting, but you're just a simple brat. The man stood up and then wiped some of the blood off his clothes. Did you do this? He asked, even though he was sure that he was able to kill this dragon, which is not easy to kill a dragon because it required dragon-killing weapons, many of which were destroyed, or Samuel's famous poison. Isn't it obvious? He said, completely neutral. Are you going to do something about it? After his question, Issei denied flatly. If this guy managed to kill this dragon, he knew only one thing, and that was he was brutally strong. And no, even if I try, I know I'll never beat you in a direct battle. At least you know your place. Yeah. The man simply looked at him for a few moments, then shrugged and then fell to the ground to be in front of Issei. Well, what are you doing here? I highly doubt you're one of those dumb rich kids. From the way Issei said it, I already knew what he meant, and I couldn't deny it from the way he dressed, since his clothes were completely worn out. I'm just a demon, nothing more. The man looked him up and down, and the way he was looking at him, Issei felt completely nervous because the man simply looked into his eyes. Anyway, you're not strong enough to fight me." And then he just turned around and started walking away from him. Issei stood there and started clenching his fists. "Wait, hump!" The man simply stopped, and then put his gaze over his shoulders to look at Issei. "Please train me. I don't want to be weak anymore." The man simply didn't flinch at what Issei said and then started walking forward without even responding to Issei. Issei clenched his fists tightly in rage. At least he tried. "What are you waiting for? Hey!" He looked back up and saw the man on the stairs below him, who just seemed to be staring at him in a bored manner. "Are you coming or will you keep crying?" With those last words, a small light formed in Issei's eyes, and with a smile he nodded and then simply began to follow him. The man put his hands in his pockets and walked in front of him without even caring that he was following him. "By the way, sir, what is your name?" "Kuoh." Issei nodded without knowing who Kuoh really was. He was the only one of his species known as evil dragons. Kuoh, the evil dragon of celestial dragon level and who was on par with Albion and Drake, and who, even though he did not have a special ability like the two of them, he managed to give him a fight when they were still alive. Kuoh turned his head slightly to the side and saw Issei, who was standing next to him, without speaking to him. Why did he just end up telling him to follow him? He didn't know, and he didn't care. His dragon instincts acted on their own. Now he would send him to hell itself just to see if he could get rid of the boredom he felt so much. "If this turns out to be a waste of my time because of my instincts," he narrowed his eyes, "I'll accept him's proposal. It might be more fun." Part 2. POV? I am Rumi, a devil born in the underworld. I am currently working as a maid for the Gremory house after being rescued by Grayfia Lucifer. I am actually in charge of cleaning the room of Grayfia-sama's son, Issei Gremory Lucifer. But the same day I started the job, I imagined it would be like Ria-sama's room, a room full of happiness, and with many toys and comforts. I can still remember my feeling of apprehension upon looking at the room, even though several years have passed. The room was practically empty, with a desk at the far end with drawing papers on it, a bed neither too large nor too small, and the walls were the varnished oak wood of all the guest rooms. But this room was covered in dirt, which was surprising considering the lack of ambient odor. Comparing it to Ria-sama's room was a hypocrisy of global proportions. The task of cleaning the room was expensive and took a long time to do. The treatment given to this room was undoubtedly terrible. As I was about to start picking up the items I used to clean the room, the door suddenly opened. A boy my age with platinum hair and tearful blue eyes came in, closed the door quickly and loudly, and then leaned against it as tears spilled from those light blue eyes. The moment I entered the room, my demonic senses almost instantly felt the anger, shame, hatred and pain that crossed the entire body, mind and soul of that boy. I could swear that if I didn't make him see reason, he could break at any moment. I watched him, mildly afraid he might get angry, until I simply got tired of waiting for him to calm down, and asked the first thing that came to mind. "Are you okay?" The more I think about it, the more I realized that was the stupidest thing he'd ever said. He seemed surprised at first. It seemed like he wasn't expecting anyone in the room. It was possible that I was the first maid in his charge. That would be strange. Then he asked me, "What are you doing here?" I was simply honest. What I didn't expect was how feelings of anger and hatred exploded at that moment at the mention of Grayfia-sama. He became completely defensive and ordered me to leave. I didn't want to. Of all the places I could be, I definitely knew this was the place I was meant to be. I still remember when I took such a dominant attitude. Was it funny? Well, I'd say fun. It was funny to see his surprised face at what I said, and above all how his growing negative feelings abruptly extinguished. It was fascinating, but I liked the result. After his acceptance, I bent down and stood next to him while I hugged him. He was skin and bones. It hurt to see someone my age in that state. It was definitely painful to feel how after the hug, he was gone with the tears that ran down his eyes. From that moment on, I made my first friend in this mansion, and I became his confidant. I listened to all his hardships, the pain of being ignored by his family, of being weak. That word stayed with me. Weak, weakness, weak, weakling. She was one of the many weak people. He would always be weak. She didn't want to continue being weak. She knew he didn't either. But there were limits to the abilities and talent of each person. Issei was weak and would continue to be weak. He had a fragile, sickly, weak body. His demonic power was minimal, slow in production and extremely weak. Before being found by Grayfia-sama, I was trampled on, beaten, and abused. I lived however I could. I had to steal to live. I had to escape and humiliate myself to live. But not now. She wouldn't be any weaker. She wouldn't let herself be called weak again. She would become strong. She would become strong to live, so that they would not bother her again, and she would protect Dante. Because although the strong do not have to protect the weak, I would take charge of protecting Dante. He was someone who felt that he did not deserve so much pain. That's why I was here now. How can I help you, Rumi? She seemed surprised to see me in front of her. Before I tugged a little on her maid outfit, she seemed sad and thoughtful. I felt a little bad. It seemed like I had interrupted whatever she was thinking, but it was the best time to be able to ask for her help. Greetings, Grayfia-sama. I want your help to become stronger. I would like you to teach me how to be someone strong, someone who can be as strong as you. I want you to teach me to be the best form of myself that I am capable of. I said. I was thinking about how to say it during the time that I thought about the idea of being stronger. When I practiced it in the mirror, it seemed very robotic and premeditated, but now it seems to me that it came out quite natural. Rumi, I think you're fine the way you are. I don't think you need to be stronger. Grayfia-sama tried to sound calm, but the confusion was noticeable in her voice. Grayfia-sama, please. I want to be as strong as you. If I didn't want to be stronger, I wouldn't have come to you. Please. I sounded very pleading. I don't like sounding that way. I should pretend to be stronger, not weaker. Are you sure? Don't you want to think about it a little more? I asked more seriously, like the Grayfia-sama I remember. I've done it. I want to get stronger, so if you accept, how often do you think you can train me? Please accept. I don't want to be weak anymore. Twice a week for a maximum of 24 hours. While your request surprises me, I can assure you that my training won't be easy, so you won't be able to relax during it, that's clear. Grayfia-sama, that tone and that gleam in her eyes are frightening. I knew, maybe she's a sadist deep down. Please don't let that be the case. Yes, I will be in your care, Grayfia-sama. This is the beginning of my staircase. Grayfia-sama nodded silently. She was very stoic most of the time. She is beautiful and very disciplined. I want to be like her, have power, be as beautiful as her. I want to be more like her, and that is what I will be, even if it costs me my friendship with Issei. I currently have no duties for the next 21 hours of the day. If you don't mind, I can start your training immediately. Grayfia-sama said. I just nodded affirmatively. I want to be strong as soon as possible. Then she indicated me to accompany her with a slight gesture as we began to walk through the Gremory castle. Since that day, 3 years have passed. I spent 2 days a week training with Grayfia-sama, and the rest I spent attending to the tasks that were assigned to me in the Gremory mansion and spending time with Issei. The more I know him, the more I realize that Issei is simply a good boy with bad luck. His parents prefer not to be with him. His grandparents ignore him. His aunt hates him for being weak. And even the servants detest him, saying that he is a stain on the Gremory clan. Even I can agree that the Gremory family is basically lying, hiding Issei behind the rug and treating him like he's not part of their family, which is without a doubt humiliating. He is a good boy who only seeks approval to be part of his family. Even I am more loved by the family than him. That's why I do not reveal to Issei what happens on training days, since on one of Grayfia-sama's free days, she and Sirzechs-sama took me on a walk through the capital of Lilith. I felt incredibly bad when I arrived and saw how Issei was again drawing that attempt at a portrait of his mother Grayfia. But he always makes a mistake on her face. He tries to draw his mother showing a happy and pretty smile while looking in the direction of the portraitist. He only manages to doodle because he is angry at not being able to think of anything. It is undoubtedly a pitiful image. I have been watching him for 3 years now, and still I can't seem to observe that scene without anything but pity. I did not know my mother or my father, so the closest thing to a mother could be Grayfia-sama, and certainly our relationship after so much time seems to be much more beautiful than it was when we started training. I also know that I have grown a lot in these years and my personality has changed. I am very proud of my achievement. That is why I know that I am on the right track. The one who I feel is not advancing is Issei. He has been darkening over time. His beautiful platinum hair and his light blue eyes seem to darken as he reads and reads in a search to find a much stronger Issei way. But over time he just ended up moving away from me. While trying to talk or even have a conversation with him, he just ignored me until that day came when I found out that he had realized that I started spending time with his parents. I wanted to explain it, but the only thing I received were insults towards me, and over time he finally began to leave. He no longer had anything, and his trust with people was no longer the same. With time, and every time I cleaned his room, there was nothing, no drawings, nothing, and he began to disappear over time. Sometimes 1 or 2 weeks, but over time it became months, and finally simply every time I crossed him, or something, he never looked at me. It was until he finally disappeared for 2 years, and I miss him, and I'm truly sorry, Issei. End of POV. Run faster, that damn monster is behind us. It was the shout of a man, as he ran from something. From the shadows something was moving behind that group who were running to save themselves. But among that group several things were noticed. They were demons, and among all those demons there was one with short green hair wearing a noble suit. Damn it, where is it? Said the teenager, looking everywhere without being able to find anything. How many of you do I have to keep sending to tell me what you're doing? A male voice said from the shadows. Where are you, coward? Shouted the green-haired boy, looking everywhere. You know who I am. I am Didiora Astaro. I am the younger brother of Ajuka Belzebu, one of the 4 strongest demon kings of the underworld. The now known as Didiora said, looking everywhere, looking for the man who had attacked him. Less fashionable now, Didiora Astaro, one of the 5 strongest demons of the new generation of demons of the underworld, was about to go to a church in order to search for and corrupt a new holy maiden. Didiora had a fetish for nuns, and he not only liked to grape them and then turn them into his semen sack, but above all he was a person who had 2 faces in the underworld. He showed himself to be someone kind, but deep down he hates all beings, especially dragons. And you think that matters to me? The voice said, and a spike of ice came out from under Didiora, piercing and tearing out her left leg. Ahaha! Damn it! Didiora screamed in terror as she grabbed her severed leg and desperately tried to stop the bleeding. In fact, you know something like how I would like to screw up the lives of the current Maos, said the voice with some amusement, although I need the underworld that you have, which is why this is going to hurt you. Without understanding what that voice wanted to tell him, he suddenly felt like something had grabbed his head, and then he would begin to scream in pain. His eyes were beginning to burn while that hand simply squeezed more and more. In a moment another Didiodar had stopped moving while that subject sketched a big smile on his face, and then simply dropped the body of Didiora Astaroth on the ground, although it was noticeable that her body was still breathing. TSK. And to think that the members of the old faction of the original Maos are still alive, he said with clear annoyance. It would be better if I communicated this to her, layers, and have a clue or 2 that will help me later. Turning around he would walk, but he would stop his steps to see the body of Didiora, who still was not moving. Humph, what a waste of my time you were, Diora, he said, moving away from the demon. To be continued. Part 3. He had been through so much in his young age that right now this was very different. With just the little muscle mass he had, and also trying to endure the cold that ran through his entire body. She was half naked, wearing only red underwear, while the rest of her body was exposed, while she was agitated by the powerful icy wind that was running through her body. And the worst part was not that, but that she was cross-legged meditating while large amounts of cold water surrounded everything around her. He had begun his training to become much stronger, and needless to say, the first pearl he had with his master did not last more than a measly 1 second, where his entire body was completely beaten to a pulp. Training with Crom Crutch was completely hell, and right now they were in the coldest wasteland in the world, Antarctica, a place where it had been daylight for about 2 weeks and the cold was completely different. While in the water he was trying to manipulate his magic, which he inherited from his mother Grayfia Lucifuge. Nothing yet? Crom Crutch said, bored, while sitting on a small pile of dead animals. And no, it's very difficult, he tried to speak, but the incredible cold that was covering his body made it impossible for him to speak properly. Sigh, very well. Crom Crutch stood up and then turned around. Continue like this for a longer time. It doesn't matter if you stay locked up all day or freeze, you will learn how to use your ice correctly. He spoke without much interest. I understand. I tried to sound as good as possible, but it was impossible because of the low temperatures I was suffering. During this long period of training, which he endured, and which finally led him to abandon all traces of his family, he had lived much better than he does now. Kuoh, despite being an evil dragon after learning who he truly was, and was totally incredulous at seeing firsthand the first living evil dragon who was totally calm and very disinterested in the world. But despite that, he was a much stronger being and certainly almost killed him on more than one occasion in their training combat. One thing was clear, and that Kuoh did not take this as a joke. In fact, his muscle mass grew more than it should have, in addition to his bones no longer being noticed, and now despite being skinny he had much more muscle, and above all he was more marked in certain parts of the body. Her abdomen, arms, legs, and face were a little more defined, and in fact, her hair was shorter and a little more groomed than usual. Well, I see you've already made it. Congratulations. Kuoh had brought him back to reality. Hey! Issei was totally surprised to see how the small river that surrounded him was completely frozen, just like him. You know how to use elemental magic. Congratulations, I see that at least you got something interesting from your mother. Kuoh saw how the brown-haired boy frowned at being compared to his mother. Now get out of there so we can start with the next thing. Taking into account what the evil dragon had said, Issei broke a little of the ice that had surrounded him and left that place and began to walk. His skin was completely much paler than normal, or even what could be said by demonic standards. Since his skin was too white, his light blue eyes shone with an intense light blue color that was very noticeable, and it was almost impossible to see it in the snow. Where will we go now? Issei asked, looking at the evil dragon. I'll take you to an interesting place. Or rather, I want you to meet someone who owes me a small favor. So looking at Issei, get dressed. Nodding at what was said, Issei said nothing more and began to dress. He had learned some basic magic as well as the manipulation of various elements. He controlled ice and water just like his mother, and although he hates to admit it, he didn't want more. His resistance also improved with the term of hand-to-hand combat. Besides, he had no problems killing his enemies because of the small battles he had. He felt nothing when killing even humans, whether innocent or not unconscious. He had no inconvenience whatsoever, because his growth in the Gremory house was not the best, and in fact not having a father figure in his life as well as a mother, and the little lack of morals of his growth, and not knowing how to distinguish between good and bad was something that Issei did not know. Also, Kuoh is like the only father figure he has. He learned these 2 years away from his entire demon family. He learned and lived with the evil dragon, and certainly Kuoh had no common aesthetics or morals other than to fight and kill anyone who got in his way. I'm ready, Kuoh, said Issei, approaching the evil dragon. Well, take my side, we will go visit some people who will help you in the management of ice, said Kuoh. At that moment, both of them disappeared in a large magic circle, and then appeared in the underworld, more specifically the forest of familiars in front of a cave. What are you doing in the familiars forest? Issei asked, but Kuoh hadn't even answered him. A small tremor began to arise throughout the place, causing Issei to take refuge. But upon seeing that Kuoh was totally calm, knowing what was going to happen, he slightly lowered his composure, and from there came out a beautiful sky-blue dragon, with 2 enormous horns that radiated and a large but powerful dragonic aura that made Issei respect and fear him. What does Kuoh want? The dragon spoke imposingly before Kuoh. Tiamat, I'm here to collect the favor you owe me. The evil dragon spoke monotonously. Issei's eyes widened in surprise, and then he saw how the dragon in front of him was covered by a strange celestial energy, which little by little was shrinking more and more until it took on a more human form. The moment the brightness that covered Tiamat, Issei's eyes opened to see such beauty in front of him that radiated respect, fear, and above all, absolute power. Tiamat's appearance was that of a beautiful woman with long light blue hair, beautiful red eyes, large breasts, a completely thin waist, and also had something that caught the brown-haired man's attention, and that was her eyebrows were completely frozen. Tiamat's gaze turned to Issei, who quickly put himself on high guard. Wow, that's interesting. You quickly put yourself on guard the moment you felt my small hostility towards you. She put a small sadistic smile on her face, causing Issei to shudder. Okay, brat, you'll stay with her for a few more years and then do what you want. Kuoh looked at the brown-haired boy once more. Try not to die. It would be a real pain for me to see my idiot demonic disciple die before our fight. Since the first day of training that both began to do, Kuoh had already made it very clear to Issei that he was simply a method of boredom, causing the brown-haired boy to become slightly disappointed, but still followed each method and each teaching of Kuoh to perfection. Good looking at Tiamat, I'm leaving this place and leaving it in your care. Turning around, he was about to leave, turning his head slightly back, seeing Issei for the last time and then disappearing from that place without leaving any trace. Well, it will be you and me for a long period of time, said Tiamat, approaching Issei. So tell me, what is your name? She asked with her arms crossed. I am Issei Gremory. Lucifer, the white hair, introduced himself, looking at his sick dragon queen. Oh, interesting, the missing son of the Gremory, huh? She smiled with some amusement. Very well, missing boy. I see that you already know me. I am Tiamat, one of the few king category dragons that are still alive. She smiled proudly, raising her chest. Now then, tell me, what kind of magic do you currently specialize in? Do you use the power of Hakai no Chikara, or which one? She asked. No, I was not born with the demonic power of the Baal and Gremory, he denied, observing the dragon in front of him. I have the different one from the Gremory. I control the magic of elements, and I am more of a hand-to-hand fighter. Well, I can notice that easily. She looked at the albino from head to toe. Now I see the reason why Kuoh wanted you to come with me, letting out a sigh. She narrowed her eyes. Well, your training with Kuoh, what was it about? She asked with some curiosity. Well, it was mostly the focus on the environment, and always staying focused, and in our hand-to-hand combat, always going for the kill, Issei explained briefly. But beyond that, the rest of the training was always a fight once a week. Tiamat nodded at what Issei said. Kuoh, despite being one of the most powerful evil dragons, being far below the two celestial dragons Drake and Albion, but unlike many dragons, he did not possess any special abilities like those two dragons. He was even more of a berserker-class dragon type when it came to hand-to-hand combat. Okay, Tiamat looked at the brown-haired boy and her eyes shone an intense blue color, intimidating the albino. I want you to get ready and attack me with everything you have. She took a step forward. And it was time to take a step forward. Issei reacted incredibly quickly, taking a huge leap backwards, while large ice spikes began to emerge from the ground. Looking at the place where Tiamat attacked him, Issei couldn't even react in time as Tiamat launched a powerful ice magic attack towards his direction, causing Issei to dodge again, barely having noticed as Tiamat appeared behind him, and then hit him in the back right in the spine, causing his entire body to receive a large electric current. Ahaha! Giving a loud scream of pain, he couldn't even continue since Tiamat covered his mouth frozen in the process. Phew, what a pathetic demon, what did Kuoh see in you? Tiamat spoke without any discomfort. You couldn't even dodge a few simple attacks. Your lack of reaction is something worrying. But what can you do if you are someone weak? She gave her opinion by hitting him in the abdomen, causing Issei's internal organs to be bruised. Blood began to flow from her eyes, nose, and hatred, while she endured the agony of pain and also not being able to give that heart-rending scream that she had. Without a doubt, she was just like Kuoh. She was a beast. Without a shred of mercy, Tiamat threw a strong blow to Issei's face, and then froze much of his body up to the neck. If you are able to free yourself from this ice, I will let you live and I will train you properly. She would let him go while looking at Issei. I give you a full week, so you better not die. With that said, she left from there. I couldn't even have time to react, much less speak. And once again he was humiliated, not only by Kuoh, not only by the demons, he was even hated by all the members of his family. And the worst of all is that apparently no one cared that he disappeared, and now he was back in this place. He had nothing, but the immense cold he was feeling was completely different from what he had been training with Kuoh. His body began to turn purple and his breathing was very bad. He couldn't breathe at all and his vision was getting very cloudy, and finally he was sure that I would die. Huh! Who would have thought 2 years of training totally wasted and he couldn't survive this? Rage was completely overpowering him as he slowly stopped feeling the cold cover his body, and finally his vision went dark. Part 4. You finally woke up. Hearing that voice speaking softly to him, he saw that he was looking up at the starry sky of the underworld. He was still alive, and he was very lucky that there hadn't been any deaths in that place 2 months ago. He had made great progress with his ice magic, becoming a great mage with special abilities very different from those his mother possessed with ice. He also possessed great skill and mastery with weapons. Aren't you going to eat? And now he was sitting in front of a fire, eating an animal from the underworld. He blinked twice and sighed as he took a piece of meat and began to eat it. You know, before we continue with our business, I pay attention. I want you to listen to this carefully. Apparently, the biblical factions formed an alliance with each other. Their goal was to stop a terrorist organization called the Chaos Brigade. Chaos Brigade quite some time ago, or rather 2 months ago, I had heard from the shadows about the murder of a demon through whom I had extracted information. About a terrorist organization that was forming in the shadows with a different objective. There was also the fact that several races were involved. Fallen angels, demons, and even humans were with them. Someone was bringing them together, and it was already surprising that 3 races that hate each other to death would unite for different purposes. Among them was the hacker Yuku, and several others who were in the factions as potential traitors to their factions. If this continued, it would likely become a global issue, and many factions would be in trouble. There were many reasons to take advantage of this moment of weakness among the biblical factions. Not to mention the death of the God of the Bible, who was the strongest God in all mythologies. Why are you telling me all this? I asked without much interest. You knew you would react like that. She sighed. The reason why I'm telling you this. It's easy and simple, Issei. Among the factions, they have a pillar who maintains the alliance and is the current security. In addition to being Gremory's pawn, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed his beloved and now had some pretty strong pieces in her fold. Damn, she even had one of the 2 celestial dragons with her in her ranks, although he shouldn't be so surprised since he was surely helped by his beloved father. Well, that was shocking, he said while regaining his composure. By the way, Tiamat, there's someone who's been listening to our entire conversation. Without taking his eyes off the meat he mentioned, receiving a nod from the Dragon Queen. Yes, do you want to do the honors? He asked with a touch of amusement in his voice. Standing up, he placed the meat aside. He stood on his knees and placed his right hand on the ground as his blue eyes shone. As they shone, a large number of ice spikes emerged from the ground, taking everything with them. But then something fell to the ground, or rather, something. Several bodies fell, all dead, impaled on the ice spikes that emerged from the ground. That's what they are. Demons. He finished the sentence, and not without part of the current demonic realm. Look, if arms are part of the ancient malfaction. Looking at the majority of the corpses currently on the ground, he saw one that looked strangely familiar. He approached, then frowned as he recognized the demon lying on the ground. TSK. One of the Gremory house guards. So I was right about the rumors I'd heard these days. That all the factions were having problems with their people, though I wasn't at all surprised about the demons, as this was likely to happen more with the lower class demons. Especially those living in the poor neighborhoods of the underworld. Is something wrong, Issei? Said the girl approaching the albino. Don't worry, I answered quickly, moving away from the body. I just ran into someone who looked familiar, that's all. I answered without much importance. It's okay, she replied, turning around. It's best to leave now while you can. And don't let them look for us again, okay? He nodded. Approximately 2 years and 2 months after the disappearance of Issei Gremory Lucifuge. At first, much, or rather, no one in the family had noticed, and even then, the members of the Gremory family didn't even care. But there were people who were looking for him, or rather, people who sent people to search for the little boy. In the first year, they finally managed to notice his disappearance. And I went right there with the demons of the demonic council. Those who bought him put him with a noble demon, at least so they could have a descendant. Something that the Mao Lucifer himself agreed with, saying the cruelest words. But even with all this, his searches were inconclusive until the day of the problem that Sirzechs Grayfia, for the first time in his entire life, regretted his actions when he saw his life come to an end thanks to Gabriel. And after that, although he wanted to apologize or at least fix his relationship with that boy since he didn't even know his name, in the Gremory residence there was nothing of him. There was no painting or even anything of his clothes, nothing, just that room where there was only his bed. Despite everything, Sirzechs Grayfia realized 2 things, and one was that it seemed that Grayfia was the one who was most distressed, while the little Milikas was the only one who didn't know who he was. Many demons of the Gremory house did not even care about their parents Venelana and Sirzechs Grayfia. Sirzechs, Her thoughts were pulled away when she heard the voice of her best friend and queen entering the occult club room. Is something wrong, Makino? You were pretty lost in your thoughts. She leaned closer. You didn't even tell Reiko about the vacation. Oh, you're right. Hired Reiko, the most recent member of her duo, and her trump card. And the current wielder of the boosted gears, Longinus. It was she who helped him avoid his arranged engagement to Razor Phoenix, and for the first time in his life, he managed to open his eyes to what his family was truly like. He loved his parents, but they had betrothed him to someone he didn't even love, and especially someone he hadn't even told her about. Sigh, it's nothing, Akino, don't worry about it. She denied, standing up. I'm just thinking about many things before going to the underworld and visiting my parents. She commented. Is this about the young demons meeting? I asked. Well, that's it. And the other thing I'm thinking about is what the Hakuryuku said. Remembering what the White Emperor said. Flashback. The day of the faction meeting, where the most important figures of the supernatural world gathered. There were the leader of the Gremory, accompanied by a rather attractive teenage boy with silver hair and gray eyes. Michael, leader of the Angels, also accompanied by Irina Shido, friend of Reiko and Zenobia, who was previously an exorcist. Sirzechs Lucifer and Seraphil Leviathan, the two most important leaders of the underworld. Also present were the members of the Gremory and Citri entourage, respectively. During the meeting, they discussed the peace treaty. There was a terrorist attack caused by Kateria Leviathan, the descendant of the original Mao. A fight broke out between Azazel, who wore an armor, or rather, an artificial sacred gear. After that, it was discovered that among the traitors was the Hakuryuku, who attacked the leader of the Fallen from behind. And that's when the terrorist group formed by none other than Ophis Ouroboros was mentioned. The dragon god of infinity who was uniting all the races, Kuoh's brigade. Then the fight between Hijo and Reiko, who through cunning and stubbornness stole one of the white dragon's fragments. She mixed it with her own, stealing the Hakuryuku's ability, and also using the abilities of the Ascalon dragon slayer. The dragon's slaying sword that Michael gave to Reiko. Finally, when he was about to win the battle, Vala revealed many things before leaving with his companion, Biko, the descendant of the Monkey King, Son Goku. Before I go, said Vala, looking at Sirzechs and then at Rias, there is someone who is not linked to the Kuoh's brigade, and he is someone you know, and believe me, he has a different objective than mine. What do you mean? Sirzechs asked seriously. Smiling, I'll just say this, that he told me. To rule the kingdom of the world, to make peace and write the laws, to be generous with the obedient and ruthless with those who are against him. With that, the Hakuryuku and Biko disappeared from that place, leaving the young demons in great doubt, and the adults understood that phrase, a phrase they had heard before from someone well known. How's your arm? She asked, sitting down next to him. She began to touch the bandage on his right arm. At the moment she is stable, don't worry, Tiamat. Issei answered and then frowned his eyebrows. You're late. Vala, did something happen on your mission? He asked. Hello, Issei Naya, shouted a beautiful girl with long black hair and two cat ears hugging the albino from behind. Did you miss me? She asked, kissing his cheek. Letting out a sigh, he smiled slightly. Well, at least I know you're okay about that. Issei, things there are much more complicated than you think, said Valley, attracting the albino's curiosity. What would that be? I asked, looking at him and standing up from Kuroka's hug. Sigh, he was absolutely right about several things. Apparently, among the members of the Kuoh's brigade, there's someone else controlling everyone. He's simply following Ophis because he wants to have her power, just like Chow Chow. Those who kill monsters are always human, he said briefly. So what's the plan now? Asked Valley, attracting everyone's attention. Nothing at the moment. I want you and your team to continue investigating everything. And keep me informed. Just like Azazel is informing me of everything that's happening between the factions. Fine, it would be the best, although I feel like everything they're doing will definitely cause us a lot of problems in the future, he said with some emotion in his voice. Vala Lucifer, descendant of the original ancient Mao Lucifer and current wielder of the White Dragon Albion. He was also a hybrid of a demon and a human. He was a fight freak who never paid attention to the opposite hex, which made him think he was batting for the other side. Whatever. Issei interrupted, standing up and removing the bandage from his right arm to finally reveal his arm. His arm was completely covered in scales. His hands were enormous claws in addition to the strange blue energy that emanated from his right arm. Apparently it works Naya. Kuroka observed Issei's right arm, as did Tiamat. This is just a main part of my plan. Looking at his right arm, rain trickled down his face as he stared up at the cloudy sky. He was wet, and his body didn't respond to his movements. He felt like his right arm was burning all over, and he looked up and saw him. He was a tall man with a physique that far surpassed him. He had reddish hair, just like his family, but the only difference was that his face had a scar or two running around his arm. And a completely dull and bored stare was fixed on him. "Tell me something." He approached and stood on his knees in front of him. "Do you want power?" That single phrase was all he needed to hear. He accepted without hesitation. He never expected that help to give him a new dragon-like arm, but his arm felt completely different. At first, it was red. But as time passed, his right arm began to slowly make him lose his mind, suffering constant bouts of madness as well as grand illusions that were playing tricks on his mind. Suddenly, when he realized it, he was standing on top of several dead human bodies, along with several fallen angels, holding Tiamat by the neck. He was close to killing her, but ultimately didn't. And that's when he finally appeared as Azazel, leader of the Gregory fallen angels, who was helping her with her right arm, constantly giving her medication to help control her right arm, which had a life of its own. We've arrived in Asgard," Tiamat said, taking him out of his thoughts. Finally, he opened his eyes slightly to see two people standing before him. One was an older man with a long white beard, and his companion was a beautiful woman with long silver hair and sky-blue eyes. She was extremely beautiful. A Valkyrie, a warrior destined to lead the souls of all the bravest warriors to Valhalla, was also part of Asgard's elite. "I see. So you're the brat Azazel mentioned," said the man approaching the albino. "Well, shall we start this? It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Odin-sama. Bowing slightly, I will be your escort and guide to take you to the underworld and meet with the faction leaders." It was time to see his family again. Part 5. Slightly opening his blue eyes, he saw the great red sky of the underworld. They had finally reached their destination, the place that had been so humiliated by all those who had once lived through it. He was quite calm, having no intention of being upset with all those who had always made fun of him. If Serog could make everyone respect him, why couldn't he? He had a different goal than Serog and wasn't interested in following the rules of the demons. "You're very thoughtful, boy." His train of thought was cut short when he heard the voice of the man sitting next to him with a calm expression, as well as the beautiful woman sitting with them in the carriage. "It's nothing to worry about, Odin-sama. I'm just thinking about other things," he replied calmly. "Why the question?" "It's nothing like that." He shook his head. "I can only see it in your own eyes. And I know you're not happy about seeing all the demons. Something that's caught my attention is why you're hiding your arm with illusion magic." Looking at his right arm, he said, "It's very good, I must admit, but tell me why you're doing it." She shouldn't have been surprised that Odin was the only one who could see her right arm covered in illusion magic, even though it looked like a normal arm. And thanks to Kuroka's help, she managed to cover her right arm completely, plus, it caught the silver-haired girl's attention. "Odin-sama, we are about to arrive," said the Valkyrie seriously, looking at the Norse god. "So please behave yourself. Did she just scold you?" Thus sighing yar Rosweiss. "If you continue like this you will never get a boyfriend," she said, mocking the now known as Rosweiss. The Valkyrie, on the other hand, began to cry for not having a boyfriend. Something that slightly angered Issei, who could only pat her on the back several times to help her. What a strange woman. They had finally arrived at the meeting place where the alliance of biblical factions with the Norse would be held. Issei, who was escorting Odin and accompanied by Rosweiss, was there. The three of them got out of the carriage where they saw three people waiting for them. Among them were two maids, one of whom recognized Issei instantly, while the other opened her eyes in surprise to see none other than her own son back. "Well, it seems we managed to arrive just in time," Odin said with a smile on his face. "How long has it been, brat?" referring to Azazel, who approached the trio. "Oh, it's good to see you again, Odin. I'm glad to know that even with all these years, you still maintain your same old attitude," Azazel said, shaking his hand and then turning his gaze to Issei. Well, Issei, I'm glad you could come too. Although, where is your team? After the question, the two maids looked at the albino, who sighed. He had no intention of talking to anyone related to his family at the moment. He just wanted the meeting to end quickly, and without problems, but with his bad luck, this would be a problem for later. They're at the shelter keeping me informed about the brigade, he replied. I'll lock it. Azazel nodded and turned around to look at the Nordics. Okay, let's go. I'll guide you to the meeting room. And you shouldn't worry about anything. The DXD team is ready for anything. How things had turned upside down quite some time ago. And they learned that members of the Demon King's former faction were still alive. All the members of the Alliance decided to form a team thanks to Azazel's idea, Team DXD, in honor of Great Red, the Dream Dragon and the protector of the Dimensional Rift. Many things. A1. I suggest in addition to the meeting of the young demons where a Radix was held, where the Gremory heiress together with the Citri heiress fought each other in a game. Who came out the winner? The Citri heiress. The reason was to be able to demonstrate the weaknesses of both clans and begin training. In the DXD team there are several members. Among them from the Fallen Angels was the Vala team, who were infiltrated in the Kuoh's brigade, and the Dog team. From the Gremory demons, Askars, Baal and Citrus from what I understood. And from heaven there were two humans reincarnated into angels, one of whom has a powerful Longinus, and the other is the best exorcist. Griselda Corda and Dulio Gesualdo, a group made up of several who will become monsters in the future. Finally they arrived at the room where the meeting would take place. When they opened that door they saw a gigantic table where the leaders of their respective biblical factions were. Michael, leader of the angels, accompanied by Irina Shidu. Of the demons, the Mao Lucifer and the Mao Leviathan, and among them the Gremory and Citri, in addition to more young demons who were part of the DXD. It's been a while since I saw you, brats, and Odin greeted everyone as he sat down at one of the tables. Issei, on the other hand, walked over to one of the walls and then stood with his arms crossed while leaning against it, and closing his eyes as he listened to everything the faction leaders had to say. The meeting was quite calm among the faction leaders, who talked about various topics. Among them were the information they shared, as well as certain technology they had. The Nordic faction had the best technology of all the other factions. If we talk about the factions with the greatest weapon technology and such, the Nordics won by a lot, but they lacked warriors and their military power was quite low, unlike the Shinto pantheon, which had large numbers of minor and higher ranking gods, in addition to their military power being quite great. Surpassing the union of the three-layered factions with the Nordics, you would win if you went to war, but that will never happen for the moment. While deep in the underworld there were two hooded figures sitting on a rock. Are you sure he'll arrive? Asked the first hooded man. I told you already. He said he would arrive. You have to have more faith in him. The other hooded man responded calmly. Sigh, whatever. So you're finally here, said the hooded man, looking up at the sky. In the sky, a person was floating. He was wearing a green suit with a helmet that had two enormous horns. He also had long hair that reached his waist. He was looking at them both, hooded, with his arms crossed, frowning. Good. The hooded man took the floor. Let's start this meeting. Do you think, Loki? Well, with all this, the meeting comes to an end, announced the Mao Lucifer. The faction meeting had come to an end after about 2 hours of discussion, with the official announcement of the new alliance between the Norse gods and the three factions tomorrow. A historic event for the biblical and Norse factions, and a new meeting for the young demons who will be participating in the next qualifying game. All the leaders said their goodbyes and began to leave. The only ones left in that room were the group of demons, along with both Mao, Odin, and Azazel, who were talking as they began to leave that door. It was already nighttime in the underworld, and everything was quite peaceful, for the better. Issei was currently at the top of the tallest building in the entire Gremory territory, a place where he could see the city completely. He had no problems with the others today, nor with his mother or any other acquaintances, and they hadn't even recognized him. If that was the case, he hoped it would continue like that throughout the day tomorrow. Hey kid, you're still awake, Azazel said, coming up to where he was. I just couldn't get to sleep, he replied without taking his eyes off the city. What brings you to this place? He asked. Well, I wanted to talk to you and tell you about something you might be interested in. What's this about? He asked, directing his gaze towards the cadres. Well, it's about what's been happening recently in the underworld. And especially the members of all those demons who are joining the Kuoh's brigade," said Azazel, standing next to Issei with both hands in his pockets. "I was investigating something that caught my attention quite some time ago. And I know who else may be joined to the Kuoh's brigade." "What did you discover?" he asked. A lot actually." Letting out a sigh, he looked at the red sky of the underworld. "In the next raiding game of the Gremory girl, she will fight against Didiora Astaroth, Ajuka's younger brother," Issei said, confused. "What does he have to do with it?" "You know a lot," Azazel said. "Apparently Didiora has a fetish for church maidens." Opening his eyes slightly, he understood what the fallen man wanted to tell him. Didiora Astaroth, the younger brother of the Mao Belzebu, was one of the young demons who showed great promise in the future of the demons. In addition to being a strong demon for his age, he knew that a few years ago he had heard rumors of several holy maidens being expelled from the church for helping a demon. The last one he heard was Asia Argento, who cured a devil before becoming a member of the Gremory clan. Joe wasn't surprised at all by this. The Astaroth family was known in ancient times as demons with a fetish for nuns and priests who liked to corrupt and use him as their own Higschool and torture toys. Apparently, Astaroth inherited the same thing as all his relatives, although of course he seems to do it more for his own amusement. "What did you discover, Azazel?" Issei asked. "Sigh a lot, but above all, he seems to be quite obsessed with having Asia Argento," said Azazel. "Although it's not surprising that he wants to have that nun as his own. He has an extra and great affinity with dragons, something strange. Aren't dragon tamers supposed to have become extinct after the Great Faction War?" Issei asked. "Dragon tamers were the most powerful human beings in the entire world. Those who were born with a great compatibility with those dragons who were beasts of power. In ancient times, dragons and humans lived peacefully together amidst the great war of factions. Dragons protected humans from all those supernatural beings who wanted to attack them. But to do much more, dragons trained humans, giving them magical powers, or rather dragons slayer magic, which before the sacred gears, many humans fought against those beings who wanted to kidnap women and girls. Little by little, after that great war, the dragons began to be hunted by the same humans who had been taught dragon slayer magic. The dragons disappeared along with those few dragon tamers and those who wielded dragon slayer magic. It is said that one member of those dragon slayers still lives, known as the first dragon slayer in all of history, who discovered that magic. Well, it seems so. But it seems that girl is a descendant of one of those dragon tamers," Azazel told him. "In fact, even Tannen and Fenris seem to have great appreciation for the brat, which makes him quite dangerous." He would look at his right arm. "Like you? I recommend that you stay away from that wet girl. If she can even keep the security under control and not lose her sanity, she is someone you should keep away from her." Azazel turned around and began to walk away from him. Issei didn't say anything else and then let out a sigh. "Asia Argento, huh?" A blue glow appeared in his eyes as his right hand formed into claws. Issei looked at his right hand once more and smiled, a rather sickly smile on his face. "Let's see if you can control an evil dragon." Part 6. Finally the day had come for all the young demons, who were prepared for the famous meeting of that place. Although the meeting of the young demons was quite famous, most of the young demons were quite arrogant and very stupid for the generation of demons, believing themselves superior to other few demons were worth it for a fight. Serog Baal, Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, Sekevaria Asgars, Didiora Astaroth were the few, or better known as the golden generation of demons who in the future would surpass the current Maos. Curious about these young demons was that they were simply a family of 3 Maos. Ajuka Belzebu, or formerly known as Ajuka Astaroth, Sirzechs Lucifer or Gremory, and finally Seraphil Leviathan or Citri, which is why young demons were considered the next heirs to the Mao, although currently the most classified for Mao between Serog and Sekevaria as the next heirs to the Mao. "Okay kid, I think we're all ready," said Rias Gremory, looking at her pieces wearing gala outfits. "Akino, I want you to prepare everyone else so they don't get into trouble." Most of the young demons in the gathering had been fighting amongst themselves, which caused them to have conflicts more than once. Most of them were due to arrogance and stupidity, but what could you do between a group of arrogant idiots who wouldn't last a day in a real fight? Well, we're here, Ria said with a half-smile as she reached the grand entrance of the meeting place. Before even reaching the door, an explosion occurred in that place, completely destroying the door and also generating a large curtain of smoke, which caught everyone's attention. I want you to repeat what you said, Zephyrdor, said a beautiful woman with long green hair and a cold, penetrating gaze. In front of that beautiful woman was a demon named Zephyrdor Glagiolabalas, who inherited his clan and had the appearance of a rebellious boy. Ah? What did you say, damn virgin? Zephyrdor said with annoyance, looking at the beautiful young demon. Oh, don't tell me that the virgin Sigvera Agars gets offended by telling her things in her stupid face. He smiled arrogantly. You and the other idiots of the Gremory and the Citri think you're big things when you're virgin bitches. Why don't you stop that and come with me to show him that he's a real man? Most of the Gremory entourage got angry while the current security wanted to go and hit him in the face but was stopped by Rias Gremory herself. I think you've already caused a lot of problems, Zephyrdor. One of the 4 young kings, Sarog Baal, appeared. Oh? And what do you want here, Sariorg? Zephyrdor spoke to him without much importance. I just came to stop this stupid problem you're causing. Sariorg looked at the demon in front of him for a few moments. Before Zephyrdor could digest anything, he flew off and then crashed into a wall, ending up completely embedded in it. Oh, hello, Rias. He greeted kindly, approaching the group of demons. Sariorg Sigvera, it's a pleasure to see you again. Guys, he is my cousin Sariorg Baal, and the heiress Sigvera Asgars, the next heirs of their respective clans. Both demons greeted the pieces of the rivers very calmly while the rest of the young demons watched as a group was approaching Zephyrdor unconscious. After all that commotion happened, several stewards tidied the place. While on the other side, Sirzechs Lucifer was accompanied by 2 maids. One was his wife and Queen Grayfia Lucifuge, and the other was his maid, whom he considered a daughter, Rumi, who had a neutral expression on her face, devoid of all emotion. During Issei's disappearance, Rumi trained more than anyone else, but after that fight they both had, she became a rather distant person. She simply continued with her goal of becoming much stronger, with the goal of becoming Issei's queen in the future, but that dream disappeared when he decided to leave the underworld and ignore her. Well, do you think everything is ready? Azazel was standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall looking at Sirzechs. At his side was Michael, who was the same as the Fallen One. Only Odin was missing to appear, but that would be a surprise for the other demons included. Well, we are all included, now everyone knows the DXD group, Azazel said with a smile. Are you ready, Sirzechs and Michael? Yes, let's go there. Sirzechs replied with a half-smile. The group of leaders went straight to the room where all the young demons were. Just outside the Gremory territory was a small group of 5 hooded people. 2 of those people were sitting on some rocks, the other 3 were standing watching the city. I still don't understand why the boss wants us to be here. That's why we have to be here, said one of the hooded figures, arms crossed. He didn't give an order, and we have to follow it. You're right. We have to steal the files of the members of the Demonic Council and search the Mao offices. Another hooded man said with slight annoyance. We won't have to worry too much, because if Loki does his part well, we'll have what we want, and we'll have to free them so they can help us. One of the hooded women explained. I still don't trust you completely, but there's no other way. The leader sighed. If we want the boss not to get upset, we'll have to do this quickly. He looked at the territory once more. It seems like this is about to start. Silence reigned in the meeting room where all the young demons were gathered. On the one hand, the majority was annoyed to see 2 faction leaders who were previously their natural enemies. Even the members of the Demonic Council seemed to be annoyed and did not hide their annoyance at having them in front of them. Many years of enmity caused many demons, especially the most veteran ones, to become closed-minded among the noble houses, which was a problem. Very few demons were open-minded about the subject of demonic politics and accepted to be on good terms in the alliance. Ravel Phoenix, the new heiress of the Phoenix clan, was also lying among the meeting. Well, we are all here to inform you of what many of you needed to know. Sirzechs began speaking. Over the past years, we have had our differences against those beings we once called the natural enemies of demons. He raised both hands. But it is time to put our differences aside and unite to face a single threat. Azazel stepped forward. Let's start with the main point of why this alliance exists. The fallen man cleared his throat. You see, as many here know, there were rumors that a terrorist group called the Kuoh's Brigade was forming in the shadows. In the corridors of the castle, there was a group of demonic soldiers escorting a group of 3 individuals. Among them was Rosweiss, Odin, and Issei, who had his hair dyed black. The escort was a number of 10 men from the elite army of the current Mao Lucifer. We are about to arrive, Odin-sama, announced the Valkyrie seriously. Yara yara, let's go with this again. Issei for his part narrowed his eyes once more, and from his left arm emerged a powerful blue flame that surprised more than one of the demon guards except for the Norse god, turning around quickly. Hiken, launching a powerful fist of fire towards the guards who were behind him. This caused a small explosion that caused the guards behind them to fall to the ground, dead. Surprise overwhelmed the guards, who would have quickly attacked Issei if Rosweiss hadn't gotten ahead of them. She created several magic circles above the guards, who were brutally frozen. Odin, for his part, laughed amusedly. We may as well continue. Odin didn't give it much importance and continued on his way. Both Issei and Rosweiss looked at each other and continued on their way forward, while behind them a small group of people emerged, who were teenagers and quickly took the frozen guards from that place. By the time they reached the main door where the other young demons were, both Issei and Rosweiss were at the side of the Norse god. The door opened, giving way to the Norse god Odin, who began to enter, and many young demons took a step to the side, showing respect towards Odin. It's a pleasure to see you again, Odin-sama, Michael greeted with a smile on his face. The 3 remaining leaders approached the Nordic leader, where they began to establish a conversation. Most of the demons that were there were all talking separately, while on the one hand Issei realized that Gremory and his pawn, the current security, were missing. With a disinterested look he looked at the rest of the young demons that were there. Most of them talked about their dreams and desires of becoming Maog, a bunch of self-centered idiots who didn't have the slightest idea how to rule anything. If it were up to them, the underworld would end up in ruin because of their idiocy. Feeling a somewhat familiar presence, she turned her face slightly to the side and she saw who that presence was, and it was her mother Grayfia and her former childhood friend Rumi. She had to admit that in the years they hadn't seen each other she had become quite attractive before she could even do anything. A hologram appeared in the huge room. Shelba, that's what Sirzechs said. Shelba had the appearance of a handsome man dressed in black armor and a cape. He had long, hip-length brown hair that covered his right eye. Hello, factions and false mouths. Shelba smiled arrogantly as he looked at all the demons gathered and leaders. Oh, so there are still members of the old Satan faction alive. Azazel stepped forward. He asked me how you survived the civil war? That's none of your business, Kuoh, he quickly replied, and then turned his gaze to Sirzechs. False Mao Lucifer, you are a disgrace to our species. Joining up with our greatest enemies is blasphemy. You and the rest who followed you in that war never ever saw the needs of the underworld, exclaimed Sirzechs seriously. You, like the others, were interested in starting the same conflict again without taking into account that this would lead us to extinction. We demons have the right to be the most dominant species. You and the rest of the false Maos, along with all those who joined the civil war. You and your stupid philosophy is very wrong. Annoyance was noticeable in his voice. But I didn't come here to talk, I simply came to declare war. What would change if they declared war on us? What makes you think they would win this war? Sirzechs looked at the descendant of the original Demon King. You know why. His gaze hardened. Because we have this. Several magic circles formed around the entire room, alerting all the young demons, and from there emerged several horrible and disgusting creatures of a horrible appearance. Ha 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 ha. Now let the war begin. Well, I think it's time, right? Azazel said, smiling, while outside the castle in a small forest that had was Kaneko, who was walking aimlessly. It's been a while, Naya. Kaneko stopped in her tracks and then slowly looked up to see atop a tree a beautiful woman with long, voluptuous black hair who had 2 cat ears and 2 tails. Shiron Naya, Ninasama, he said with fear of seeing his older sister Kuroka Tujo. Part 7. The meeting of the young demons was completely interrupted by several creatures. Most of the young demons were ready to fight until Azazel said, "Follow him." Well, I think it's time, guys. No one understood what he meant, and finally they saw a huge shadow wolf appear and destroy a monster. Quick, I asked that everyone go to the exit right now. A girl with brown hair and matching eyes approached and began ordering several demons, who didn't hesitate and began to leave. Many of the leaders stood by, watching the developments. Well, I thought this meeting was going to be pretty boring, but I see it's gotten more interesting. Odin spoke, who approached the group of leaders accompanied by the Valkyrie. Wow, man, you are so punctual, Azazel said with a half-smile. I thought you would miss the action of the new DXD group. Humph, let's see how the young people are these days. Odin scratched his beard. Ross, go and help the kids evacuate the place quickly. Understood, Odin-sama. Following the direct order of the Norse god, the Valkyrie quickly went to help the other teenagers who were fighting against those creatures. Nasama, what are you doing here? Asked the Gremory Tower, taking a few steps back while looking at the Nikomata, who was sitting cross-legged on a tree. It's obvious, Chiron. Naya. I'm coming to take you with me, Naya. Kuroka said as she looked at her younger sister. For a moment Kaneko took a step back, as several memories from her past began to appear in her mind. Why? Why did you kill our master? Kuroka frowned slightly. She didn't want to remember those moments, she hated talking about it. Her feelings and insecurities about it didn't let her move forward after that. A dark secret of how she was used as guinea pigs only to create super demons, a deal that was broken by her own master when he tried to use her sister. But Kuroka didn't allow it, so she killed him in cold blood, and in addition to taking her sister and leaving her in the Gremory house despite everything, she herself closed her eyes while a hand was extended to her. She still remembers well that time since he had saved and helped her. Chiron, I won't let you take anyone from my family. Kuroka Tujo, Butcho and Izumi Senpai. Rias had come out of some bushes being accompanied by the current security of this era who had her sacred gears activated. Kuroka's gaze changed to a more serious and annoyed one. Redhead. He let out a grunt as he stood up. His ears flicked from side to side and then a strange flying nine had appeared. A man with long brown hair and a monkey tail and a cane. Biko, what are you doing here, Naya? Vala sent me to look for you. He knew you were going to take a long time and he sent me to be your little help. Biko looked at the heiress and the security. So you are Vala's rival. It will be entertaining to see how strong the security of this era will be. Without time to react, Izumi received a powerful blow to her abdomen from the staff that Biko had. No less than the monkey went in the direction where the security was. On the other hand, Rias quickly attacked with her Hakai no Chikara power towards the Nikomata, who, upon seeing the attack coming towards her, used a Senjutsu attack and thus stopped the demon's attack. I'll repeat it back to you. Standing in front of Kaneko. I won't let you take Kaneko, she is my precious family and I won't abandon her. Surrounding her body with Hakai no Chikara, Rias would launch several devastating magical attacks towards the Nikomata who let out a growl. Balance breaker scale male. From the jewel of the gauntlet a great emerald shine came, and then Izumi was completely covered in a great dragon-like armor. She quickly used her arms as a shield, thus preventing the blow of the staff from damaging her as much. How are you feeling so far, partner? Drake said as Izumi threw a punch, but it was easily dodged by the monkey. Drake, I need your help, this guy is very strong. Before the red dragon could say anything, Izumi flew backwards and ended up crashing into a tree while the monkey quickly placed his staff on his shoulder and looked at her. Come on, Security, is that all you can do? Cough. Well, at least I'm not as stupid as you think. Confused by what she meant, he watched as Izumi snapped her fingers and right there he saw a circle form on her shoulder. What the buck? An explosion was generated causing Biko to receive great damage, while Izumi wiped the blood from her lips and stood up and on guard while looking at the monkey in front of her. Damn, that hurt. Biko came out of the smoke screen and quickly focused on Izumi, who had already launched herself towards him, making his staff grow in order to hit her. He was dodged by Izumi, who threw a strong blow in the direction of the monkey, who managed to dodge the blow. Taking a few steps back, he launched another attempt at a blow, this time hitting the target. Boots, boots, boots. Several increases were heard from the boosted gears gem, where Izumi carried a small red ball in her arm. Dragon shot. Launching a powerful dragon blast towards Biko, who saw how that small ball of energy grew. Without further ado, turning to the side, he managed to dodge the attack that caused a huge explosion in that place. If that attack had hit me, I would be in serious trouble, thought Biko as he looked back towards where the security was. I'd better finish this quickly, but I can't help but get excited about this fight. A smile appeared on his face. Launching back into the attack, both Biko and Izumi launched their respective attacks. Aha! A large wall of ice had formed in front of one of the stewards, who were about to be attacked by one of the beasts. Turning around, they saw a teenager with black hair and light blue eyes. "Get out now." The stewards quickly left, but not before thanking him for helping them. Taking a little distance from the ice wall, he saw how several creatures came out of there and threw themselves at him. With his left arm wrapped in fire, he launched a powerful fiery blow, incinerating all those creatures. "Issei, we have the main hall and the leaders safe. Tobio and the others are going to the lower floors." A floating circle appeared in his left ear of black hair. "Understood, Natsum," he replied as he walked over the burned bodies. "Listen to me." Cookie reported that there was a strange movement of parts of some noble demons, stopping Issei's steps. "I want you to take care of them, and also Azazel wants to invite one. Don't try to kill them." "Understood." After that scream, Issei let out a sigh. "Okay, I promise, it won't be like that time, but I don't promise you'll have a broken bone or two. As long as you don't kill him properly. They are on the south side of the castle. Let us take care of this. Without Lavinia here, things have become more difficult." "Good." Cutting off the communication, Issei quickly began to run through the castle's corridors. When he turned into one of the corridors, he quickly stopped when he saw two flashes approaching him, moving his face to the side to avoid a magical attack. And when he looked back in front of him, he saw a hooded man approaching him. "So you're one of them, huh?" Raising an eyebrow, he saw two other hooded figures appear behind him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the one in front of him. "Well, 3 against 1. Looking at the 3 hooded men who made no move, he attacked the 3 behind him with his arm covered in fire. Hiken, launching his powerful fire fist attack, there were the hooded men behind him. He saw how a dome of energy suddenly covered them, taking Issei by surprise, who turned around, dodging a back attack from the first hooded man who appeared. "That's it." He frowned as he recognized the strange sword one of the hooded figures had. He then saw the 3 hooded figures pull out a very similar sword, making Issei frown even more. "I have no choice, I'll use it." Leaving his dragonic arm visible, Issei quickly attacked the 3 hooded men who jumped in order to get away, even though Issei had no advantage. Learning from Tiamat, if in a battle he was outnumbered, to always attack the one in front when the group was about to move away. It sounded easy, yes, but it is more difficult. While he cut enough distance from them, he had to be quite attentive with the other 2 that still remained were already left, launching a kick covered in fire. The hooded man was about to block with his weapon. What he didn't expect was that Issei had moved so fast that he hit him with his fist in the face, causing blood to come out of his mouth and nose, and then fly out to end up going through that wall. He quickly got between the 2 swords, where he saw the hooded figures charge at him. This time it was different, as Issei had to dodge several cuts, which were extremely difficult due to their coordination. His face, arm, chest, and legs were hit with several cuts. A large amount of blood was drawn into them. Annoyed, he hit the ground in order to get both hooded men away. Achieving his goal, Issei used his other normal hand. He placed it on the ground, and closing his eyes from the ground, several ice stakes began to emerge, causing one of the hooded men to be brutally impaled, crossing his body and head while the other's shoulder was barely torn. Jakuna Hiryu no Ken, launching a powerful fire attack with his arm, the fire attack turned into a powerful dragon over 2 meters tall, and its flames turned blue, tearing away everything in its path and taking both hooded figures with it, and creating a huge explosion that destroyed a large part of the castle. Issei stood watching that place. Looking down at the ground, he saw one of those swords, and with his hand he took it and then put it in a pocket dimension. "I'd better go, I have to hurry." Without further ado, he began to run away from that place that was destroyed, without realizing that there was a shadow watching everything. "Interesting, I have to report this." Rias had launched another great magical attack towards the Nikomata, who was already totally angry. Kuroka moved at a speed that Rias couldn't even have followed with her gaze, and at the moment she wanted to react, Kuroka had attacked her with a strong kick to the ribs, causing her to spit out some saliva, and she rolled a few meters to the side. "Bucho!" Kaneko shouted worriedly as she watched Kuroka slowly approach Rias. Before she could do anything, Kuroka jumped back after seeing someone crash into a tree, and that was Biko, who had several scratches from the fight. "Bucho, Kaneko-chan. Were they okay?" Izumi appeared, her armor half destroyed and her breastplate missing, plus several blood stains covering her face. "Izumi-senpai, calm down, Kaneko-chan, we won't let them take you. You're our family after all, and family protects each other." Kuroka watched as the current Sekiryutai looked at her younger sister, But before she could say or do anything, a large purple drago appeared in the sky. Tannen, the violet dragon, looked at the security and Rias, who was already standing next to Kaneko. We have to retreat now, there isn't much time left. Biko mentioned while standing. He knew well that both of them could not win against one of the former dragon kings like Tannen the meteor dragon. Kuroka looked once more and let out a click of annoyance, and then left therewith. Biko, apparently it's over. We don't have to go back to the castle yet, Sirzechs. I'm warning you that trouble is coming, the dark dragon said while the group nodded. But before leaving, Izumi approached Kaneko and said a few words in her ear, and then they left from there. Finally, the meeting of the young demons had ended, where the demonic prey began to interrogate and throw questions at all those involved who were there. Since that event, the entire supernatural world learned of the existence of the anti-terrorist group DXD, formed by the Gremory Citri group and the special/dog team led by Tobio Accuse. Well, it seems my plan went the way I wanted, Azazel said as he sat down, while the other faction leaders, Michael, Sirzechs and Odin, were looking seriously at his face. I see that everyone here agrees that the boys knew how to handle the situation well. It gives me a lot of security to know that although 2 members of my faction were missing, Michael said while watching the development on video of everyone who was involved. A rather risky bet, you don't believe it, letting in several infiltrators who were ready to attack? Sirzechs said. Azazel shrugged. I had my doubts too. But why not let the youth of today show us a better future? Now there are not only humans and demons working together for the moment. He narrowed his eyes. Besides, the kids did pretty well out there. This meeting was very interesting. Odin smiled. It was certainly a great job by everyone, and I think our alliance will be better since you also know humans and any supernatural being are joining, and it will be better for the world. Who is all this? This Azazel boy? Michael asked, showing the photo of Issei with black hair. He's an evil half-dragon and a very interesting one, fixing his gaze on Sirzechs. Part 8. The meeting of the young demons went better than expected for Azazel, who was sitting in a chair with a big smile after having spoken with the other faction leaders about the DXD team name given to the honor of Great Red, the Dragon of Dreams who guards the dimensional gap, which connects to other dimensions. Although he already introduced some members of the DXD team to start putting them together, there were still some remaining members missing, something he had to keep in mind because many demons did not agree with this, and they felt like they were losing respect and more they were idiots. Yes. But Azazel can easily do whatever he wants now, thanks to Sirzechs and the rest of the Maus who are intelligently training the members. Rias Gremory and her nobility of abnormals, Dulio Gesualdo and Griselda Corda, Tobio Accuse and the /dog team, and 2 more groups who are forming by the small DXD group. There were still members missing, and there were several candidates, among them the strongest young demon of today, Sariorg Bale, Seek Vera Asgar's Revel Phoenix, and more. But now came the most difficult part, that he had to move his pieces much more carefully to achieve his goal, especially with those who are infiltrated. So, how did the investigation go? Azazel said, leaving the glass of wine on a table while, from the shadows, a boy with short black hair came out, accompanied by a huge wolf. It was harder than I imagined, but I have the information you were looking for. Leaving the notebook on the table, the boy looked once more at the leader of the fallen who nodded, and then took the notebook to begin reading all the contents it had. He read for a few minutes, and then let out a sigh. This is gold, you know. Not only do we have what I need to fulfill the first part of my plan. Azazel laughed, amused at this. Although now comes the difficult part. Will you make him join? I asked, observing the fallen man. It's easy, Tobio. I know he will gladly accept this, although of course he wants something that I can provide with my help, so it will be quite easy to do it. Azazel explained briefly. In addition, I need all of his attack power to be at the front of the battlefield, while you are behind the lines being our defense. You want him to be your berserker for this battle? Azazel denied. No, that's not it. Not only will he be in front, the small group of the Gremory girl along with the power of the Red Dragon are perfect for these head-on fights. You know he won't like this at all, right? I know, Tobio, but I have my methods to convince him, but for now let's leave him alone. Azazel looked at the notebook once more. Although who would say that this is getting more interesting? A huge explosion occurred outside the demon's domain, where a large purple dragon was soaring through the skies while launching several fireballs at someone in particular, moving at a great speed impossible to follow with the eyes of any supernatural being. The beautiful woman with long light blue hair took a great leap into the sky, creating a mini crater. While she was suspended in the sky, her body was covered in ice. Kori Ryo no Hoko, launching a powerful celestial blast from her mouth directed at the purple dragon, who received the attack full on, causing it to let out a roar of pain. But moving at great speed, the woman covered both fists with ice and magic. Ban no Shizai, Kori no Heisu, throwing a great series of blows all over the dragon's body, who let out a great grunt of pain. The dragon retreated several meters while his entire chest showed several wounds. Blood fell from his forehead and mouth. The dragon looked once more at his opponent, and then simply let out a sigh. "You win, Tiamat, I can't beat you yet." The dragon spoke calmly as he watched the dragon return to a more human state. It was an entertaining fight. I must tell you that I had a lot of fun with this fight, Tannen. You've still been the same for a long time, but I noticed several wounds on your body. And also that mark you have between your breasts told me that you finally found someone. Tannen looked closely at the strongest dragon queen of all. That's how it is. May I know who the lucky one is? Not for now, Tannen, but you'll get to know him. For now, it's just a secret. Tannen, a former dragon king who became a demon, thanks to the pieces looked at by Ajuka Belzebu. In addition to becoming a demon, thanks to that, Tannen has his own territory, in order to keep his species still alive after that great house of the Slayer dragons that they themselves created in addition to Elohim's favorite weapon. May I know what you're doing in this territory? It's not that it bothers me or anything, but I need to know what you're looking for. Not much, Tannen. I just wanted to stop by and say hello to an old friend, he replied with a shrug. The dragon looked at this strangely, though he let out another sigh, as this dragon was the most strange. Well, she never liked hanging around with other dragons. Many dragons who wanted something with her ended up dead, or worse yet, with broken bones. It's okay, I have nothing against you, but I can see it in your eyes, Tiamat. You're not here for a visit. What is it? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Sigh, okay, I want you to explain something to me about dragon slayers. Tannen closed her eyes and then simply looked at Tiama in a threatening way, but this did not scare Tiama, but rather a great emotion ran through her entire body. Tiamat was a lover of battle. Although she likes to be totally calm, Tiama loves battles, the carnage, the blood, everything, and making him suffer more. Torturing Tiama was a sadist with a thirst for blood impossible to stop. Once she starts, she does not stop. That is why most dragons try to ignore her, but her enormous beauty was too much to resist. Besides, power attracts power, and that was too known for her. Tell me why you want to know. Tiamat narrowed her eyes once more and then looked at the purple dragon with menacing eyes, while she spread her enormous dragon wings, a total of 8 enormous wings that surprised Yenina, who had a total of about 4 wings. Tell me, Tannen, how do you stop the dragonication process in a human? As you know, most of the humans to whom we gave that ability ended up becoming dragons. How can you stop it? Why do you ask that if there are no more Slayer dragons in the world, after they killed each other? Because, Tannen, I have a little friend who has dragon slayer magic, but not just any dragon. He closed his eyes once more. But the difference from a normal one is from a very dangerous evil dragon. Tannen's eyes widened greatly at this information. Dragon slayers were supposed to be extinct. There might even be some descendants of some left, like in the case of Asia Argento, who seemed to have a great connection with dragons, making it perfect for learning dragon slayer magic. But with the issue of an evil dragon, it was completely different from normal. The problem lies that once an evil dragon turns you into a dragon slayer and teaches magic, that's when the main problem starts to occur. Unlike normal people who maintain great control of themselves, an evil dragon slowly begins to lose his sanity little by little. The first to lose will be his touch. Then part of his body will change, first showing claws. His skin turns into scales, a great thirst for fight the more he becomes a dragon. In addition to a great sense of creating chaos will be with him, and his thirst for blood grows until he finally loses all traces of humanity, until he becomes a dragon completely. Who was it? Crom crouched Tannen. Finally the day had ended well for Issei, who was sitting on top of a building looking at the entire underworld. After all, the faction meeting went quite well, and the alliance with the Nordics would finally reach an agreement. He wasn't that worried at all about what might happen, but even so his senses said that it was opening up some pretty big problems. Oh, so you were here, brat. Knowing who had spoken to him, Issei let out a heavy sigh upon recognizing that voice. He didn't bother to look at it, and simply continued staring straight ahead. May I ask? Because you are not with your bodyguard Odin-sama. Oh well, I escaped from Ras, because I wanted to get to know the place a little, Odin said with a half smile. He must be around the building looking for me. It seems that you really do care about her, he said, his eyes slightly narrowed. Haha, well it's not quite like that. Although I am the main god of my pantheon, Ross Weiss is quite strict, which makes it impossible for her to get a boyfriend. She didn't understand what Odin wanted to tell her, but since a girl as pretty as her was single, Layers and the Norse were quite blind. Oh well, although I think he'll be able to find someone soon. Do you think she's beautiful? Caught off guard by that, Issei closed his eyes for a few minutes. I'd be lying if I said no. Making Odin laugh. But I know you're looking for something, Odin-sama. I'm not that stupid. Well, you're right. Scratching his beard. It's a surprise for later. I think it will help you for future missions, and maybe she'll finally find someone. Odin began to scratch his beard and then looked once more at the brown-haired man's back. I can ask, like you, of all the demons in the place, he didn't even bother to talk about your father. That's none of your business. Issei growled. Oh, well, not that I care either, you know, but… Odin's only eye shone. But you are someone quite entertaining, letting yourself sell your own soul to be corrupted. For power, it's something I did in my time. Why are you telling me this? Already fed up with so many turns in Odin's words, Issei stood up and faced the Norse god, showing his dragonic arm. His brow was completely furrowed and he was visibly annoyed by his words. I also did the same thing you did. The only difference is that I only gave my eye, and left my soul to try. Shut up. Jakuna Dorgan no Hai no Ken. Already annoyed by Odin's words, Issei couldn't help himself and attacked the Norse god with a powerful fire magic attack. However, Odin saw the attack and created a magic circle based on runes, and the magical attack was easily repelled by Odin. You are strong, I admit it, but you still have a long way to go to prove that you are much stronger. Shut your damn mouth. Already annoyed, he used his normal hand and placed it on the ground. Kori Mao no Meho Piku. Several ice spikes began to form all over the place, destroying a large part of the building. Odin, for his part, had to make more than one magic circle this time, so using runes, he created a large pocket dimension. For his part, Issei's entire body was covered in scales and his eyes became bloodshot as he bared his fangs and glared at the Norse god in an annoyed manner. Odin, for his part, made his spear, the Gundir, appear and pointed it at the black-haired man. Come on, come and show me that you're strong. Shut your damn mouth, Odin. His voice also changed radically, while his size grew even larger, surpassing Odin's. Standing at approximately 2 meters tall, he said, Jakuna Dorgan no Tetsu no Ken o Hasha Shimasu, launching a powerful fire magic attack of a large size towards Odin, who using his Gundir, blocked Issei's powerful attack. Once he managed to deflect the attack, he had to react quite quickly and dodged a large kick that destroyed the entire ground beneath him. Both exchanged glances while Issei's right arm was covered in ice. Odin! Part 9. Several loud bangs were heard in that building, or rather inside that barrier. Odin, who had his spear in hand, blocked another devastating attack from Issei, who was totally out of control. His eyes shone with an intense blue, but the immense killer instinct he was releasing was brutal. Odin wasn't that surprised, or well, if a little. But it was more because of the immense killer power the boy was releasing. His years of battles were undoubtedly surpassing him, but he seemed not to have tiredness. He had to guess that it was because of the dragon blood that ran through his veins. In addition to the fact that being much younger was already double the problem, Odin, using his spear, blocked Issei's full fist, and did not hesitate to spin with his spear, causing him to lose his balance. He quickly hit his legs, knocking him to the ground, and with the back of his spear hit him in the abdomen, causing Issei to spit saliva from his mouth. He didn't hesitate to move away from Issei, who stood up while holding one of his hands on his stomach. Rage completely dominated him. Gruawawawa! And like a wild animal, he ran towards Odin. Odin saw this, and his one good eye glowed golden, forming several pentagrams all around him. He dodged a direct blow. However, Odin, using his Norse magic, froze Issei's feet, immobilizing Issei for a few minutes. Whispering a word, several magical runes appeared around Issei, and a gigantic explosion occurred. Odin watched from a distance, and finally, a great explosion of air occurred inside the place where Issei was. From that explosion, Odin looked expectantly, and saw how a large dark shadow was standing smiling a little because he saw how that boy undoubtedly showed himself to be quite dangerous despite being a god quite different from what he was before. He undoubtedly loved when there was a good average battle, so it was not surprising for him, and his age and his body could endure a lot. But without a doubt this would enjoy him. Well, this is getting me excited, it'll be fun. Issei flew out at great speed, destroying everything behind him, for the first time showing his wings. On one side he had 2 demon wings while the other side had 2 dragon wings. But unlike an ordinary dragon, these were similar to those of a dead body because its wings were only bones. With both fists covered in dark fire, he threw a powerful blow against the ground, creating a great explosion. Odin was in the sky, flying with a circle below. The battle moved to the sky, where the only thing that could be seen were several explosions of air, and it was rarely noticed how both exchanged blows. Odin received a powerful blow to his face that destroyed his lens, and they disappeared and reappeared. This is Issei was the one who received a cut across his chest which made him let out a grunt. Flying higher, Issei raised both hands and a gigantic ball of fiery energy began to appear. The size of that ball was brutal, which made Odin quickly put on guard, and without hesitation, his spear glowed golden and began to grow to twice its original size. I admit that you are right on several issues regarding the formation of this small alliance, but I have my doubts about several things in your terms. Dylas. In a large room, 2 people were sitting on sofas, while around them were several bodies lying all over the floor. Because you want to keep a demon alive long enough, I'm curious, a man spoke with complete calm. Let's just say the brat is my servant. I want to be the one to test his strength in battle, he replied, shrugging his shoulders. Sometimes I don't understand your way of thinking, but it's your problem. After all, there are no more Drake or Albion to give you a battle. He let out a sigh and then narrowed his eyes, leaving that aside. We have to go before unwanted company comes to bother us. All right. Giving a simple nod, both men disappeared in magical circles without leaving any trace. However, several groups of men appeared in a room, all wearing black armor and several bat wings protruding from their backs. I see someone went ahead, observing the destroyed place. Those evil dragons are very useful. Let's go for the Holy Grail. Euclid. Understood. Giving orders to the demonic soldiers, who quickly deployed throughout that vast place. Rizavin Levon Lucifer was observing all of this very calmly. What are you doing with the Grail, sir? Euclid asked, observing the descendant of the original Lucifer. Turning his face, he looked again at the Lucifuge. It's something easy to answer that, Euclid. I want to have several evil dragons in my ranks. In addition to creating something, a simple thing is to have 2 evil dragons still alive. But why not have more than one? He pointed with his finger. Imagine this, having in your power several evil dragons that are at your service, plus some artificially created with the power of the Grail. So do you plan to do the same thing Odin-sama did? Just like Fafnir. Joe, something similar, yes, but I have control over all of them. With that last said, both demons entered the city in search of their target. Coming out of the blue fire, Odin had several burns around his body, arms and torso with some damage, and he also no longer had his eye patch on. If his spear was in hand, Odin observed Issei in front of him, who was standing in his dragon form. In addition to the immense demonic power that he released, this brat is definitely much stronger than I imagined. Looking at his dragon and demon wings, he simply couldn't help but let out a sigh. He's their son, of course, but even if he uses Hakai no Chikara magic, he's very strong with ice magic. He slightly frowned as he began to stretch his arms a little. But he lacks patience and above all morality. He certainly acts like a dragon cub. Issei took a step forward while raising his arms, and a large amount of fire began to form in his hands, and out of nowhere 3 large suns formed in the sky. Odin, seeing this simple thing, opened his eyes in surprise. Sun Corona burst! Issei shouted, launching his 3 suns at the Norse god, who was quickly absorbed by those suns. Hama! Odin's eyes opened wider as he felt the immense heat surround his entire body. Finally, your days are over! Making a fist with his hand, the fire began to surround Odin faster and faster. Odin fell to his knees as he looked up, only to see that firestorm surrounding his entire body. He can launch his attack more than 3 times. Is he really that strong? Was Odin's thought. No! You will never be able to win! Raising his hand up, he quickly placed it on the ground while a large amount of magic ran through his entire arm until it formed a gigantic magic circle below him and supernova titanic. A gigantic explosion occurred on the ground, causing the entire artificial building to be completely destroyed, to Issei's surprise. Impossible! I destroyed the whole earth! Completely surprised, he looked up as he saw several pieces of debris begin to fall to the ground, and unable to avoid them, the debris hit his body. Aha! It was the last scream that Issei gave as the ground fell with all the rubble on top of him. Finally, Odin simply let out a sigh as someone stood behind him. So, what do you think? A male voice spoke from behind the Norse god. He's quite an interesting brat. Odin stood up and took out a small vial. He has a lot of power, but he lacks mental control, and much more. I think I can make a small exception for him, since after all I have to train the rest of the Citri and Gremory nobility, especially the Securudii and the current Vitra bearer. Odin didn't say another word and simply stood up and looked at the place where the rubble fell on top of him. In the last few days in the underworld, the Gremory group had been training harder than anyone else after their defeat in the Radig game against the Citri heiress, a battle the Citri won thanks to Sona's strategies. While Rias was proud of her peerage's great performance, there was still a long way to go to achieve her goal. Currently it was the last day of her stay in the underworld before returning to the human world, where she would have her return to classes. Even more so with all the training that Azazel gave, Rias was more than sure that her nobility would finally be able to improve even more. Thanks to the help of his pawn, both his queen and knight, and especially Kaneko, made greater progress and began to use their powers without having to deal with the problems they had been experiencing for quite some time. This day was also the last day of the faction meeting, where the Nordic Union would surely be confirmed. Finally, things for the biblical factions seemed to be going in the right direction. After so much time in darkness where conflict was just around the corner, things were changing and for the better for the factions, where right now the factions would unite to fight against the same objective, the Chaos Brigade. The terrorist organization that is made up of various demons and beings of different races in the world with the objective of destroying and changing the world in their own way. Letting out a sigh, she stopped thinking about that and looked at the mirror in front of her. She looked at her face and then ran her hand through her beautiful crimson hair and observed it for a few moments. This hair that made her the next heir to the Gremory house. In addition to having all the privileges of the world in her hands, she always had everything at her mercy, and whatever she asked for she had it. But finally, as she grew older, she began to understand many more things in the world. Her arranged engagement made her see that the world was not rosy, but also a dark and gloomy world where there was nothing but a little light for some. Finally she understood a little, and her little what she did before when she was a child was cruel, but she was not to blame for everything. It was the constant way in which her parents and brother along with Grayfia gave her much more attention than their eldest son. Finally Serog Baal was the one who showed everyone that without magic power one was strong, and that with improvement and goals one can achieve them. She finally understood that she had to fight for her dreams and ambitions and be able to apologize to him. In the faction meeting room, all the leaders were gathered together with me. Grayfia-san had her typical serious expression, but instead I kept wondering who that black-haired boy was. I knew from the energy surrounding his body that he was a dragon, but he even had a great resemblance to him. We were all waiting for Odin-sama to arrive at the meeting room. Azazel-sama was relaxed in his chair and with a smile on his face as if everything was going to be alright. I can't understand it, but he is certainly someone very intelligent, but his negligence causes much to be desired as being a leader of a faction. I let out a sigh and stopped thinking about that, and saw how the door opened, and we saw Odin-sama enter, being accompanied by the Valkyrie from the other day on the day of the attack, and joined by a tall and thin man who was wearing green clothes as well as a helmet with large horns. Sorry for the delay. I had to do something with my son, Odin spoke, looking at the other leaders in the room. As most of this place will know, he is my second son, Loki, the god of lies and deceit. I opened my eyes surprised by that fact. He was the Norse god Loki. I had heard several rumors in some of my missions, and the times I heard about him is that he is a rather capricious and very manipulative god who liked to use people for his amusement. Also, he was the cause that Fafnir turned into an evil dragon in the past. He was not someone to be trusted as far as I know. I looked at the Norse god for a few moments, and he seemed to notice that I was watching him, and he simply smiled and greeted me. I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. It's a pleasure to meet you, biblical leaders. I'm simply my father's companion in this negotiation. I hope everything goes well and you prove that you're capable of avoiding another unnecessary incident like that one," said Loki-sama, referring to the cow's attack. "Leave that alone, Loki. The good thing is that everything went well that time. I know that Lucifer will do better this time." Odin-sama looked at Sirzechs-sama, who nodded. "If I managed to place my great and faithful pieces around the castle, in addition to my sister's nobility, and the Citri nobility, they were the only ones who knew about this meeting. Just like mine, I left Irina as my companion on this mission." Odin-sama simply nodded and sat down in one of the chairs next to Loki-sama, who was ready to begin the meeting. The fate of the world was already at stake. I hope nothing bad happens. Part 10. In those times where I felt that I was free despite everything I did with my master, I could never live up to his standards, no matter how hard I tried to surpass him. But I still didn't have enough magical power as well as brute strength. By giving him my left arm, it was a great sacrifice that cost a lot of me to be natural, changing my nature a lot and being more cynical as I speak, mostly with sarcasm. I fixed my gaze towards the surroundings of the entire building, seeing the meeting of the faction leaders. "I still think this is absurd. Why are we following the fallen man's orders?" said Tiamat, who was standing with her arms crossed next to me. "There were reasons why I work with Azazel, even though I don't like him. He's my adoptive father. I like him, and it was an interesting experience with him. His training took me to the next level. For now, Val informed me that there would be another attack at the meeting, and I must stay up to date on what Loki does." "I told you before, there was no need for you to come to this place," I replied curtly. I had no intention of talking to her more than necessary. "You can leave if you're interested. I still want to find out something at this meeting." I looked at her for a few minutes, and she smiled that damn smile. I felt like something really bad could happen, and it was all so easy to get to this place. I feel like Tiamat could stab me in the back at any moment. After all, despite everything, she's still a heartless woman, even though she has the mark between her breasts. She's not someone you can trust. "Okay, Issei, just this once I'll do this. But remember this," she looked at me. "I want you to know that this is nothing personal, it's just business." The moment I finished speaking, a large magical field formed around the castle. I looked at Tiamat once more, and she waved goodbye as she retreated in a magic circle. The woman couldn't help but laugh, then looked back at the castle. It seemed things were about to begin. Although, frowning my eyebrows, there's something else around there. DXD. The feeling of terror invaded my body completely, managing to detect a large dome of energy covering the entire castle, making my body unable to react. Instead, I fixed my gaze on the other leaders and saw that they didn't even seem surprised. Damn, I lowered my guard a lot, with which it finally began. I managed to hear Loki-sama speak, which caught the attention of the other leaders, who saw how he stood up. Many of the leaders reacted the same way Loki did. Even Odin-sama himself looked at his son. "So it was all true, right, Loki?" Odin-sama was the first to speak and watched as Loki-sama arrived at the door. "Don't take it personally, father." Loki turned and looked at the other leaders. "After all, I'm the one who's going to bring Ragnarok. Why are you surprised that I want to speed things up a little?" His body shimmered for a few moments, and we all saw him being covered by armor. "So after all, this was all true? Or not, Loki? I asked several soldiers to watch you, but I see you finally did it." Odin-sama seemed the least surprised of all. For his part, we all watched as Loki simply sighed, and with a snap of his fingers, a huge wolf appeared. Fenrir, the wolf who with one of his bites could kill any god, one of the most dangerous beasts in the world. "In a certain way you are right, father, but I do not have the same objectives as this terrorist group." We all raised an eyebrow, confused. In itself it is true that I want to start Ragnarok. After all, we will die fighting just as it was written, but after hearing the proposal they gave me, I couldn't help but accept it. "And what would that be?" Sirzechs-sama finally spoke, and before Loki-sama could speak we saw everything. Loki's eyes opened in surprise when a single person appeared behind him at the moment of attacking him. Fenrir was much faster than anyone and attacked him, forcing the attacker to use a magic shield of protection, thus avoiding Fenrir's bite. DXD. Those were Loki's words. After the sudden attack of that subject, he turned his face to look at him and saw that it was that boy his father had mentioned. Without a doubt he felt all that dragonic energy coming from his arm. "So you're from that day?" Loki narrowed his eyes as he looked at him. Standing up, Issei stared at the god. There was no doubt this was something quite interesting to him, but the problem was just beginning. Loki seemed to be thinking about something. It was when his eyes opened that a rather large explosion occurred around him. A large pentagram was generated throughout his body. Everyone was surprised to see how the boy's body was brutally consumed by those flames. Everyone looked at the Nordic god, who seemed not to be looking at that place seriously. "You shouldn't worry about him," Azazel said. "He's fine. The fire doesn't have much effect on him." But before finishing speaking, Loki created several magic fields around him and blocked some long-distance attacks before anyone could do anything. From the place where that explosion had occurred, Issei emerged completely unharmed, and moving at a great speed that surpassed any of the young people who couldn't even keep up with him. Only the most experienced saw Issei run at great speed. He managed to get right in front of the Norse god, who didn't seem to be surprised by his arrival. Before even touching him, the wolf Fanner appeared from his side ready to bite him. Clank! Before he could even react, a large ice spike formed from under the wolf, and with his fist covered in fire, Issei Hiken! He attacked the Norse god directly. His fist managed to hit something, causing a huge explosion of fire around the place, which made the faction leaders and young demons quickly use magic shield circles to avoid the explosion. That attack was brutal. Rumi, the young demon raised by Grayfia, Lucifer, and Sirzechs Gremory, looked in surprise at the large curtain of smoke that surrounded the entire place. When she saw the large amount of magic that formed around her entire body, she didn't know how or if it was just instinct. She managed to activate a magic shield quickly enough. Rumi, unable to see anything, looked to Grayfia's side and asked, "What kind of magic was that?" After Rumi's question, Grayfia hesitated for a few seconds before answering. Finally, she decided to answer, "Slayer dragon magic." With her more serious than usual expression, Rumi understood directly that this subject was brutally dangerous, more than she thought. Little by little the human curtain began to dissipate, and everyone present looked directly in that direction and saw half of the castle and meeting hall were completely destroyed. "And where are you both?" Michael said, looking around. No one knew what happened at that moment until I managed to trap both of them in a pocket dimension, but it seems I couldn't prevent it from being destroyed by the attack. The one who appeared was Ajuka Belzebu, one of the 4 demon kings currently. "It's incredible, but where did you send them?" For it was a bit difficult, but both of them are outside the limits of the demonic city. I managed to transport them to another place, but the seal won't last for long, considering that Loki currently has Fenrir and the boy is alone. So we will have to act quickly. What do we know so far? Michael was the quickest and spoke. "For now it would be better to wait a bit, until tomorrow, and form a group to go. I myself will send it to the location where they are." Everyone in the room looked at each other and nodded. Sirzechs looked at Rias and her group as well as at Rumi. Then Michael would look at Irina, while Azazel looked at the whole group, passing by Sona Citri and her queen. While Odin looked at everyone. "I'll call someone who can stand up to Loki. For now I'll let Rosweiss take care of helping them." "Who will Odin Sama call?" The Valkyrie approached Odin, who simply said that she shouldn't worry. "For now it would be best if you went to rest, since tomorrow you will have a complicated day." Azazel approached the group of young demons. "Let us take care of these small details." "And what will happen to the boy?" Sirzechs looked at Ajuka for an answer, who simply watched him. "Don't worry, he has more combat experience. He can give Loki a fight. For now, it's best to rest. And Rias, try to prepare your best team. Capes, and the security might be the best option so far." "I understand. You can leave, we'll fix everything tomorrow." Finally all the young demons left that place, leaving only the faction leaders, along with the Valkyrie, who was looking at each of the leaders. "Well, I think we can end this meeting, don't you think?" "What are you planning, Azazel?" "Not much, Sirzechs. I think I know what we might need in this fight. And you better plan your move well. The current security barely managed to activate her balance break, but she's not someone who can fight directly against a god. I think I have the solution to that problem." Odin spoke. "I will send a replica of my son Thor's hammer so that she can lift it and seal it. Then it would be best. But it would be better to be prepared and send a group to the area." I think we weren't the only ones who felt that. Michael, who spoke and looked at the other leaders, and then his gaze traveled directly to where Azazel is. "Azazel, how is it that your servant has Slayer dragon magic? There was supposed to be no more of that." "I can't tell you everything right now. Everyone, or rather, we all have secrets, right?" Because I'd have to share my secrets. Looking at each of the leaders. Let's not take this personally, but I have to keep my secrets, just as you demons and angels have yours. The faction leaders said absolutely nothing. They may be allies and have passed on certain information to Alan, but of course each of them had their own secrets, as trust between them is so low among their followers. Years of war are not difficult to forget for even the most veteran of the war. In the case of Azazel and Michael, finally the leaders continued discussing and planning their next move. DXD, I see you're all set for tomorrow, Ria-sama. Ah. Rumi, what are you doing there? Rumi watched Rias for a few moments, and had to admit that all these years had made her a complete beauty, and to think that she was that spoiled girl as a child who finally made him leave home. I just couldn't sleep at all, and I have a lot of things going through my head right now. Rumi approached Rias. The redhead nodded at what the blonde said. I think we all have that problem now, although well, in your house it's different from mine. She narrowed her eyes. Can I ask you something, Rumi? Anything. Maybe tomorrow we might not make it out alive, or depending on luck, can you take care of my remaining entourage for me? Silence took over the place. DXD, in a completely different place, or rather this place known as the Great Dimensional Gap, a place where several dimensions connect very specifically. In nowhere there was a tall man with long red hair watching as several dimensions were collapsing. Part 11. He is standing on top of a mountain. In this simple moment Issei was a few meters away from the god of deception, and the great wolf Fenrir being at a distance of 20 meters long. His sight turned to the pocket dimension. It seems that the three of us are left in this place, Loki said, attracting the demon's curiosity. Don't you think it was something interesting? I must admit that your sudden appearance surprised me quite a bit, he said with quite a bit of calm in his words. Fenrir let out a growl as he took a step forward, seeing the enormous wolf take a step forward. He quickly prepared for a possible direct hit from the enormous ice wolf. Loki, seeing Fenrir's intentions. Fenrir, stay still, he ordered while the wolf nodded. Sorry. That's why sometimes he can't control his impulses well. Not receiving a response from the demon in front of him, Loki did nothing but sigh as he gave a signal to the wolf. The moment he received that signal, Fenrir launched himself at Issei, who was already expecting the attack of the icy wolf. Without hesitation, he began to run directly towards the wolf's direction, his eyes shining light blue. Instant movement dance. Fenrir launched a bite towards Issei, who used his instant movement dance, managed to dodge the bite of the great wolf. With great class, his eyes turned a dangerous shine and charged a fire magic attack. He launched a powerful magic attack. But at the moment of throwing it, Fenrir was covered by a magical shield courtesy of Loki. The moment he realized it, Fenrir hit him with his paws to the side, sending him flying to the ground. Spinning several times on the ground, he ended up crashing into an invincible wall. Opening his eyes, he rolled against the other side as Fenrir crashed into that wall. I had forgotten that he was a pretty strong monster, not to mention that he has his help. His gaze traveled to the god of deception. I have to think of something fast. I don't have much time left being locked up here with these two. He stood up as Fenrir ran towards him. Controlling his breathing, Issei made a quick movement forward using instant movement dance, dodging the Fenrir wolf's bite and charging his fist with force. Hiken, throwing a fiery fist which connected with the mouth of the great Nordic wolf, which made him rise upwards, running at a rapid speed. Fui, releasing air from his mouth, his eyes focused on Fenrir's head, making an ice sword. He changed his posture and suddenly began to spin on its own axis, cutting Fenrir's eye. Ryu Awar! Letting out a mighty growl, Issei spun around, holding his breath, and lunged at the wolf. Blood canvas. A thin red line formed in the albino's mind as his dragonic arm glowed red, and stabbing his sword into Fenrir's leg. Grabbing his sword with his other hand, he spun the sword in a circle on Fenrir's leg, causing the wolf to growl again. Issei's eyes widened as he saw a magic circle form near his face, which released a powerful blast of fire. Managing to get far enough away at the last minute, Issei's dragonic hand made the ice sword that Fenrir had embedded join inside, and then several ice stakes emerged from within, causing the wolf to end up seriously hurting. Once again releasing air from his mouth, he calmed his breathing. That was quite interesting. You keep surprising me, brat, Loki said with some applause. I admit that I was careless in this part. I shouldn't underestimate you anymore, I think. Loki narrowed his eyes. Now I'll go seriously against you. Making a movement with his hands, Loki threw a small rock towards the albino, who was not giving it importance. until he opened his eyes and slightly turned his face to one side where the stone had grazed his left cheek, causing it to bleed. That was it. He furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at the stone on the ground, shining and turning into a dagger. Illusion. Then as he fixed his gaze on the front, opened his eyes as he realized he was in a beautiful field. Without being careless, he began to look everywhere for a sign of life. You like what you see? It's a beautiful illusion, isn't it? His eyes opened and he quickly activated instant movement dance, and did a great inverted somersault, dodging several spears that followed him, quickly spinning all around. Arthur, taking a deep breath, everything in his mind quickly went dark. There was nothing around him, maintaining a deep, total concentration. His eyes opened quickly, and turning to his right side, he struck down an ice sword and took it by the hilt. Clack! It was the sharp sound of something colliding with the albino's ice sword. A dagger had appeared in his vise. He quickly shifted his stance with his sword, and suddenly he hits the ground, sticking the sword right there and taking a deep, total concentration. Issei's eyes shone an intense blue color, and suddenly the whole illusion was destroyed like crystals. And it was at that very moment that he turned his body and launched himself at a powerful speed. Loki's eyes widened in shock as he saw that what had destroyed his illusion. Ha! The moment he wanted to react, he saw how Issei was already in front of him with his sword in his hands, and launched a direct cut towards his neck, with clear murderous intentions. What speed! I was only careless for a second. Sigh. Loki suddenly let out a sigh. You fell. And with a smile on his face, Issei's eyes opened as he saw Loki's body disappear and then Fenrir standing in front of him, his jaw suddenly open. Crasks. A lot of blood flew out. Ready, it seems everything is ready, said Sirzechs Lucifer, approaching where Rias and the others were. We are ready, Oni-sama. I will take my knight, my queen, Izumi, and I will go too, said Rias, approaching with the aforementioned. Aren't you taking your tower? Asked the Mao. No, Kaneko will stay here. Besides, I have company, he said, pointing to Rumi, who approached. Rumi? Sirzechs-sama, I think I am the best to help them. I am much stronger than before. Allow me to go, she said, bowing. Okay, Rumi. Be careful, he replied calmly. Try to hold on as long as possible. I already sent a small group to go and help you. Rias and Rumi nodded as the rest of the Gremory group began to walk straight towards the rest of the team. Sona Citri and Tsubaki Shinra were waiting while the Valkyrie Rosweiss was also ready. I think we're all ready, Sona said as she waited with her arms crossed. Before you leave, Sekiryudai, Odin said, observing the current Sekiryudai. Yes, Odin-sama? Try to hold out for about 20 minutes. And above all, I will send a replica of my son's hammer, which only you can use, Odin said, surprising her. Do the best you can. I understand, Odin-sama, Izumi said with a nod. Good luck. With that last thing said, the group was already standing in the middle of the magic circle, and then they disappeared from the place to appear in a completely remote place. So this will be the place, Akino said while observing the place. I think we can take advantage of one or another advantage. What do you suggest, Akino? Tsubaki Shinra approached and asked. Attracting the curiosity of everyone present, they quickly looked at Queen Gremory. Using the terrain to our advantage is the best option. After all, there are several mountains in this place. You can take advantage of it to catch Fenrir, he said while observing the surroundings. It is a fairly large place, but we have to divide into groups, he finished speaking. It's not a bad idea, Rosweiss said. While giving a settlement, the battlefield is perfect for you, who are long-range spells, pointing to Rias, Sona, Tsubaki and Ageno, while the rest melee or short distance. We can take care of Fenrir, fixing his gaze on Rumi. Although I don't know what you are capable of, let me be the one to fight Loki. And the Citri pawn and the Sekiryudai can be of great help while you take care of the wolf, Rumi said and gave her opinion, while everyone nodded. Crasks. Here it comes, Rosweiss said seriously. As their gaze turned towards the ground, they saw how several marks had begun to appear, and then, BOMHHH, a gigantic explosion was generated. Finally, the pocket dimension was destroyed while everyone opened their eyes to see Fenrir fall to the ground while they saw Loki, who was floating, and then they saw how another person was also standing. Hump, it seems we finally got out of that place, Loki said with both arms behind his back. Fixing his gaze towards the ground, he saw the whole group. It seems Odin sent you. Do you really think you can against a god? He said mockingly. Loki-sama, put this on. If he stops, maybe Odin-sama will forgive him, Rosweiss said, trying to make the Norse god see reason. Hump, I don't care what Odin thinks. Besides, I think you can take care of them. Snapping his fingers, 4 magic circles were formed from which 3 beasts came out, well known as Rosweiss. It can't be, they are skull, Hattie and Jormungand Rossweiss said in surprise as she saw those more powerful beasts. Surprise appeared on the faces of everyone present, even Issei, who was kneeling. He had heard what the Valkyrie had just said. His gaze went straight ahead, and there he saw them, the great snake that surrounds the entire world, or rather a copy of it. Then there were Skoll and Hattie, children of Fenrir, and like their father they possess a bite capable of killing the gods. He couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance as he watched that this was getting more complicated. While he had a hand on his abdomen, it was bleeding. "I'm losing a lot of blood," he said to himself in his thoughts. "I don't think I can hold out much longer. I hope they have a plan." Fixing his gaze towards the group of demons and Valkyrie, and then a small tremor began to form, and from several pieces of rubble came out Fenrir. The eyes of the enormous wolf looked at the whole environment until they fixed their gaze on him. Grueruger, letting out a growl of annoyance, while showing his sharp teeth, and a large cut on his snout. Issei stood up and watched the wolf Fenrir while he prepared for his fight. Everyone else was also preparing for theirs. Rossweiss looked at Fenrir, and then at Skoll and Hattie. The fight was not going to be easy for any of the demons present because they needed to be attentive. The slightest mistake would bring them to certain death. "Good," said Lokio, and everyone got ready to attack. Apparently what they said was true. Somewhere in the underworld was a teenage boy with platinum hair and gray eyes staring into space. "I already brought everyone, Vala." Hearing the voice behind him, he turned on his heels and saw his group, Vala, Lucifer, and his team formed by the descendant of Goku. And then there was also Arthur Pendragon and Morgana Le Fay. Both were direct descendants of the great king Arthur Pendrago and Morgana Le Fay. And finally Kuroka Tujo, the criminal SS class. "Thanks, Arthur," Vala said, and then focused his sight on Kuroka. "Did you bring what I asked for?" he asked. "Yes, Naya, it was quite easy to get it," Kuroka said calmly. "We better hurry. I managed to feel several powerful presences heading towards that place. Besides, I'm sure that if we don't hurry, Ophis won't be happy," Arthur said. "I agree with him," Biko said with a half-smile. "Besides, it will be totally entertaining to fight a god, or wouldn't that seem worth it to you?" he asked, amused. For his part, Vala put on a half-smile. "Hump, I agree," said Vala. "Also, I want to see how my rival improves. It will be a good battle. So what are we waiting for?" "Naya, let's go now," Kuroka said animatedly. Part 12. Attack. And with that last order, Loki's children rushed towards where all the demons were. Seeing them coming quickly, each one of them split into groups. Then Loki said, fixing his gaze towards where three demons were. "You will be my opponents. The Red Emperor Dragon and the incomplete possessor of Fafnir, a demon? Don't get distracted, Saji and Izumi-san. We are not about to fight with just any demon, but against a god," Rumi said, looking at the god of deception. "Prepare yourself. Hump, let's see how long they can last." With that said, Loki created several magic circles from the sky and began to launch several attacks from different places. Seeing those attacks coming towards them, Rumi quickly created a magic shield circle, thus avoiding as much damage as possible. "Go Vitra! Balance breaker scale male." Hearing the voice of the Red Emperor Dragon Gauntlet, Loki turned his gaze to the side and managed to see her, in an attempt to launch a direct blow to the face of the god of deception. Loki used ice magic combined with fire magic, thus managing to cross or rather block the attack. "That, you were too slow." An explosion was generated, making Izumi fly out of that place. Smoke. Humph. Feeling as if his energy was being lost, he fixed his right arm upon seeing a strange tongue holding his arm. "You thought that would be all?" Rumi appeared inside Saji, who had his sacred gears activated, and was trying to steal as much energy as possible from the god of deception. Something that took Loki by slight surprise was seeing the demon who was behind him, and then with an explosion of speed Rumi appeared in front of Loki in order to hit him with her magical energy. Their gazes met, and Rumi threw a strong blow at the god of deception. While on the other side Rias Gremory along with Sona Citri Tsubaki Shinra Rossweiss Kina Yudo were taking care of the children of the wolf. Fenrir Skoll and Hattie Rossweiss was throwing several long-distance spells with her support Kiba, giving several cuts to both wolves. For her part, Sona launched a powerful water dragon at the wolves while Tsubaki and Akino launched their best attacks. For her part, Rias was fighting from a distance against Jormungand, or rather, a copy of this same one, carrying in her hands the power of Hakai no Chikara. Rias launched two balls of energy of destruction, causing an explosion in the path. "They are too hard to beat," he thought with annoyance while dodging another attack from the enormous snake. When he was at a safe distance, he launched several more balls of Hakai no Chikara. His objective was clear. He would try to destroy it at all costs. Despite the damage the snake was receiving, it continued attacking without giving importance to the wounds it was having. Rias, be careful. Hey! The moment she heard her friend Sona Citri's voice, Rias turned on her heels to see Hattie, approaching her in order to bite her. It can't be! I just got distracted for a second, she thought as she watched that huge wolf about to bite her. I'm not going to make it. I'm sorry, mother, father, brother, and you. Closing her eyes, waiting for the wolf to bite her. Hey! Opening her eyes in surprise, she looked in front of her and saw two people she didn't think she would see. Naya, that was close. He spoke with clear amusement in his voice as he looked at the wolf, who was shaking his head in shock. Kuoh, are you okay, Princess Gremory? It's not time for questions, you know. Let's just get this over with. At Kuroka's side was the descendant of Son Goku. The king of the monkeys was with his staff ready for combat, and with a big smile on his face just as Kuroka and Biko prepared each other ready to attack both wolves. As much as Rosswise, Sonat, Tsubaki, and Kina didn't know what to do, but they quickly got rid of those doubts and decided to help both in this fight. You feel fine, Rias? After her queen's question, Rias fixed her gaze on Akino. I'm okay, Akino. Sighing, Rias looked in front of her as the group began to fight the two wolves. We have to go. Hearing another explosion in the distance, Rias and Akino looked back. They saw a huge curtain of smoke from which came that young man who was fighting against Fenrir. Seeing this, what are you waiting for? Naya, go help him, now. Following the order of the Nikomata, who launched several ranged attacks on both wolves, Rias and Akino nodded and rushed to help Issei. Releasing air from his mouth, Issei fixed his gaze in front of him, watching how Fenrir left that place without any harm. Releasing a sigh of irritation, Issei took a forward stance ready to launch an attack. Fenrir let out a great roar of fury. His light blue eyes shone blue as all the veins were marked, the ground cracked, and as if it were a lightning bolt, Issei moved at an incredible speed, striking with his dragonic fist at Fenrir's face, causing the wolf to fly away and crash into one of the mountains. Taking a breath, he looked in front of him. While his energies were totally at the limit of his capacity, he had felt the auras of the White Dragon team and Vala, who was fighting against Loki. Although he had half a surprise on his face after seeing him coming, he knew that this was not just a fight against a god. I need to use it. He frowned as his hand moved forward, and from there a sword, or rather a katana, appeared. Taking it in its hilt, the sword began to shine, and the blade of the sword began to change color black. Muramasa, he muttered in a low voice as he stood on guard, one of the cursed swords and the most powerful of all. Muramasa. Hey, are you okay? After hearing that familiar voice, I look over her shoulders at Rias Gremory accompanied by her queen. What are you doing here? We came to help you. Oh? Slight surprise appeared on his face after Rias's declaration. He never thought this would have happened, but it wasn't like he had that many options at the moment. So he looked back in front of him. Just stay out of my way. I understand. Both Rias and Akino released their demon wings and flew into the sky and were expectant of what would come, while Issei prepared to attack Fenrir. Here it comes. With the last thing said by Issei, Rias quickly prepared her Hakai no Chikara attacks, while Akino prepared her rays ready for the attack. The next thing they saw was Fenrir leaving that place, activating his instant movement curve dance. Issei ran towards the gigantic wolf, while Rias launched several attacks from a distance alongside Akino. The spells of both mixed and ended up passing around Issei, heading towards where Fenrir was. The explosion was generated, causing a small smoke screen, but one of Fenrir's legs attacked Issei, but thanks to his instant movement curve dance ability, Issei dodged Fenrir's blow without much problem while he climbed onto his legs and ran through his body. Issei's eyes shone blue while the veins on his right arm which held his sword were marked intensely, and the blade of the sword was covered by a black aura. Ghost. Using one of his techniques, which was Ghost. It was a movement so totally fast and at the same time so precise for the sight of Rias and Akino that the only thing they saw was Issei being in the sky and then landing while turning around at the same time. Fenrir stood still while a gigantic line began to form from his left eye to the tip of his nose. And then a large amount of blood came out of Fenrir's head. Issei looked at the place where Fenrir was and fell to the ground. Letting out a sigh, he turned on his heels and quickly fixed his sights on Loki, who was fighting with those four. Can you do me a favor? Issei asked. Don't let the wolf get closer. Wait. But before even finishing, Issei began to run at super speed and raised a large current of air. Puffing out her cheeks, she laughed and then sighed. What the hell is wrong with him? He's rude. Before Aquino could say a word, they heard something moving behind them which alerted them both. Fenrir released a great roar of rage, causing Rias and Aquino to quickly get into a fighting stance. Fenrir looked at both heiresses while showing his large fangs, and large amounts of saliva darkened his mouth. Gruath, divide, boots. Both Vala and Izumi used their abilities to damage Loki, who, despite all their efforts, managed to avoid both of their attacks and then respond in the same way and with much more force than that attack. How is it possible that he doesn't run out of energy? Vala thought, dodging another of Loki's magical attacks. He's much stronger than I thought. It's definitely the strength of a god. A big smile appeared on his face that was covered by his breastplate. I'm very excited, and with that both launched themselves. Izumi launched a dragon shot with all her power, but Loki repelled it with his magic. Seeing this, Vala didn't hesitate, and using his demonic and dragonic magic, he attacked as well. Another big explosion was generated. While Izumi was breathing heavily due to tiredness, Rumi took charge of healing Saji with a phoenix tear while his forehead was bleeding. We've already used up 2 phoenix tears, there's not a single one left, he thought as he frowned. We're lucky to be holding on for now, but I don't know how much longer we can do it. Looking around, he saw how everyone was having great trouble stopping. Rossweiss along with Irina and Kuroka were totally on the defensive against Jormungandr, while Sona Citri, Tsubaki Shinra, Kiba Yuto and Biko were dealing with Fenrir's children Skull and Hattie, and on the other side Rias and Aquino were fighting against Fenrir. But when he looked closely, that strange boy was missing, but he couldn't follow his line of thought when he saw how several magic circles formed in the skies, taking everyone by surprise. I'm already dropping, insolent demons, take this. With that scream of rage, several magical attacks began to shoot out in all directions, causing more than one person to move away, including Loki's children. And while some created protective barriers, Rumi quickly put both hands forward and created a huge magic circle. As all the explosions were generated everywhere, little by little the attack had stopped while a gigantic smoke screen was generated. Rumi made her magic shield disappear, which also covered Saji, falling to his knees and breathing heavily. I can't move anymore, he thought as he looked up at Loki, who was watching all this with a neutral expression. That bastard is too strong. Even if you have some help, he just made things even more complicated for us. GGRRUHGRR. Opening his eyes, Rumi turned his face to the side and saw those enormous eyes of that wolf. It was one of the sons of Fenrir. GGRRUHGRR. The huge wolf took a great leap towards where Rumi was, who simply remained completely still. Her whole body was trembling as she slowly watched that enormous wolf approaching, ready to kill her. This is how I'm going to die without seeing him one more time. Several tears began to fall from her eyes as she watched her death approaching. No, Rumi! Ria's scream was the only thing she could hear, while Rias charged one of her, Hakai no Chikara, attacks to help her, as well as Vala and Izumi also tried to help her by launching themselves against that enormous wolf. Even Kiba ran towards her while Rumi was trembling with fear. So this is how I'm going to die, right? Closing his eyes, waiting for his end. SHU? Huh! Opening her eyes, the only thing she could see was a shadow in front of her, but it was strange that the complexion of his back seemed to be so familiar to her. That white hair, even after so much time. Many tears began to flow from her eyes when she saw that figure so familiar to her. You are Issei. Part 13. You are Issei. Recognizing that voice, Issei's emotions began to float as he calmed his breathing. I managed to arrive in time. If I hadn't activated instant movement curve dance, I probably wouldn't have arrived in time to save her. While standing behind the dead body of Hattie, the son of Fenrir, everyone's gaze was one of surprise. He managed to kill one of Fenrir's wolves, Rossweiss thought, impressed, as she looked at the albino's back and at the same time directed her gaze to the katana in his hand. He even moved at great speed, surpassing that of a demonic knight, but even so, his aura is completely different from the first time I saw him. Oh, Loki looked at the albino in front of him with interest, who had finally shown his true appearance. He was even quite surprised by that dragon-like arm he had. It was quite interesting to see in a demon-dragon hybrid, undoubtedly a rare mix, but it was interesting. That was certainly surprising, kid. Bringing everyone out of their daze, everyone's gaze turned to the god. I must admit, I didn't think you had such interesting toys. Even that arm of yours is quite strange to see. Your aura is even strange. You emanate from a dragon demon. But I can see it with my eyes that there is something else there in that aura, and it is a red one. Loki's words confused more than one. Instead, Issei took his katana with both hands and adjusted his postures, activating his instant movement curve dance. Demon King style, first pose, icicle dance. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw that a large red mark began to form on Loki's chest, stretching from his shoulder to his waist, while behind him was Issei holding his katana diagonally, with his left foot forward while his right foot was behind him. Don't get distracted. Fight. And with that shout, everyone quickly reacted to the sudden attacks of Loki's children. At what point did his speed increase so much? Loki thought in surprise as he fell to his knees on the ground and held his chest, preventing more blood from coming out. That damn. Standing up, he turned on his heels and focused his gaze on Issei, who was already prepared to attack him. Ready or not, Loki launched several powerful spells against Issei, who activated instant movement curve dance and began to dodge his attacks, and then appeared back in front of Loki, who managed to dodge a vertical slash from Issei. Without stopping, Issei closed the distance again and began to attack him with several simultaneous stabs. Seeing himself cornered, Loki used magic shields, but that didn't prevent him from receiving several cuts on his face, arms, legs, trying to push him away and gain distance in order to attack him. Issei always got ahead. Demon King style, second stance, ascending flaming sky. Executing a vertical attack from bottom to top with his katana, Loki received a large cut from his eyebrows and eyes, cutting off the vision of his right eye. Damn bastard! Shouting in anger, several more circles and magic runes appeared in the sky and around Issei. Now take this, Dai. Several magic spells headed in the direction where Issei was seeing that attack coming. He took his katana with both hands while activating his instant movement curve dance, Demon King style. All of his muscles inflated, while veins began to show on his body. His eyes became bloodshot. Fifth stance, suffocating crimson mirror, simply throwing 2 defensive slashes against those magic spells. Loki watched this with a big smile on his face as he looked into the distance. Joe, it seems you have no more tricks to do even using that simple attack. You only blocked 2 more, but what about the rest? His smile grew as he saw that the attack was about to reach him, and then, Bibrum. Suddenly the whole place began to collapse. While everyone else was still fighting against Loki's children, they managed to see in the distance how the whole place where Issei and Loki were began to collapse. Rumi's face changed to panic, and in an attempt to go help him, Fenrir almost ended up biting her if it weren't for Rias, who managed to get her out of the way. I used too much magic in that attack. He observed the whole collapse in front of him. He saw a white mane standing there, which made his eyes open wide. Then in that enormous crater there was only a small mountain where Issei was standing, who was breathing heavily. Arf arf. I managed to cut the dimension completely, he thought as he looked at the katana. This weapon is too powerful, it's certainly incredible. 4. Before the attacks reached Issei, he used everything he had on Muramasa, which cut off a large part of the dimension, thus deflecting the majority of the attacks that were directed towards him, but the cost was great. Drips, drips. Blood began to flow from his eyes while part of his normal arm opened up, exposing the bones he had in several veins that were visible, while he spurted large amounts of blood. The entire floor was covered in his blood, and a large part of his left arm no longer had skin that covered its flesh. I was too reckless, using Muramasa like that. He looked at Loki, who was equally injured as him. But now I have no choice but to keep moving forward. Focusing his sight on Loki, he took his katana in both hands and then raised it, bringing his right arm further back than his left and leaning his body slightly forward. It's now or never. Ah-ha-ha. Izumi, with her balance break activated, brutally hit Jormungandr's head, being Ross Weiss, who launched a magic spell from a distance, causing an explosion where Fenrir was. Ross, listen, I've already sent the copy of Thor's hammer to stop Loki. The Security is the only one who can use it. It's now or never. Hurry up. I understand, Odin-sama. Looking towards where Izumi is Security, Odin-sama sent a replica of Thor's hammer. Only you can use it. I understand. Suddenly from the skies a light began to descend from that place, stopping the fight of everyone, including Issei. Loki, who looked at the light. That light is... When he recognized that light, he saw a hammer descending from the ground. That's Mjolnir! Both Issei and Loki reacted in different ways, and Loki quickly saw how the Security tried to jump to take the hammer. Loki wanted to run quickly to where that hammer is. Before even moving a step, Loki took a step back, dodging a slash that was going straight towards him. Seeing what Issei was, he quickly changed his expression to one of anger and annoyance as he crossed his gaze with Issei's. His speed increased again. How fast can this brat be? He thought with quite irritation, but looking at him carefully, Loki realized something. He's totally hurt. Even from here I can see that he's at his fighting limits, but even so, that sword has been giving me bad feelings. It's too powerful to be in his hands. Loki stretching his hand in front of Issei, who quickly activated his instant movement curve dance in order to avoid one of Loki's attacks. However, a glow generated in his hands which momentarily blinded him. Opening his eyes, Issei realized that Loki was no longer there. Turning around, and when he saw where he was going, Demo King style, Gruawahas, Jormungandr appeared from his side, throwing a large green blizzard in his direction. I'm ready. Grahahaha. Ahaha. Before she could even take hold of Mjolnir, Izumi was suddenly completely surprised by Fenrir as he received a bite from that enormous wolf who threw him far away. Izumi ended up falling beside the hammer. Izumi, running as fast as she could, she hurried to where her pawn was. She quickly knelt down and grabbed her by the head. Izumi, wait, please don't die like that, pre-president. And with her last strength, Izumi ended up losing consciousness. While the members of the Gremory nobility watched this in shock, the first to attack ended up being Akino, who with tears in her eyes attacked Fenrir with a holy ray. Then it was Kiba, followed by Irina to go through Zenobia Quarta. The entire group began to attack him, while Vala's team was in the distance watching all this. It seems we have no other option but to act, and that's it, Vala said, looking at all the mess. Kurola asked you to do it, Issei Naya. Hey Kuroka. Before she could even continue speaking, Kuroka started running towards where Issei was. Finally Vala opened his eyes wide. Even Biko and Artur were the same. Artur, take care of Fenrir now. We'll take care of Loki. I understand. Moving away from both of them, he looked at that place once and then left from there. Biko. Turning his gaze towards Valley, Biko looked closely at Lucifer's great-grandson. He even managed to notice how he was clenching his fists in annoyance, which were bleeding. He understood and said nothing more, which quickly took his staff. Come on, we have to stop a god while we can. Without saying any answer, they both left towards where Loki was. Issei Naya, please answer. Arriving where Kuroka was, where the body that was kneeling Issei was, his body was completely bleeding and he was missing his left arm. Kuroka crouched down while grabbing his shoulders in order to make him react. Issei Naya. But there was no answer at all. Issei Naya. Issei Naya. Tears began to fall from her cheeks as she tried to do everything possible to make him react, but Issei Naya, Issei Naya, Issei Naya. However, there was no response from him, while behind Kuroka was Rumi, who was crying silently. Several memories began to doubt his mind. Gritting his teeth, he turned hard on his heels, meeting Jormungandr. I will kill you. Creating several magic circles, he began to attack the snake in a brutal manner, while everyone else, as well as Rumi, began to attack them all with tears and more frustration of not being able to do anything, while Roswai stood in shock. It can't be, she said to herself, now we no longer have hope. Loki. Rhea spoke as she stood up and her body began to be surrounded by the power of Hakai no Chikara, showing for the first time before everyone. Power of Hakai no Chikara, I won't forgive you. But before he could even speak, he saw a small jar fall to the floor. That is, I speak quite surprised. Am I dead? In a rather dark space, he was standing right there. I see, I remember it quite clearly now. Before he could even attack Loki with Muramasa, Jormungandr had suddenly appeared, taking him by surprise, so before he could even react, the snake released its powerful venom and also ended up tearing off his left arm, which caused him to lose it completely. I'm a complete failure, he said to himself as he looked up and let out a sigh into the air. I never thought that so much pain would end up causing me this. I still don't believe you're a failure. Hey! Turning on his heels, he opened his eyes in surprise when he recognized that voice. It was a beautiful woman with black hair and red eyes who was looking at Issei with a beautiful smile on her face. Hijo, I don't think you're a failure. You have your own fighting style that is beautiful. She smiled and approached to place her hands on his cheek. Promise me something that no matter what happens, use your power to protect the weakest. A strange light began to shine as the woman disappeared from that place, leaving Issei alone. A small smile formed on his face. I'll leave it to me, turning around to walk towards that light. Part 14. The current moment was completely unrecognizable to some members because the fury that filled their hearts made each of them lose their positions. Ryu war! Pum! Explosions were heard all over the place due to the battle that was taking place. Loki's children were being totally attacked by the demons. Kiba created a great variety of swords that emerged from the ground to enclose Fenrir. In contrast, Zenobia and Irenia attacked with their swords, and Akino with a great holy ray fell on top of Fenrir. Boom! The explosion shook the entire place while Sona and Tsubaki ended up defeating the last two children of Fenrir. Before even realizing it, Loki was going totally defensive against Valet and Rumi, who both did not stop attacking him at any time. If this continues, making two daggers appear in his hand, he blocked both of the demon's fists. Divide, divide, divide. Losing strength in his body, Loki made several magic circles appear with which he attacked from all sides. But what Loki didn't expect was that Rumi appeared behind him. I've got it now! Throwing a direct blow towards the back of the god's head, Loki put on a small smile. Clank. Hey, ma, nice try. You almost took me by surprise. His eyes fixed on Rumi. But it's not enough, girl. Before Loki could even answer him with his right hand, he gave Rumi a large cut on his abdomen, causing a large amount of blood to splatter all over the place, falling directly to the ground. The only thing Rumi could see was the figure of the god. But before I could even recover, several runes, as magic circles completely surrounded the Norse god Roswise, who was right behind the Norse god, created several magic circles without him noticing her presence. However, this was a desperate attack to hold him off as long as possible until reinforcements arrived. Not yet, he thought seriously as he looked at the smoke screen. This is too difficult. Despite being more than him, he is a god who does not surpass him in magical power. In hand-to-hand combat we may have some advantage, but without him I don't think it's possible. Fixing his gaze towards where Issei was lying on the ground while Kuroka was hugging his dead body. This is getting more complicated, Sim seized before he could even react. From the smoke screen came out Loki, who heads towards Roswise at great speed. Roswise's eyes shot wide open. Before she could even realize it, the tip of Loki's dagger was inches from her eyes and pow! Before he even realized it, Loki's eyes widened at the sight in front of him. Ah! He threw a diagonal slash with his katana. Boom! An explosion erupted and Loki was knocked back several feet as he stared straight ahead. Isn't he dead? Wasn't he dead? Her gaze was focused on Issei. Of course, he stopped the poison by force. Issei, he's alive. But how? Leaning his body forward, Issei looked at Loki with a big smile on his face, a smile that said it all. Roswise looked at this all surprised because it was supposed that the venom of the great serpent of the world was destined to kill Thor in Ragnarok. But he was standing there. I already have the scores. We're going to win. Activated, instant movement, Issei ran at high speed straight towards where the god of deception was. Don't make me laugh. Screaming, Loki created several circles in different places, even surrounding the albino, who took his katana tightly and made a short turn around the magic circles and then blocked the attacks while running forward. I know what your horrible song sounds like. Jumping, he slashed at the ground, completely destroying the land. Loki managed to get away while looking ahead. Sheet music? Did he turn my magic attacks into a song? Her eyes became bloodshot from thinking about that stupidity. Don't buck with me. Ah! Launching himself straight towards where Issei was, Issei with his katana launched a slash to block the dagger from forming the god's attack more directly. Boom! Clank! 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 Both began to fight and move away from the area where everyone else was. Loki threw a kick right at Issei's stomach, causing him to fly several meters away from him. Creating several magic spells, Loki launched a wide variety of elemental magic. Putting both feet on the ground, Issei with his katana began to block Loki's direct attacks. Boom! Launching themselves at a great burst of speed towards where Loki was, both clashed their weapons. Clank! Clank! Clack! Clack! Boom! K boom! Ahoyaya! Hello! Both at great speed began to collide, their weapons destroying everything around them, causing explosions while both are fighting in the distance. Rias, accompanied by the remaining members of her nobility along with Sona Citri and Irina Shidu, watched the battle from afar, and Ross Wise was on a mountain watching everything. Incredible, they are evenly matched, but if this continues, he won't be able to win. She was clearly worried as she watched everything, but then she saw a figure running behind both individuals. That's the... Her eyes widened. Sakura-yuichi. Clack. 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 While both were exchanging blows, Izumi was running at a great speed behind him. I then transferred several energies towards his leg. He's on another level, she thought, quite surprised, as she ran towards both of their directions. Partner, you have to hurry. Even in his current state, I highly doubt he'll last any longer than he should. I understand, Drake. Increasing her speed, she increased the strength of her grip on Mjolnir. Clack. 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 While Issei managed to avoid and dodge the attacks of the god of deception, he managed to use his katana as a shield. Gadge. Receiving a stab right in his abdomen, he clenched his teeth tightly, and with his right hand and activated his ghost skill, he launched a slash so precise and completely severed Loki's arm. Gaaha! Screaming in pain at the loss of his arm, Loki slashed again with his dagger. Slash! Receiving a large cut on his left eye, Issei looked with his only good eye at the god of deception. Issei-san! Issei! Don't stop! Screaming, he launched himself straight at Loki. Jump! He launched himself without hesitation, despite the large wound to his left eye. He didn't hesitate for a moment, managing to pierce Loki's abdomen. Goths! And without stopping, Izumi took a great leap and taking Thor's hammer with both hands, ready to hit him. Loki looked up. You're too slow, attacking Izumi with her dagger. The current Sakura-yuichi's eyes widened as she saw how that bladed weapon was about to pierce her throat, but before the dagger even reached her lips, Izumi moved her face to the side, where the dagger completely pierced both of her cheeks. You're finished now. It's no use hitting me with that hammer. Come on, I just have to hit him. Grasping Mjolnir with both hands, I throw a direct blow towards Loki, who activated a magic shield. He's an idiot, he's still trying to beat me, he thought with a certain annoyance. I don't just have to use my arms, I have to use my whole body from my head to my toes. I need more power. Boots, 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 boots. Boots, 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 transfer. Gaga! Receiving a huge amount of energy throughout his body, the magic shield that was protecting Loki was completely destroyed. Damn, I'm going to lose like this now. In a desperate attempt with his only free hand, he pointed to the sky. I have to use it before. Pow! Suddenly, a large magical seal appeared around Loki, who was unable to say a word and was then sealed away, while everyone else stared into the distance. We won! We won! Irina began to shout with happiness. Zenobia, we won! Jumping and hugging Zenobia, who was also happy to finally finish this battle, the young demons relaxed completely. However, there were 4 people who kept looking at the battlefield, and they were Rosswise, Sona, Rumi, and Rias, who didn't take their eyes off them at any time. Rosswise's eyes widened as she looked up at the sky. Quickly take cover. Hey! After Rosswise's shout, each and every one of those present looked up at the sky, and there they saw a gigantic magic circle that formed and then shot a great white energy towards where everyone present was. Kaboom! A gigantic explosion was generated throughout the place, collapsing everything in its path and completely destroying everything. While the explosion was spreading from it emerged a large pillar of fire. Opening his eyes wide, the first thing he saw was a large room. Where am I? I'm glad you woke up, mate. Drake? What happened next? They managed to win, by cutting the wing in half. They barely managed to defeat Loki. If it weren't for the replica of Thor's hammer, I doubt very much that Alan would have come out alive from that attack. Now that you mention it. Looking at his whole body and realizing that he no longer had any wounds. How is it? Phoenix tears. Opening her eyes wide, Izumi quickly turned her face to the side, recognizing the voice of that person. Azazel-sensei, how? It wasn't a big deal. They were very lucky to get out alive. They did a great job crossing his arms. In fact, of all the injured, he was the most affected of all. By the way, what happened to him? After Izumi's question, Azazel let out a sigh. The reinforcements managed to find him. He was still alive, but he was severely injured and he didn't have his left arm. In fact, it's even a miracle he's still alive. After all, his body was poisoned. Where did they take him? He is currently in Asgard, because they have enough energy there to heal him. Nodding after what Azazel said, Izumi relaxed in bed. Rest for now, you deserve it, you did a good job there. With that last thing said, Azazel left that room and began walking through the halls of the underworld hospital, while whistling a tune. Stopping his steps, Azazel tilted his head to the side. Is something happening right now? No, it's nothing special, he just asked me how she is, said that mysterious figure in the dark. For now he's stable, he has no symptoms or anything related to that Loki magic we detected days ago. And him? Luckily he's still asleep, he lost too much blood. Even for us supernatural beings we have weaknesses. Speaking in a fun and relaxed tone, he put his hands in his pockets. Letting out a sigh, the mysterious figure began to walk away from that place. Whoever said this would be so easy to stop something. It's never easy, even for you Azazel. You're lucky your plan is going the way you want. With that last thing said, the subject disappeared from that place without leaving any trace of him, while Azazel simply continued on his way without even looking back. So that's all you have? Yes, that is the complete information. You did a good job, I congratulate you for that, Rumi. Smiling affectionately at her, the red-haired man caresses the maid's hair. Sirzechs Lucifer, or formerly known as Sirzechs Gremory, the father of Issei Gremory Lucifer. You can go now, Rumi, and thanks for the information. Understood, Sirzechs-sama. With the last thing said, Rumi left that place, leaving only Sirzechs, who sat in his desk chair and then put on a sad and distressed expression on his face. So you finally showed up, son. Muttering a few simple words, he looked at his hands once more and then looked at his desk. The truth is, I'd like to apologize for everything, but biting his lower lip, I don't even deserve to say a single word to you. Letting out a sigh, how strong have you become? Part 15. And how are things at the moment? Luckily, after the Loki incident, things started to go better in Asgard, although the biggest concern right now is Fenrir. Understanding. Walking through one of the great halls of the castle of the Norse god Odin, I was next to the leader of the fallen angels, Azazel. What about the boy? Luckily, he's stable for now. He suffered many injuries, including the loss of his left arm and eye. In addition to the poison in his system, it was extremely difficult to get it out. Azazel scratched the bottom of his neck and nodded at what Odin had said. I guess I should pay you something for helping the brat. His eyes narrowed. Don't worry about it. Odin calmly rejected the offer from the leader of the fallen, who couldn't help but look at him. I'm fine with the peace treaty between factions, plus there are a few other things I'd like to ask you if you don't mind. Okay, knowing where this was going, Azazel responded calmly, but it would be better to go to a place where no one is watching. Okay, looks like you're ready to get out of this place. Thank you very much, Doc. In the Gremory House infirmary, Izumi Hayato was undergoing her final medical examinations. About a week had passed since the events that had occurred with Loki. During that week, she spent much of her time lying down and being treated by various doctors, in addition to being constantly visited by her fellow nobility, as well as members of the Citri family. I'm really glad you're okay. Arriving at the door was Rias Gremory. Bucho? She said, surprised. I thought she would be at her house. Rias walked over to one of the tables right there. Then she sat down and crossed her legs. Although I had that intention, I thought it better to come see you and take you to my home personally. With a slight smile he mentioned, well, after all, I think it's the only thing I can do for your help. Without saying a word, Izumi stood up and watched her carefully. Looking at her closely, he realized something she was hiding. All this, Bucho calling Rias's attention. Do you know what happened in the end with the boy who helped us, taking her hands to her chin, adopting a thoughtful posture? If I remember correctly, his name was Issei. Rias's eyes widened slightly at the mention of her nephew, who was supposedly missing or dead. Putting all that on her face, only bad memories came to mind, and she didn't know how to react to the mistreatment she had caused. Issei. Curious, right? How she now knows his name, and how she used to call him. Without ever knowing or wanting to learn his name, from what I heard from Onisama, he hasn't awakened yet. It said that his magic cores were forcibly opened, and the battle wounds severely damaged him. It's even a miracle that he's still alive. Although he said what he clearly heard from his brother Sirzechs Lucifer. In the worst case, he may be in a coma. Surprise flashed across Azumi's face, and she didn't even know how to react to that, although she hoped he would recover as soon as possible. Oh me, there were no words I could say. I just had to wait for him to wake up from the coma. It had already been about a week after the incident of the god Loki, and things in the underworld were totally calm again. Of course, although there were several noble demons who still did not accept the fact of allying themselves with the fallen angels. They even hated the fact of having allied themselves with the angels. Proud of being demons, some did not accept it so easily. But what could they do against the current mouse? While on the other side of the coin, the angels and the fallen, more than half agreed, or rather, the angels were happy to finally be able to leave their past disputes behind and look to a good future. However, for the fallen, there were several who did not agree and left Grigory because they did not like the alliance, but they still managed to maintain a large number of them in their population. For the factions of the Norse gods, they simply agreed with the peace treaty, and being able to finally leave and enter parts of the Christian world was good, and finally forget those past disputes and wars for power and recognition from the human peoples. Although of course, there were still gods who were upset about losing large numbers of followers in times when they were worshipped, but they simply let it go. Although of course, the spark of hatred still reached several of the peoples of the factions. So, how are you feeling? In the great hall of Odin's throne, he stood before the Norse god Odin, his expression neutral and calm, and he was dressed in civilian clothes. "Sigh, I feel better than I thought," he said simply, although of course, considering that I don't have one eye and that I'm also missing an arm, the rest of it feels fine. Nodding at what was said, Odin settled himself on his throne. "I can simply say that I'm glad I managed to save you in time. I made my best doctors available so they could get all the poison out of your body." Resting her hand on his cheek, she looked at him. "You're pretty tough. Even though you were poisoned, you managed to stand up, although of course you gave birth to my son," raising an eyebrow at what God said. "Oh, old man, what do you mean by that?" After his question, Odin looked at this with a half-smile at how the boy spoke to him. It was undoubtedly disrespectful if someone spoke to him like that, or in any case, with several political leaders, they wouldn't take it well. However, that child was here speaking to him disrespectfully, which caused a small laugh from the god. "It's nothing, it's the first time someone has spoken to me without so much respect," he said with a half-smile. "Before you say anything else, if you want, you can tour Asgard a bit. Give yourself a day off and enjoy your rest. Azazel is busy dealing with other matters for now." "Are you sure? I've heard rumors that none of your people like demons." Ma, you don't have to worry about that," raising his right hand. "Besides, you won't go alone. I already have someone who will be your guide. You can go through Rosswise." The door to the hall opened, and upon recognizing the name, Issei quickly knew who his guide was. The beautiful Valkyrie with silver hair and light blue eyes entered the hall wearing her warrior armor. "Oh, nice to see you again," Issei said, raising his right hand. Rosswise nodded as well and returned the greeting before saying a few words. "No, I'm actually grateful to you. Thank you for helping us with Loki. She was one of the first to help you treat your wounds. Then there was a maid, along with the criminal Kuroka Tujo." Suddenly a small memory of him invaded his mind. Although it was somewhat blurry, he managed to remember that moment. "I see." Bowing slightly towards Rosswise. "Thank you very much." Hey, don't thank me," she quickly got nervous. "I think it was the only thing I could do. After all, you did most of the work. Although of course the Security was also there and gave the coup de grace. You saved me before Loki killed me." Saying that with a smile on his face, Issei nodded at what the Valkyrie said, feeling good about himself, and also gave a small smile. It was the first time that someone praised him for something good that he did and made him feel good about himself. While Odin watched this interaction, he couldn't help but smile amused at this. "Rosswise, why don't you have our guest tour Asgard?" "Oh, I understand, Odin-sama. Please follow me, Issei-san. See you later, old man." Saying goodbye to the Norse god, Issei began to walk behind the Valkyrie. As they both left the room, Odin settled into his seat and let out a sigh as he looked at the ceiling. "Well, at least things are somewhat calm now. But you ask me for how much? Things hadn't even happened yet. Loki could have simply been another pawn in this, or there was something else behind these events at the meeting of the leaders of the biblical factions after the attack. And then there would be Loki's attack. two attacks in the same place, but only 2 days later. It's just logical to know that there were traitors on both sides. Even right now, he had to keep his eyes well on its inhabitants. I wonder his eyes narrowed. If young people today can do a better job than we did. His one eye flashed golden for a few moments. So the reports were true. That's right. Sir Loki was captured in his battle, and Fenrir also disappeared along with the White Dragon team. Wearing a black tunic that covered his entire body plus a hood on his head, keeping his face hidden, he was kneeling in the middle of a room, while in front of him, sitting on a chair, was a man with his legs crossed and his left hand resting on his cheek, while in his other hand he was holding a glass of wine. Sigh first Kokobil, then Kateria Leviathan, then Loki taking a sip of his wine. Ma, what can you do? After all, they are simple pawns. Sir, about something else I wanted to mention to you. What would it be? Apparently not only the Sakuryuidi and the Hakuryuku were in that battle, but also the son of Sirzechs, and the Lucifer spelling was also in the battle. Looking at the man on his knees. Interesting how many years have passed. 7 or 20 years since I last saw that brat. A small smile formed on his lip. I still remember well, he was a weak and skinny boy, above all showing a big sickly smile. Ha 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 ha. It's magnificent. Not even the idiot Sirzechs noticed my presence. It was so easy. Tell me something about how the brat is. I'd heard rumors. Hi, the rumors were true. Even after all, in the Gremory family no one paid attention to him. They even made fun of him, and he was humiliated to the point that he disappeared. Joe. Well, it doesn't surprise me much, even if they say that the Gremory are someone who treats everyone equally. It's a farce showing his teeth. Ah, that's good, although of course there are some exceptions. However, after all, I also have new toys. In his hand where he held the wine glass, suddenly a small ball of crimson energy with black touches surrounded the entire glass. While the man watched, he saw how the wine glass began to disintegrate little by little, and then nothing remained. That's the power of Hakai no Chikara, he said with a smile. It is certainly an amazing power. Who would say that it would be such an easy power to steal, and right under the noses of both strongest demons? It's incredible, but how? Juju, let's say it was something easy. However, I didn't think the child would survive. After all, I not only stole his power but also the demonic essence of the Baal. Ha 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 ha. Laughing madly, he brought his hand to his face, showing the maximum expression of madness and fun, while a small red lock could be seen. Ma, without a doubt this thing is getting interesting. The child I stole everything from is still alive and has more power than before. Starting to think about several possibilities. I certainly knew that the child could also be a nuisance. However, I have no doubt that he is the main problem, but rather the current Mao are the real problem, as well as other world leaders and figures from the great mythology. For the moment, let's try to ignore the child. I highly doubt it will be a major problem. After all, without an arm and an eye, it will be difficult for him to fight. Settling into his throne, you may leave, but I have one more favor. I want you to keep me informed at all times. Understood? With your permission, I'll leave Amaman Saman, disappearing in a magic circle. This is quite funny. I didn't think things would turn out like this. Smiling, he looked at his hands. Rizavin and his whole group of idiots just want to bring senseless destruction, or what do you think about this? Rezevin and Euclid. Out of the shadows 2 men emerged, both with silver hair. One was a man apparently about 30 years old. The other was wearing a butler's outfit. Tell me what you think. Asking with a twisted smile, I look at both individuals. Part 16. Wow, I never thought this place would be this big. Looking all around him, looking at various stalls as well as shops, many soldiers were walking as well as several groups of Valkyries who were patrolling all over the place. Although of course he was getting the most attention because he realized that more than one villager, or even Asgardian warriors, were staring at him. Meh, there wasn't much to worry about because he was the only one attracting attention. Probably because of the patch he was wearing on his left eye and the bandage on his left hand. Are you still uncomfortable with people's stares? Rosswise asked. After the Valkyrie's question, Issei snorted. He knew well that this was. If you already have an idea, the rumor that a demon had a head-to-head fight against Loki is true. They even know about you, and that's why the people of this place can't stop seeing you. I was just getting an idea. I didn't think the news would spread so quickly. He lightly scratches his neck. Well, that's because Loki announced about Ragnarok. Rosswise said. The end of the Norse world was something he had heard before. In various mythologies of the world, the end of the world was destined to come. Ragnarok would come after the death of Baldur, who in Norse myths was said to have been killed by Loki with an arrow. However, Ragnarok was divided into 3 parts of the story. Ragnarok will be preceded by Fimbulvetre, the winter of winters. 3 successive winters will follow one another without summer. As a result, conflicts and strife will explode, and all mortals will disappear. After a perpetual chase, the wolf Skoll and his brother Hati will finally devour the goddess Sol and her brother Mani, respectively. The stars will disappear from the heavens, plunging the earth into darkness. The earth will shake so violently that trees will be uprooted and mountains will fall. Every joint and link will break and separate, freeing Loki and his son, the wolf Fenrir. This wolf's terrible muzzle will open so wide that the lower part of its jaw will scrape against the earth, and the upper part of its jaw will press against the sky. Flames will dance in its eyes and leap from its nostrils. Egthir, the watcher of the Jotuns, will sit on his grave and strum his harp, smiling sternly. The red rooster Fjalar will sing to the giants, and the golden rooster Gullinkambie will sing to the gods. A third rooster, rust-red in color, will raise the dead in hell. Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, will rise from the deep ocean floor and head for earth, twisting and turning furiously, causing the seas to rise and lash against the land. With each breath, the serpent will spew venom, splashing earth and sky with it. From the eastern lands, the Jotun army, led by Hrym, will issue from their home in Jotunheim and sail in the hideous ship Naglfar, made from the fingernails of dead men, freed by the tidal surge and flood, to the battlefields of Vigrid. From the north, a second ship will set sail for Vigrid, with Loki, now unchained, as its helmsman, and the hideous inhabitants of Hell as its dead weight. The entire world will be at war, the air trembling with the sounds, roars, and echoes. In the midst of this turmoil, the fire giants of Muspelheim, led by Surt, will advance southward and split the very sky near Vigrid, leaving everything in their path ablaze. As they ride toward Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, it will crack and break behind them. Garm, the hellhound in front of Nipahellr, will also manage to free himself. He will join the fire giants on their march toward Vigrid. In this way, all the Jotuns and all the inhabitants of Helfenrir, Jormungandr, Garm, Surt, and the fiery children of Muspelheim will gather at Vigrid. All of them will fill the vast embankment that extends 120 leagues in each direction. Meanwhile, Heimdall, being the first of the gods to see the enemies approaching, will blow his horn, Gyllarhorn, with such force that it will be heard throughout the 9 worlds. All the gods will awaken and immediately gather in council. Afterward, Odin will mount Sleipnir and gallop to Mimir's dwelling to consult him about the fate of his people and himself. Then Yggdrasil, the world tree, will shake from root to top. Everything on earth, sky, and hell will tremble. All the Aesir and Einherjar will put on their battle robes. This vast army will march toward Vigrid, and Odin will ride at its head, wearing a golden helmet and a shining sash, brandishing his spear Gungnir, the end of the Hera of the gods. Rosweiss nodded at what Issei said until they finally both stopped at a huge store. Looking at the huge store carefully 100? He looked around the store in confusion until he saw a bright light in Rosweiss' eyes that sent a slight shiver down his spine. Hey come on, let's go inside, you can't miss it! Without even being able to answer her, and also being brutally surprised by the Valkyrie's enormous strength, Issei ended up totally dragged inside while the Valkyrie showed him various objects, and such. Issei was simply looking at the big smile she had on her face in addition to being happy buying everything at 100, letting out a sigh. He couldn't help but smile at this attitude. I'm so sorry, I think I got a little carried away. Speaking totally embarrassed, both had arrived at a tavern where there were several warriors drinking and getting drunk while singing and laughing. Others were totally drunk and were sleeping while Issei and Rosweiss and he were sitting at one of the tables that brought both their orders. You don't have to worry about that, he shook his head calmly. In fact, I think it was kind of fun seeing you like that, he answered with sincerity. Was this place always this lively? Yes, it is, Rosweiss replied. In this place where only the best warriors who died in battle fall here. Each and every one only enjoys their drinking and having fun before reaching Valhalla. I've heard that it's the place where only warriors enter. If that's the case, even if I never manage to enter, only the highest-ranking Valkyries enter that place to leave the souls of the fallen warriors. I look at his hands. I have never been able to reach the same level as those Valkyries. Even though I have tried everything, I am not even able to use the same spells as my family. Taking out a kind of jewel, Rosweiss showed it to the albino, who took the jewel with his only hand. It's funny, I'm the only one in my family who can't master the same magic as my family. I managed to master all kinds of magic, even runes and more, letting out a sigh. Even if I want to and try, it's hard for me to do it. And what's wrong with it? Huh? Rosweiss would look at the demon with intrigue. It's okay if you're different from others, no matter what they tell you. You're strong and master all kinds of magic. He would look at his right hand. No, you are special and you were blessed with different characteristics. Even though you don't master the magic of your family, you are someone strong and special in your own way. Giving her the jewel, Issei held her hand for a few moments and looked at her with his only eye. Don't let that simple mistake stop you. You're too talented with what you have. Huh? I didn't even know how to answer him anymore, and I was also embarrassed since he was still holding her hand. Suddenly I just looked at her face where my gaze was fixed on her one eye. It's funny, it's the first time I've seen him like this. Blushing slightly, she looked at his hand. Even with a dragon arm, it's quite warm, and especially those words. She put a slight smile on her face. Thank you very much, Issei. You are also someone special. Maybe you are the chosen one, Rosweiss said happily. That's where you're wrong, Rosweiss. Looking at the Valkyrie's hand. I'm not special, and I don't have the same ability as you. I'm not a chosen one. So, how was your day today? Having finally arrived at night, Issei Gremory Lucifuge was in the small house that Odin had given him to stay and live for a few days. Right now the albino was sitting in his living room, and right in front of him was Azazel, who was taking a sip of wine from a glass. It was quite interesting, I guess. Okay. I can tell, at least you're completely calm. Responding naturally, Azazel looked at Issei's missing arm and then looked at the patch that covered his lost eye. Does something hurt or irritate you? Azazel asked. I only feel it started in my eye, and it is somewhat irritating, but if I scratch it, it will bleed again, he responded calmly. And about my missing left hand, just itching, and the wound is fine, luckily. So my doubts were somewhat correct. Letting out a soft sigh, Azazel settled onto the sofa, and making a magic circle appear on the table. A jar and a box appeared on the table. And this? What is on the table? One is a phoenix tear, but this one is different from the others. This phoenix tear was delivered and made personally by Lord Phoenix as a token of support and gratitude in your battle against Loki. And unlike the others that can heal any wound 90%, this one can heal everything 100%. Without hesitation, he removed the patch that covered his eye, hurting, revealing a huge scar. Upon opening the bottle, he forced his eyelids open because they were stuck together due to the liquids, making the sight unpleasant. A large, deep, straight line could be seen in his eye, and the color of the iris was completely white, also indicating that he had gone blind. Pouring the liquid into his injured eye, little by little, the wound began to close until nothing remained. Blinking several times, apparently it worked. After what Azazel said, Issei looked at the fallen angel and then raised his right hand, and with his vision he managed to recover it completely. Humph? I was starting to miss my sight. I highly doubt it would be useful to you. With your abilities it wasn't necessary. You can even fight blindly using your echolocation. I doubt it would have been a problem for you. During the battle against Loki, Issei not only used his skills as a swordsman and teachings from his masters Tiamat and Kram, but also used his own skills that he himself managed to learn, such as his echolocation. He has echolocation since when trying to find the location of everyone around him, he also analyzed the sounds reflected and resonated through the air by the walls of the caves. It seems you've been doing some research. Just a little bit about your mysterious past. Plus there's also the fact that you have an interesting weapon. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Azazel for his part remained calm. It's nothing to worry about, and I'll keep it a secret, you can rest assured. Standing up, he looked at Issei once more. There's something else for you. You just have to put it on, and that's it. I have a lot of things to do at the moment, so let's talk later. But more calmly, heading towards the door. Oh yes, before I forget, I've received reports that the gods of Shinto kicking are strangely more active after the incident with Loki. Issei's eyes focused on Azazel. Whatever it is, I recommend that you watch your back more. You don't know who can betray you or stab you in the back. Find and form a group of true friends to help you with your problems. With that last thing said, Azazel left that place. Being alone, Issei opened the small chest that was on the table, and a small smile formed on his lips. Thank you, Azazel. Part 17. Finally, the day was over for all the demons who had to return to the human world. At the great mansion of the demon king, Lucifer, Rias and the rest of his nobility were about to leave. Well, We have everything ready, mother and father. Directing his gaze towards the door, there he saw two adults, Venelana Gremory and Sirzechs Grayfia, patriarchs of the Gremory clan, and they are heads of the entire Gremory territory, a territory that will be inherited by Rhys Gremory because the current Mao Sirzechs changed his last name to Lucifer to occupy the position of Mao after the Civil War. And although it was true that he was one of the powerful super demons along with the Juko-sama, they were beings of another level of power. We are glad that you were able to come visit, Arius, and after everything else we hope to see you around here again at any time. Venelana-sama approaches Arius and gives her a goodbye hug. Me too, mother. I'll come when I have enough time in the human world. The academy thing is a bit complicated. Don't worry too much about that, daughter. We will also attend personally. Sirzechs-sama also approaches and gives a hug. Seeing this, I simply decide to retreat in silence and began to walk through the corridors. While I was walking through the corridors, my mind still remembers clearly everything that happened that day when the god Loki attacked. How I was about to die, but I was saved by him. I didn't think that of all people I would see him again. His fighting style, his speed, even his movements were incredible from beginning to end. Not only that, he managed to kill one of Loki's children and was able to fight Loki without an arm. Although if it weren't for the Security, I don't know how we would have ended. I should stop thinking about that, but after seeing it I couldn't help but tell Sirzechs-sama and Grayfia-sama were taken by so much surprise that for the first time I see the expression of both change. Although it was too noticeable the gestures of Grayfia-sama, who couldn't even hide it, I couldn't help but feel bad for her. Because she always sent people in search of him, and so on, but since his disappearance it was difficult even to find him. Rumi, hey! Turning around, I see the person who had spoken to me, and it was Grayfia-sama standing behind me. She was looking at me with her typical stoic gaze, and I could honestly see it in her eyes. She was sad. Can you come with me? I have a favor to ask you, Sirzechs-sama ordered. Oh, okay. Giving my nod, I began to follow Grayfia-sama. While Grayfia-sama was in front of me, she walked quite calmly, receiving greetings from several of the stewards and which were returned by Grayfia-sama. May I know what he was like? Huh? Why such a sudden question? I know you informed me in Sirzechs everything after your battle against Loki. At that time I didn't think that after several years I would find out that he would be back. Seeing her expression of pain on her face, I couldn't help but feel bad. I'm happy to know he's okay, but at the same time I can't raise him well. I don't even deserve to be called a mother. And Millikas doesn't even know she has an older brother. There are no pictures of him. No clothes of his. I didn't say a word. He had no right to speak. I was the one who forced him to get away from everything. If only at that moment I hadn't gone out with them layers. Issei was here by my side. He is my king and I his queen of his nobility. On the other hand, the entire underworld didn't care about him and no one decided to give or help him, even I who was his friend at that time, but I wanted to become stronger in order to help him. I ended up losing everything. Sometimes he asked me many things, but I don't know. I couldn't go back. Today and the years have changed the people of the underworld a little, and a member of the Baal showed it completely that even without inheriting the power with just brute force, he became one of the strongest young demons. Looking at one of the windows, I wonder what would have happened if you had proven that you were actually Issei. Demon King style, and I know kata, no bori and ten. I still perfectly remember that brutal skill he used to avoid Loki's attacks. It was beautiful and incredible. Rumi, we're here. Before I could even continue with my thoughts, we had arrived at the main gate of the Gremory castle, which leads to the backyard to the beautiful garden. Come on, there's a lot to do. I understand, Grayfia-sama. So I seriously walk into the huge garden with Grayfia-sama and then stand there, while Grayfia stands several meters ahead of me. Today we will see how much you have managed to improve your techniques and your demonic magic. I expect a lot from you, Grayfia tells me while I feel a barrier form around us, and I see how the body around Grayfia is covered by a strange layer of transparent color, and I look into her eyes and her gaze that showed us some emotion. I felt. Clack! I managed to react just in time when out of nowhere Grayfia had thrown several ice stakes. It was such a fast movement that I couldn't even follow it with my eyes. When she created those magic circles, there was no time to lose. Demonsateru Dakurai Taninga. I didn't hesitate and attacked with long-distance demonic magic a powerful dark ray towards the direction where Grayfia was standing. However, when I saw the attack, Grayfia disappeared out of nowhere. My eyes opened, and when I turned around I saw that Grayfia threw a brutal kick in my direction. I had no choice but to jump 360 degrees backwards, managing to dodge Grayfia's kick, which raised a large current of air. However, while I was in the air using my demonic magic, Akuma no Yona Satairu, Senkado, launching one of my most powerful techniques, there were more than 1,000 cuts so fine that they were barely visible to the human eye, but for Grayfia it was very different, seeing how her body leans to one side. Akuma no Satairu, Jigaka no Hyanasen. Before I could even realize it, a powerful wave of ice surrounded the entire place, and when I landed on the ground my feet were frozen so suddenly I couldn't even move, and before I could react Grayfia blocked all my fine attacks at great speed, and then a magic circle appeared right on her palm and pointed towards me. Jigaka no Yona Kori no Tora. A powerful magical attack was launched towards me. Suddenly, Grayfia's magical attack turned into a huge tiger, and with a roar, her speed increased to such an extent that I no longer had time to react at any moment. Beebaboo. As I wait for the impact, I slowly open my eyes to see Grayfia-sama in front of me with one of her hands extended, and I see how she had simply blocked her attack. You've improved a lot, I congratulate you for that. I didn't answer anything. I couldn't even know at what time Grayfia-sama was in front of her. Her speed is incredibly terrifying, and now that I remember, Issei was also fast at that time. While I look at Grayfia's back, I see how a winged one is also standing. Issei both have the same silver hair. Their skills with weapons were superior to mine. Their handling at that time with the sword was superior to anyone I know. However, when I see Grayfia, the way she stands and the way they both use their skills and the destruction they both do on the place are undoubtedly the same. They are very striking, and seeing how the entire garden was completely frozen. Let's leave it for today. Go rest. I'll have to clean up this mess. I think I got a little carried away. If you almost completely freeze the garden and destroy a large amount of plants, I don't want to imagine what Serafil-sama would be capable of. Even she was terrifying in combat. How many times do I have to be telling you that you didn't have to destroy half of the castle? I had no choice. Besides, I had to defeat Loki. Seriously, don't tell me. You caused complete chaos in the underworld. Not only did you go to the trouble of destroying the Mao's castle and left several people injured along the way, but you fought against Odin-sama. How idiotic are you? Odin provoked me. Are you an idiot, llama brain? Oh? Who are you calling flame brain 4 eyes? Oh? You want to fight, damn flame brain. Oh, I would like that with pleasure, damn 4 eyes. They both collided their foreheads to each other, and when they were charging their respective magic attacks out of nowhere, pow! Both received a strong blow to the head. You are prohibited from fighting in Tobio-kun's bar. Natsum-chan and I-kun, Lavinia, Rennie, while both the brown-haired girl named Natsum Minagawa and Issei Gremory Lucifuge, members of the Slash Dog team, or rather both females are members of said team. But Lavinia, this stupid idiot and wild animal, completely destroyed half the castle. Actually, what I remember was half the castle. Issei answered without much importance, making Natsum form several veins on his face. Not only did you destroy half the castle, but you also caused complete destruction in the underworld in your fight against Loki. You could be more aware for once. Did you say something? Issei replied while having a finger in his ear. You idiot! Oh? Who are you calling a brat idiot? I don't want to hear that from an animal like you. Who are you calling a brainy animal? As they both argued again, the woman named Lavinia Rennie, a beautiful 19-year-old girl with beautiful, long, golden hair, let out a heavy sigh as she walked toward the bar and sat on one of the stools. Fighting again. Giving a simple nod, the boy who spoke was Tobio Accused, who watched as the two of them continued arguing. If this continues, they'll destroy more of my bar and I won't have enough money to repair it anymore. Well, I think that's the biggest problem. Azazel, what are you doing here? Tobio asked, looking at the leader of the fallen. Pour me a drink, please, Tobio. Receiving a nod from the human. And they fight again. Yes, since Issei returned, both of them are arguing. Hey, it seems like they get along quite well, he said with a smile. You think I see them as dogs and cats respectively? Lavinia replied. Beebaba crash. Oops, I think I accidentally dropped my magic, Natsum said with a smile, while Issei was embedded in the wall. Nobody said anything as they watched Natsum completely calm and Issei coming out of the wall with blood stains on his face. But before he could even do anything, I discovered something. You'll like to hear this, Issei. Attracting the albino's curiosity, everyone turned their gaze to Azazel, who had a glass of wine in his hands. You were born with the power of Hakai no Chikara. In a hallway, footsteps could be heard echoing throughout the place. The sound was mixed with a cane and also showed a figure. Even if you don't believe it, it's true. Even though you were born premature, your power is real, you are powerful. The man was wearing an elegant suit with a trench coat and a cowboy envelope. His eyes were an intense crimson color, and his other eye was colored with red streaks that were distinct in his hair. But how? I don't know. This organization is much more dangerous than the others. Not only in its power is the one who stole your inheritance. Stopping his steps at a huge door, fangs protruded from his mouth, and then when he opened the door there was a huge round table with several subjects. This guy, or rather this organization, is called Clippeth, and it's made up of Ryzavan, Livan, Lucifer. At the round table 4 men were sitting, each with different facial features. A thin man with pointed ears and long hair with a golden lock. Another an elderly man with long silver hair, and the last an Asian with a spear on his shoulder. Sorry for the delay, there was just a lot of traffic, he said with a half-smile. While at the bar no one said a word. Azazel took another sip and then looked at Issei. And his name is Amaimon, a former demon king. Part 18. In the most normal circumstances of a person, each one has different ways of getting out all their feelings, be it frustration, anger, sadness and pain is present in most people. A large amount of blood flew out of the place while the head of a horrible creature fell to the ground. Letting out a snort, he made a quick movement with his katana, throwing all the blood. There are 48 large number of dead bodies, each and every one of them mutilated. Their blue eyes shone a deep color, while his right arm shone with the same intensity. Issei Gremory Lucifer was a totally different person and who couldn't be at this moment. He suffered several humiliations since birth. He was kicked. He was rejected to the point where no one could see his pain. He kept all the resentment he had in order not to get carried away by anything. He met 2 people who, regardless of their condition, trained him to the point of leaving him almost on the brink of death. He became strong, but he still did not reach the level he wanted. But now, burying himself on this changed everything. TSK Demon King style. Taking a stance, leaning his body forward. 5th stance. Icicle dance. A beautiful and high-speed movement cut off the heads of several of the renegade demons that were in the place. His katana was stained with large amounts of blood as the demons fell to the ground one by one. His eyes focused on the ceiling where several more bodies fell, each and every one of them stabbed by eye stakes. Looking at the eyes of his katana, he turns it one more time and then puts it in a sheath to focus his gaze in the direction of the door. His eyes shone deep blue as he approached the main door of the place. Looking at the door, he brought his hand to the handle and then a strange sound alerted him. Reaching his hand towards the mage of his katana, Issei took a deep breath. By the sound of it, there are several civilians and 3 rogue demons. Putting his katana back in its sheath, he quickly walked away from the main door and took out 3 strange black balls. There's no other way, I'll have to make it flashy. Throwing the 3 balls towards the door behind his black trench coat, he took out a kunai and threw it at high speed, grazing one of the balls, which caught fire. Boom! The explosion made several rogue demons quickly turn their gaze towards the main door, while behind them there were several girls and a woman covering them. Demon King style 9th stance. The head of one of the rogue demons ended up completely separated from its body, expelling a large amount of blood, bathing everyone in the place. Issei's silver hair was covered in blood, as was his face. His blue eyes emitted a deep blue glow. Sea of Fire, having activated his instant movement curve dance ability plus his katana style, Sea of Fire, he decapitated one of the 3 rogue demons that were in place. The rest of the rogue demons quickly fixed their gaze on Issei. Careful! The woman would scream, as a demon appeared behind the albino with the intention of killing him by surprise. But nevertheless Issei took a snort. The demon ended with a brutal cut, splitting the demon in half, causing a large amount of blood to stain the place more. Apparently there were more than 4. He thought, looking at the demon's body. I got quite confident using my echolocation. One managed to light up better than I was expecting. His gaze rose to the front, seeing how the last 2 renegade demons looked at him. Issei's secret tension, his muscles swelled greatly as he held his katana with both hands, and then leaned his body forward. 11th stance, Solar Halo of the Dragon. The demons quickly attacked wildly in order to avoid being killed, however Issei moved between the enemies, avoiding their attacks and cuts them multiple times. Appearing behind the demons, he makes a quick movement with his katana, thus removing his blood, and then spinning it, he puts the katana directly into its sheath. Before even finishing to found it completely, he touched the entire handle of the katana until making a noise. The bodies of the demons began to show several lines all over their bodies, and then they simply fell down, making a huge pool of blood. The woman and children looked at Issei, who, although covered in blood, did not look behind him. Letting out a sigh, he looked directly at his hands, and they were shaking. He didn't even bother to look back and check how the humans were. He wasn't interested. He didn't even care about their safety in the slightest. He was so angry about everything he had found out that he simply looked for the most comfortable place to get out that anger he had, and he didn't have the slightest care about being called a hero or anything. He hated those things, even though it wasn't necessary for him to be called a hero. Because even so, he didn't care about the safety of the civilians who were in the place. On the battlefield, no matter who had been in the middle, either it's your life you protect, or you simply act the hero protecting others, and then end up dead in battle. Without looking back, he began to walk towards the exit. While several fallen angels began to enter the factory, each and every one of them began to take the woman and children out of the place. Issei, hearing a certain female voice, he looked up and saw the group of Slaw's dog, with their leader Tobio. The rest, Lavinia Rennie, was clearly calm to see him well. However, before she could say anything, he passed by the entire group without saying or doing anything, even completely ignoring Natsum, who said nothing. Tobio, for his part, looked at Issei's back, and then his gaze focused in front of him when he saw the large number of corpses there were. Natsum searched the place. If these were all the demons, go and take 3, Lavinia, and I will take care of the rest. Giving an order, Natsum stopped looking at Issei's back and then nodded to follow his orders. Do you think he'll be okay? Lavinia approached and looked at Tobio. It's hard to say for sure. He's very different from Vala. Tobio mentioned while Vala was raised by us, Issei grew up differently. Although they are very similar in history, they both follow different paths. They both have different ways of thinking. Lavinia turned her gaze towards the number of corpses there were. While Vala wants to protect what he wants and loves, another simply does not want to disappoint the person he truly loves. In a beautiful field full of flowers and cherry trees fell all over the place. It was an extremely beautiful sight, while on a small mountain there was a beautiful temple where deities were prayed to. More specifically, this temple was paid tribute to the goddess of the sun and queen over the heavens, Amaterasu, a deity of the Shinto pantheon and leader of said pantheon, who controlled the other minor gods of that place. Opening her eyes slightly, about 10 golden foxtails began to move from one side to the other, as well as their fox ears. Wearing a kimono, leaving a cup of tea on a small table, she simply remained kneeling, looking at the table of the place. Can I ask you why you did it? She spoke while looking at the door and the flowers that came of the cherry trees. I know you're awake. Answer me now. Ama no Yuzum. Ama no Yuzum was one of the kami who managed to get Amaterasu out of her confinement in the cave. She is considered the goddess of happiness, fertility, and dance. You talk too much, I think, sometimes, Amaterasu, she answered with a slight smile. Unlike Amaterasu, Ama no Yuzum could not have my fox features than the goddess of the sun. Her body was much more human, in addition to having beautiful black hair and beautiful red eyes. I'm not in the mood for your jokes right now, Ama no Yuzum, Amaterasu responded bluntly. I want to know why you came down to the human world, and why the cursed sword is no longer where it should be, the deity said with utmost seriousness. For her part, Ama no Yuzum simply let out a small snort as she focused her gaze in front of her, where there was a shelf where the most powerful weapons of the Shinto pantheon are kept. Muramasa, a cursed sword capable of tearing the dimensions of a simple cut, a weapon that supposedly should not be in the hands of humans. Then, Muramasa is not a simple sword that a deity has the right to use. You may not remember, and your memories may be lost after being in the human world. Azum narrowed her eyes. I was not the only one to break the rules. Everyone does it, but unlike me, it was not for something selfish. I managed to do something right that makes me feel truly proud. Amaterasu, his gaze focuses on the deity. Even if you tell me why that young dragon gave him that sword, I managed to see beyond things. He is even someone capable of controlling the great solar breathing. After what Azum said, Amaterasu opened her eyes wide, then looked at Asium dangerously while her ears and tails moved dangerously at what was said the breathing of the sun god, a breathing which was used in ancient times where the humans fought against evil spirits and demons. No one was able to master that breathing, not after 500 years ago, when the first user of solar breathing was born. Where the samurai of that time created several styles and variants of the great solar breathing, rock breathing, wind breathing, lightning breathing, and the closest to the sun breathing, fire breathing, although there were also variants of said breathing. Muramasa, despite being a cursed sword courtesy of the gods, the first user who managed to control solar breathing, managed to master it completely at the same time. This caused the hunters of those times to be in their golden age. However, after finishing with everything, several of those breaths over time they were running out, after the divisions of families like Shinra Imajima main followers who changed their hunting methods to magic and thus completely forgetting their ancestors, and the breaths a case something similar to Dragon Slayer magic. Even in the times that are approaching, their doing your best does not seem to you, Asium said with a half smile. You may be aware, like the rest of the deities, even Yasaka is buried in all this. You should be more attentive to everything. This time I will let your crimes pass, and in fact thank me that even after what you did there avoided sending Susanoo. Amaterasu responded more calmly. I hope your protege knows how to use his breathing well, and pray that he does not deviate from the path he takes. With that last said, Amaterasu stood up and then began to leave that temple, leaving only Asium, who narrowed her eyes and looked at the ceiling. I will continue praying for you, Issei, as your mother. HMH? Feeling a small current of air pass, her gaze fixed on the entire place, then looked up at the sky and saw a star that shone brightly. She did not say a word and simply began to relax while looking at that bright star. Part 19. A small current was felt in the air where he was. Sitting on the ground in the beautiful field, he observed the entire place. It was a fairly peaceful view, and the silence helped him a lot. A sea of emotions had completely dominated him, and unleashing all his pent-up rage, he decided to finish off the renegade demons and help people. Maybe with that, he could help him release his negative feelings. Maybe it was also because he was half evil dragon and was forced to get his rage out one way or another, but also that feeling was deeply embedded in his head. Letting out a small growl, he looked at his hands. One was a fake hand and the other had a completely dragon-like shape. His eyes flashed blue, and showing his fangs, he stood up and then, turning on his heels, he began to walk in a directionless direction, and a single thought was running through his head. In the underworld in the great Gremory castle there were several stewards as maids doing their duties and jobs, each of them cleaning, while in the Gremory garden there was a boy with red hair like Mao Lucifer. This was Milikas Gremory, son of the Crimson Saint Sirzechs Grayfia in Grayfia Lucifer. While on the other side of the garden there were a man and a woman with brown hair watching everything calmly. How the years go by, not Venezuelan, said the red-haired man watching the boy. Yes. He nodded. It's been several years since anyone knows about him. Many things happened that no one found him. Leaning against the wall, and with his arms crossed, he looked at Milikas. Sigh, I think he should know. Attracting the attention of the red-haired man, Sirzechs Gremory looked at his wife, and seeing the expression on her face, he simply looked back at Milikas. We don't have the right to tell him that. Sirzechs spoke. Don't even laugh at that. That's for Sirzechs and Grayfia to talk about. Maybe she doesn't hate him, or maybe she won't. Looking at his wife. Although the future is uncertain now, it's better that we are prepared to see what there is to do in the future for him and maybe remedy even a little of our mistake from that past. After what was said by the word of Sirzechs, Venelana Gremory, or formerly known as Venelana Bale, looked at her grandson once more and was thinking about what her husband said. After years of having a closed mind, the Gremory family learned a great and valuable life lesson because of Serorg Bale, who showed the entire underworld that with effort and dedication could surpass magical talent even without inheriting any magic of destruction. He showed that even his fists were stronger. In fact, even with his fists he showed it by making several demons support him. And the new generation even follows him, although there are several who still keep their minds closed. Sigh, you're right. I think it's the best for the moment. Nodding at what her husband said. Let's just hope that none of this was so out of control. Sirzechs nodded after what his wife said and looked once more at Milikas running and having fun, but the moment he blinked a memory passed in his mind, and it was of a boy in a worn-out romper sitting on the ground looking at some plants. His long silver hair moved from side to side, and then when he blinked again he saw how the boy turned his head back to show deep blue eyes that shone intensely. "Zyadaku, are you okay?" After his wife's question, the demon looked at the woman next to him, and tilted his head, nodded with a half-smile. "If not, worry, I was just thinking about something," he answered calmly while looking at his wife, who, not very convinced, nodded by what her husband said. "HHMHP?" Feeling a couple of drops fall, Vanilla House Zyadakus saw that these drops were red. Without hesitation, they both looked at the sky and opened their eyes in surprise. What? Kaboom! A great explosion occurred in the great Gremory castle. The sound of the trumpets had begun to sound while the great territory of the Gremory was all destruction. In the great rubble of the castle, engulfed in flames, a magic circle was present. This was Sirzechs Gremory along with his wife Venelana Bale, who had managed to react in time after that attack. "Venelana, how are you, Millikas?" "He is okay, he has fainted." Clap clap, steps began to sound closer and closer. Both demons looked where that sound was coming from, and from the middle of those powerful flames a figure was making itself present. The eyes of both demons opened wide. After recognizing that figure, his hair with red streaks swayed with the wind, his eyes shone a powerful red color with black touches, wearing a completely elegant suit. He stopped his step a few meters from both adult demons. "It's been a while since the last time we saw each other, Zyadakus. How is it? Alive?" Interrupting his words. "It is a very interesting question. I think it was luck, Zyadakus, very lucky. I had thought that you had died in the Amaman civil war, but seeing you now, no one could kill you. You speak as if you could stop me." Their eyes met. "Before all this, with the war, we were best friends, Zyadakus. You and I fought in the great war of the biblical factions, and we took power when I ascended to Demon King. Those were different times. I know what the previous descendants thought, and you were the worst of them." Speaking firmly, Amaman looked at the patriarch of the Gremory house and then set his sights on the red-haired boy who, upon seeing Zyadakus's intentions, stood in front of him as he released his magical power. "Venelana, get out of here. Take Millikas far away. Find Grayfia now." Before he could even answer, the patriarch of the Gremory house launched a magic spell in the direction where Amaman was, causing an explosion. Seeing this opportunity, Venelana quickly spread her wings and started to get away from the Gremory castle. It was a desperate attempt. "Zyadakus, from the smoke screen," Amaman spoke. "I didn't think things would have to be this way." His eyes shone, and from one moment to the next Zyadakus was on guard and prepared several magic circles for the attack. "I'm going to finish where I started years ago, covered in demonic energy." Casting a powerful demonic spell, Amaman simply created a magic shield, thus avoiding the attack. Zyadakus quickly takes out his demon wings and, taking flight, quickly begins to create more circles. What he did not expect was the following. Several red energy balls were launched towards him. Managing to react in time, he dodged the red energy balls. "Is that it? It can't be possible. You are quite slow, Zyadakus." Without even expecting, Amaman appeared behind him, and with both hands together launched a hammer blow, hitting his back. Grunting in pain, Zyadakus fell to the ground, thus creating a mini crater. In order to get up, Amaman appeared in front of him, and without being able to react yet, Amaman hit him with a powerful kick, causing Zyadakus to fly out, destroying the ground and bouncing several times. Amaman, appearing behind, launched another kick, this time sending him to the sky, and moving at great speed appeared in the sky, this time taking his face with his hands, and a sadistic smile appeared on his face. He launched himself with Zyadakus in a dive, and with his hand on his face managed to embed him against the ground, causing a large crater. "His speed is incredibly," thought the patriarch as he tried to get Amaman's hand off his face. "He's much stronger than before." Panicking, he created a magic circle in his right hand and, trying to aim at his face, demonic energy launched and exploded. However, the surprise on his face was fully present. "Apparently after the war you lost a lot of strength." Zyadakus, with one of his hands, he grabbed Zyadakus's arm. "You've become too soft." Crack. Gaah! Breaking his arm completely, Zyadakus tried to use his other hand but was caught by Amaman. However, he couldn't do much either. Crack. Breaking his wrist, Zyadakus's eyes opened wide, letting go of the face of the patriarch of the Gremory house. Amaman looked at the face of the red-haired man before he could even do anything else. He quickly backed away while dodging a large ball of ice and several ice spikes emerging from the ground. "Zyadakus-sama!" Kneeling on the ground, Zyadakus turns his face as he recognizes that voice. "Rumi?" Blinking several times, "Rumi, get out of here. He's quite strong though." However, Rumi listened and fixed her gaze on Amaman. She quickly created an ice sword and lunged at the former Demon King. So she's one of the survivors of that family. He thought with some interest as he watched Rumi slowly approach him, and with the sword poised in the direction of his neck. She's a quite weak person, she's pathetic. Clank what? You're quite weak, girl. It can't be, I was going with all my strength. Rumi thought in shock as she saw Mayman had stopped her sword with a simple finger. Huh! Before Mayman could even react, he punched him, slamming his fist into his stomach. Pwaghag, spitting out a large amount of saliva, she released her sword, which fell to the ground, not even letting her recover. She was taken by her hair, and then she was brutally lifted and thrown against some rubble. I felt totally humiliated. It had been a while since that training of Grayfia-sama, but now I can't move, my body doesn't respond as I want, and why? I can't be stronger against Loki. I could have done something more than just get in the way. I feel so weak, my vision is blurring, but I have to get up. I have to get Sirzechs-sama out of this place. But the demon standing in front of me looks at me. In his eyes there were no feelings whatsoever but indifference. Above all, he saw me as if I were an insect. It's a shame that someone with good potential hasn't been trained properly. He was talking to me. I want to look up, but he put his foot on top of my head and began to crush me. I let out a grunt of pain. And I seriously thought there was no more of your family. Are you really a nuisance? That man told me. Before, your family had the best magical talent. Your house was a latent danger. Rumi, don't listen to him. Huh? What is he saying? My family? I was found by Sirzechs-sama when I was a child, and I was adopted by his family. And I became a maid. Supposedly they had abandoned me. Oh, I see that no one told you the truth. Unwanted girl, crushing my head against the ground. Seriously, during all these years did you never care about where your roots come from, or what happened after the Civil War, or how they found you, or how someone like Grayfia managed to find you deep down? Rumi, don't listen to him. He's trying to, however. I can't hear Sirzechs-sama's words now. Where do I come from? My mom and dad, what really happened? Because now he's trying to tell me this. Your family was one of the most powerful in the underworld. In fact, your entire family was an expired meta created by Lucifer himself to create the super demons. The reason they were so dangerous was their demonic magic. He stops passing me and takes my hair, and then lifts me up and looks into his crimson eyes. Your family are simple copies. You and your entire family are demons, too dangerous even for us. Curiously, at the time of the Civil War, a small union was formed. Those who were present at that moment were me and guest Sirzechs, and then Sirzechs, to see what to do with your demonic clan. That I didn't want to believe it. My whole life was a farce. I quickly looked for Sirzechs-sama and saw on his face a face that showed regret and sadness. He just lowered his head in shame and sadness. It's funny, isn't it, how everything comes back? He looks at me with a smile, and with one of his hands surrounded by magic points towards my heart. Relax, I will reunite you with your family. Ichi no kata, Shirani. And before I could even see him, I saw how someone was in front of me, and how blood had flown out and splashed everywhere. When I was most sure that I was going to die, my sight lifted to see that person with his katana in hand. Those beautiful blue eyes shone intensely, and blood fell from his forehead, while he turned around and looked at the demon in front of him. Part 20. The place was completely silent as Rumi stared at the albino's back. His body was completely unharmed, and she was truly happy to see him. However, she herself realized that at no point did he fix his gaze on her. Or inclusion in Sirzechs Gremory, who, even with both hands broken, doesn't stop staring at that figure. His eyes were focused on a single target, and that was the supreme demon standing in front of the three of them. So you're still alive, Mayman mentioned. However, Issei didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on the demon in front of him, while in his mind several memories began to pass in his mind since his birth, from the problems of his parents, and especially the treatment that he received until he was 16 years old, when he decided to leave and put an end to the world where he was living. His muscles began to tense as his skin began to turn into scales. His dragonic arm began to shine intensely. Blue steam came out of his mouth. His eyes sharpened completely, and his size increased a little. It's incredible that he is the son of those two. You're just a weak child. Sona, don't hang out with him. He's weak. Are you an idiot? Who would hang out with you? His gaze focused on Mayman. Demon King style second stance. Sea of fire, and at that same instant the ground cracked, and Issei lashed out with all his speed towards Mayman. Clank, the metallic sound rang out in the place. That was quite an interesting move. Amaymon looked at Issei with interest as his eyes flashed crimson, and in his left hand a small red ball of energy had formed. Issei saw this, and using his instant movement dance ability, Issei did a great backflip, dodging the energy ball. His dragonic arm shone brightly while Issei was in Kai, and the moment both feet hit the ground. Hiken! Using his Dragon Slayer magic, he launched a powerful fire fist. Seeing the attack coming, Amaymon placed a magic shield. Bomb and explosion was generated in place, causing a great tremor, while a gigantic smoke curtain rose. Amaymon's senses quickly sharpened after feeling a presence behind him. And he was not mistaken. In the middle of the smoke screen appeared Issei, who with his sharp eyes and his veins marked all over his face, arms and neck. Demon King style first stance, fire wheel. Launched a powerful cut across the back of the former Demon King. Large amounts of blood splattered all over the place while Issei watched the demon, who let out a grunt of pain. Calming his breathing, his sight focused on the young demon, while his eyes shone with intense danger. Both of them looked at each other. That was a good cut, Amaymon said as blood fell from his back. This left a huge scar for later trouble child. However, while Issei prepared to defend himself from the demon, ignoring what was happening around him, he did not notice that there were strange movements behind him because his sight only had the person he wanted to kill, ignoring even the screams for help from several servants who were asking for help, but they were killed by soldiers on the ground. It was only a river of blood. But he did not care in the least about the lives of those people. He never even realized that he saved Rumi. Humph? Amaymon looked as the albino's body was ready to launch again. So you know who I am, huh? He whispered to himself while a malicious smile appeared on his face. Then come, brat. Demon King style, leaning his body forward. Caravan dance. It was faster than Amaymon could imagine, who from one moment to the next Issei had been in front of him. He threw his katana with a direct cut towards his chest. However, Amaymon took a few small steps back, but Issei released his katana and with his right hand he took it, and then made a great turn, pointing directly towards his half of his body. The eyes of the former Demon King focused on his body. It was a cut that was going to kill him, but that smile grew when he saw all the intention of the young demon. Boom DXD. While in the distance from the battle that was taking place in the place, several fallen angels as angels were helping to hold back the attack of the Kuoh's brigade. The group of the Gremory together with the security of this era were holding back the advance with the student council. Perhaps this is not over, mentioned Izumi, who was with her balance break and with a dragon shot killed several of the approaching demons. Where are the others and the leaders? Lucifer is with other leaders are going towards the Gremory castle with him. Grayfia accompanies him. Out of nowhere, the voice that spoke behind all the young people. It was Azazel, who appeared being accompanied by several young humans behind him in sight of Rias, and the others present their sight focused on the companions. Azazel and them, who are they? Rias asked, observing the group. Oh, them. He looked at the boys who were behind him. They are the special/dog team. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gremory Eris and Citri Eris. I am the leader of this group, Tobio accused. Tobio is a young man with short dark brown hair and pale gray eyes. He wears a white shirt, a brown jacket, a tie, gray pants, and black shoes. Ah, I know who you are, Irina spoke as she approached the group, accompanied by Ross Wisei. At the church we had heard that Grigori was recruiting humans with sacred gears to join their ranks. After what Irina said, everyone looked at the fallen angel, who simply shrugged. And then the Valkyrie stood watching the group. Nice to meet you, I'm Reni Lavinia, Natsum Managawa, Koki Samejima. The other three remaining members of the small group introduced themselves. Natsum is a girl with light brown hair and amber eyes, and Samejima is an attractive young man with black hair dyed light brown and gray eyes. I'm sorry that we're not all here yet. We're missing members, but they're busy doing other jobs, Tobio explained as he approached both Erisas and then focused his gaze on Izumi. It's not right. All help is welcome. Leave this to us. You can go help the Mao Lucifer. You better hurry. Azazel spoke before Rias could say a word. Leave this to my boys. You go. Good. Rias nodded. Guys, let's go now. They all spread their demon wings and began to move away from that place while Tobio simply looked at the approaching enemies. This will be the first time you fight a Valkyrie and a reincarnated angel. It will be a pleasure for us to help you too. It seems that they are coming. After what was said, everyone prepared for the fight while Azazel just stood and watched as his boys took care of the problem. Hump, it seems there's more trouble there. Feeling a familiar aura in the distance. I see that I'll have to help too, although now I'll see what happens for the moment. I'm not doing anything with Issei, DXD. Damn, I can't move, was Rumi's thought as she watched the fight in front of her. They're too fast, I can't even follow them with my eyes. Clank clank shush, both were attacking each other fiercely as she continued. Issei, using his instant movement curve dance ability, managed to dodge one or another blow, yet he reacted just in time to counterattack. Amaimon launched several spheres of Hakai no Chikara, making Issei with great mobility and agility dodge the attacks and launch himself against the former Demon King. Taking Muramasa sideways ready to hit, Amaimon created a magic shield. Seeing that his little plan went as expected, Issei simply froze the ground, thus creating several ice spikes. Then he jumped forward and on top of Amaimon's head. Clank! 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 He launched more than 8 cuts, but they were blocked by Amaimon, who did not hesitate to hit him with his fist charged with the power of destruction. Seeing the attack coming, Issei put his katana as a shield, thus receiving the blow which sent him crashing into several buildings. Issei! Rumi screamed as she tried to stand up, and failed in the attempt as she fell back to her knees and spat out blood. Her gaze focused on the albino, who was lying on the ground spitting out blood. It is certainly surprising, brat. Amaimon walked slowly towards the albino. His gaze showed tranquility, while the blood from his back was already stopping. Despite the fact that he appeared neutral on his face, there were several signs of tiredness. Unlike the albino, who had already received several injuries to his body a while ago. His ribs were broken, his scales were slowly falling from his body, while large amounts of blood came out of his forehead. Standing up, he took his katana and began to breathe a little. His dragon form slowly began to disappear. His breathing was labored, his muscles were not responding, and his dragon arm was shutting down. He had used a great consumption of magic in order to kill him, which exhausted him quite a bit. You won't be able to last any longer in that form. Amaimon looks at the albino. You've already lost, even your muscles aren't responding. What else can you do? Suddenly, in his left hand, a huge ball of Hakai no Chikara began to form in his hand. Seeing that ball of energy, Issei calmed his breathing and then took his katana with both hands and activating his ability, instant movement curve dance. His eyes shone blue. Demon King style, calming his nerves and muscles. 7th stance. Die, child. Fire, tiger. And launching a series of cuts that give rise to the form of a tiger, a powerful tiger had formed, who launched himself directly towards the Hakai ball, causing both attacks to collide with each other. And seeing the great explosion that was generated, Issei ran with all his speed. 8th stance. Passing the great smoke screen, Amaimon quickly prepared to counterattack the albino's attack. However, what he didn't expect was the following. And it was that Issei threw himself to the ground and made a quick turn, circle of fire, trying to cut his legs. Amaimon had to jump, dodging the cut. However, it was the perfect opportunity for Issei, who takes Muramasa with one hand. Demon King style, 2nd stance. Sea of Fire. Throwing it is looking straight, and passing by the side of Amaimon, who simply limited himself to see it, launching an attempt of a direct cut towards his neck with the full intention of killing him. Clack! That was a good try, brat. Issei's eyes opened wide. Hump your late. Amaimon looks at the guy who had helped him, Crom Crutch. And before Issei could react, Crom Crutch grabbed the albino's face and then slammed him into the ground and mercilessly threw him several meters, causing him to drop his katana. Rolling on the ground, Issei quickly stood up. Let's go. Appearing right in front of him, Crom launched a powerful kick directly towards his ribs. Seeing that movement coming, Issei tried to cover himself with his dragon arm. Crack, skak, gaga. Letting out a great cry of pain from the powerful kick that not only broke his left arm but also several ribs, Issei fell to his knees holding his broken arm, while Crom didn't hesitate, and with a strong kick directly towards the head, Issei managed to ignore the pain and rolled on the ground. After skidding the kick, a great current of air rose. I see you have quite a reaction now. You're not the same brat from years ago. Ha ha ha. He couldn't hold his breath any longer, and the pain was quite unbearable for him. Crom. You, he said with annoyance as he stood up, still holding his arm, and watched him. Because now you interfere. He was annoyed as his eyes shone more intensely. This only caused a small smile on Crom Crutch, making Issei more upset. Isn't that obvious enough, Issei? He said, surprising Issei why it's the first time he mentions him by name. I must say you're getting better quite well. It was a good decision to leave you with Tiamat, and give you my dragon blood too without giving much importance to the looks of the rest. Not only did you taste the body of a woman, you killed without having restraints or chains, and you destroy everything in your path, but you're missing more. Even if you want to defeat me, Kromkruch shows a sharp smile and his eyes shone so intensely, and releasing a great amount of bloodlust that paralyzed everyone in place. Show me a little what you're made of. And without stopping smiling, Kromkruch looked at Issei, who stood guard with one arm. Part 21. The explosions in the Gremory territory were extensive, but thanks to the help of the Alliance, several members and soldiers were managing to hold back the attack of all the demons who were beginning to move away from the area, thus making a retreat. In a part of the completely destroyed territory, the special team /dog accompanied by the Valkyrie Rosswise were destroying the last enemies. I can't believe this came out of nowhere, said Rosswise, who looks at the entire destroyed area. It's complete chaos. You shouldn't worry too much about that, Tobio spoke, approaching. Even with everything destroyed, we managed to rescue most of the citizens and get them away from the area. But what about those we couldn't? Rosswise asked while seeing several dead civilians as well as children. You can't always save everyone, Tobio said with a sigh. It may sound cruel, but you can never save everyone. Sometimes you have to kill one to save 10 or kill 50 to save 100. It has always been like this. After what Tobio said, his gaze turned to his group who were approaching both of them. A small smile formed on his face when he saw each and every one of them safe, while he looked back at the battlefield. Rosswise also looked at the leader of /dog and understood what he wanted to tell her. In war there was no time to regret. Even if she tried to be the hero or heroine, you will never be able to save them all. Unlike her fight against Loki, where there were no civilians and for the first time fighting a fight against death, Rosswise was not yet mentally prepared for this. But still, I know what I'm saying sounds cruel. Tobio looked back at the Valkyrie, but I know what it's like to not be able to save you all. That's why I prefer to be strong. Clenching his fist, I want to be strong to protect all my friends. That's my goal. There was so much determination in his words that Rosswise looked at the teenager once more, and then nodded. I understand. She looked at the place once more. I think we should leave here and help in any way we can. It would be for the best. And with that the group quickly began to move. However, Rosswise looked back once more and then looked back to the front and continued on her way in order to help more civilians. The tension in the air was felt while Kromkruch watched Issei with a half smile, still with his arm hanging not under his guard and prepared for the movement that the evil dragon would make whoever took a simple step. He's fast. In a simple blink, Kromkruch appeared right in front, throwing an uppercut directly towards his chin. Quickly and in advance he took a step back and barely grazing the albino's chin, a gigantic blizzard lifted everything around him. However, Kromkruch's eyes shone, and faster than Issei could follow the reaction. Puwawag! A kick to the pit of his stomach made him spit saliva as he was thrown backwards and crashed into one of the buildings. He's too fast. I can't keep up with him. Holding his abdomen with his only good hand, he quickly stood up and activated his instant movement curve dance skill. You still seem to have quite a few tricks. Krum watched him with zero interest while the veins in his muscles began to swell. Get ready. Keeping his breathing agitated, his eyes sharpened quite a bit, and it was this time Kromkruch who launched himself again. However, thanks to instant movement curve dance, Issei's senses and vice improved to such a great extent that he managed to react in time, moving his body to the side, thus avoiding a blow from Kromkruch. Now, even if it wasn't his real arm, he didn't hesitate for a moment, and launched a direct hook at Kromkruch. However, that's all, said Kromkruch with a bored face, making Issei's eyes open wide. I think I had taught you how to hit before, but you still need more practice. And with that, before he could even react, Kromkruch grabbed the albino's face, and without any mercy embedded it against the ground, creating a crater. Without hesitating any longer, Kromkruch quickly lifted him back up and threw him once more against the ground, and releasing his face, with his foot he crushed Issei's chest. Crack pwaghag! Spitting out a large amount of blood, he tried with his hand to get his foot out, but it was impossible. You are still weak, Krom spoke emotionlessly, and with boredom. It seems that my blood has not yet had the expected effect, directing his gaze to the dragonic arm. A half smile formed on his lips. How about we do this, taking his dragon arm, and then grabbing two of his fingers. Crack! His eyes widened at the sudden pain he felt, as he looked up and his eyes fixed on the eyes of the evil dragon. Both of them crossed glances. "Come on now, taking the little finger, show me a little of your power," cracked Gog. And another finger, and trying not to scream, and he was even trying to move his body, but it was not responding. Because. And again that same question arose in his mind. "I fought against Loki and I came out alive, but even so he is strong, I can't use," and he. His vision changed slightly to a Mayman who looked at all this with a bored face at the albino. "Tsk curses curse, what do I do?" His thoughts were a horrible whirlwind of various emotions. Even now he was trapped in the hands of Krumkruch. His breathing was becoming more and more erratic while he still didn't lose sight of the dragon. "Tie him." "Huh!" Out of nowhere a strange bell sound rang in his ear. "If you still try to do it like this, you'll end up destroying everything in your path," a beautiful woman with long black hair spoke. "Even if I want to make it easier, it's difficult for me," the teenager complained. "Besides, why do I want to learn it if anyway? I doubt I'm going to use it." "There, Issei," the woman shook her head. "I've told you before, don't always depend on the sword as well as your physical and magical abilities, and also about that," pointing at her dragonic arm. "Even with the power that was given to you, you should never get confident. It's something basic in battle. It's better to catch your opponent off guard." Cough, cough, cough. The woman suddenly began to cough while covering her mouth, quickly causing the teenager to run to help her sit on the edge of the wooden chair. While she tried to calm her cough, Issei saw how her hands splattered blood. "Issei," the woman looked at him, and with a weak smile said the following: "I don't have much time left, and you know it." Even wanting to deny it, he knelt down while taking her hands. They were soft, and the qualities that this woman emitted was different. His heart was squeezed, and her eyes only had sadness. "I'm glad I met you," she said with a weak smile. "It really was a beautiful year. And I want you to know that it's time." His eyes widened as the woman walked over to a shelf and from there pulled out 2 swords and threw a katana at him, which he took while the woman sheathed hers. "I want you to still," with sadness in her voice, "kill me. It's time, Issei," she said with a weak smile. "Please. You're the only one who can do it. Use all your power." His hair was covering his eyes as he unsheathed his katana. And then he took it with both hands and stood in front of him, while a strange transparent aura surrounded his body. The woman looked once more, and then did the same as him. Neither of them said anything, and they threw themselves at each other. "Because I have that memory now, Hahu." While he remembered everything from that time, then his eyes focused on Krumkruch and, "Now I understand you're still helping me. Have you already given up?" However, Issei didn't respond as he looked at the sky before Krumkruch could say anything else. "No, I was just preparing myself." "Huh!" Crack, pow, and from the surprise, Krumkruch received a powerful headbutt which made him release his grip on Issei without hesitation. The albino was surrounded by a transparent aura and stood up. This brat, fixing his gaze, he saw with wide eyes how the albino out of nowhere was surrounded by a transparent aura while several blue lines were marked on his body. "It's ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha." Letting out a loud scream, he kicked which pushed Krumkruch away, who quickly stood up. His strength increased. He thought in surprise as the mark of his kick was on his arms. However, he had to react in time, dodging another blow from Issei. Exciting. His smile twisted, very exciting. "Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha." And with that scream, both of them collided their fists, causing a great current of air to rise. Feeling a great current run through his entire body, Issei quickly moved away while taking his broken arm and then crack, crack, so you can accommodate your broken bones. I see you improved quite seriously, plus your strange increase in power. Krumkruch twisted his body slightly, and spitting blood from his lip. That was a good hit. However, Issei didn't respond, and however, taking 2 steps forward, his steps began to increase, and then he began to run, covering his fist with Dragon Slayer magic and using instant movement dance. Aha! Pow! Both had collided their fists back without waiting. Issei began his launch of quick and accurate blows, and both began to fight. Although Issei hit one or another blow, Krumkruch was not affected despite the blood he was losing. Krumkruch threw a kick, but ducking, Issei dodged to throw an uppercut to the chin of the evil dragon, which barely made him look up. Smiling, he threw another kick, which this time did hit its target. However, Issei had grabbed on, thus managing to avoid being thrown backwards. His eyes opened, and giving a backflip, he dodged another blow from Krumkruch, which raised a large smoke screen. "Hiken!" Throwing his fire fist. "Come on, that's all you can do with those flames." Kroch had come out unharmed from that place, and with great speed that overcame all of Issei's reaction with his forearm he took Issei by the neck and then began to drag to stop and throw him to the ground while Issei rolled. He quickly stood up and jumped back, dodging another blow. Kroch walked towards him, while a great thirst for blood emitted. However, Issei had reached the place where he wanted. Even with the katana you will not be able to beat me, and you know it. I watched as Issei took the katana. Your bones are broken. Look at your arm. Even if you have accommodated yourself a little, your bones, those internal wounds are not helping, and not counting your chest and your ribs. But Issei did not respond, calming his breathing, the aura that had suddenly increased. However, Rumi, Xiaticus, and Amaimon felt the great change around them while they were still watching that battle. That fighting spirit is wonderful. Taking his katana in both hands and leaning his body to the side, Kroch smiled at this as he looked at Issei. Ganir, I'm going to win, was the albino's thought as he tightened his grip on his katana. I'm going to use everything I have left in this attack. Hano no Kokyu. Preparing. Come on, brats, show me everything you got. And with excitement he made his aura explode as he placed himself on guard and was totally surrounded by his dragonic aura. Kuno kata. Rengoku. And shuffling the ground, Issei launched himself while his entire body was engulfed in a flame that suddenly changed into the wing of a powerful and powerless dragon. Grua wachwa ha 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 gajajaha. Kroch's laughter was exciting, and putting both hands forward the impact arrived. And standing face to face as much as Kroch and Issei prepared. Ohaheawa. Aha. And throwing a vertical cut, the blade of the katana went straight towards the hand of Kroch. A huge and gigantic explosion was generated in the whole place while raising an enormous pillar of fire. Issei. Part 22. Issei. Ahahawa. Ha 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 ha. Boom! A gigantic explosion was generated throughout the place, creating a huge whirlpool of fire that rose to the red sky of the underworld. A gigantic curtain of smoke spread everywhere, covering everyone present. There was only silence from Sirzechs Gremory and Rumi, who looked around the place desperately looking for any sign about Issei. For his part, Amaimon observed that place of impact. It was an attack with all the power he had, he thought with quite a bit of surprise. However, I doubt that Kroch could have come out unharmed after that attack. Even for him it would be difficult to get out of there without losing any trace of that destroyed area. Humph, apparently the reinforcements are already arriving. Fixing his gaze ahead. The Mao Lucifer along with Grayfia Lucifer are here, but at the same time there are more young demons approaching. If I'm not mistaken, they could be their younger sisters, he thought calmly. Even with a smaller one than him, his face hadn't changed its neutrality, because the only two he really had to worry about were Sirzechs and Grayfia Dad. Rumi! Sirzechs-sama's son. Quickly landing on the ground, the Mao, accompanied by his escorts, quickly went to help. Sirzechs ran in the direction of Xiaticus and Grayfia towards Rumi Oni-sama. Dad. Rias? Both mentioned, what are you doing here? You have to leave, this place is dangerous, said Sirzechs, looking at her younger sister. No, you are, replied Rias. This was also my home. I will stay to help you even if you don't want to. We agree, Sirzechs-sama spoke the current wielder of Drag. We will not let more innocent lives end while the Gremory group is in charge of helping the Gremory patriarch. Grayfia, for her part, accompanied by Seraphil Leviathan, were with Rumi. Are you feeling better? Asked Grayfia with concern. Yes, was Rumi's dry response while she still hadn't lost sight of that place. Grayfia and Seraphil both also focused their vision, just like everyone present also fixed their sight as the smoke screen was slowly spreading. While they were also arriving, the group of Slaw's dog was approaching, accompanied by Rosswise. Everyone did not lose sight of that place. Everyone saw how something shone until little by little the blade of a katana began to show. See that blade of the katana? Several smiled with some relief. Issei. Rumi began to call him, while Grayfia, how Sirzechs opened her eyes in surprise and without hesitation focused her sight forward. Little by little the curtain was dissipating more and more until the white hair became more visible. I can't be. No, you don't. I have. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Rosswise covered her mouth while several tears began to escape from her eyes. Natsum and Lavina Rennie couldn't help but cry and fall to their knees. Tobio denied what he was seeing, and Sirzechs, how Grayfia were simply in shock and couldn't even move their body like Seraphil, and Rumi couldn't help but scream. Pwaghag, spitting blood from his mouth, and with his eyes wide open Issei watched his opponent in front of him. You're still very weak, although I admit that this scar is a small scratch. And just as the evil dragon himself said, Kromkruch had a huge scar from his chest to his shoulder. However, his right arm had completely pierced Issei's abdomen, who was still standing. Ahahaf. Rumi's scream was heard by everyone in the place. While no one reacted, Issei was still looking at Kromkruch. I can't move my limbs. I can't even respond and make my body move. Curse. I'm going to die like this. I couldn't do more. While spitting blood, he continued looking ahead with his sword raised. Suddenly several petals began to fall from the sky. This is ahahagaha pow aha. Falling to the ground completely hurt by that impact he received. You are still foolish with your power. You trust too much in your abilities, and you lose your sanity easily. The beautiful woman spoke as she approached slowly where Issei was on the ground. In her right hand she had a bokken. "Tsk, I'm still weak," Issei muttered as he tried to stand up. "Come on, I'll help you." The woman extended her hand. She looked at Issei with a slight smile on her face. "Tsk, I don't need it." Rejecting her hand, he stood up. "I don't even know why I'm training with the sword if I'm not going to use it if I have my dragon powers." Fixing his gaze on his dragonic arm. "If you trust so much in that power, you'll never be able to advance further," the woman said. "And what do you know?" "Much more than you," she said and pointed. "I am much stronger than you. Even after almost a year of training, you could never beat me even using your dragon slayer skills." Issei-chan. Speaking with a more mocking voice, she smiled amused when Issei blushed slightly, and then turned his face while looking to the other side. "But I want you to listen to me carefully." Issei, speaking seriously, "what is bothering you could one day become your greatest strength. Your different abilities have made you experience that an average person will not live, and although they may be painful, I am sure that they will help you make your own path. That is why you should love yourself as you are." Opening his eyes at those words, Issei turned his gaze to meet that loving gaze while placing his hand on his shoulders and with a proud smile on his face. "No matter how weak or unworthy you feel, keep your heart burning, grit your teeth and move forward. If you curl up in a ball and hide, time will pass. It will not stop for you while you wallow in your pain." Opening his eyes and remembering those words, Issei closed his mouth, while clenching his teeth tightly and increasing his grip on his katana. Blood had splattered all over the place while with his other hand he took that woman, who taught him so much the art of the sword. She was one of his reasons why he is strong now. However, he congratulations Issei-chan. You beat me, and yet she smiled with pride while he laid her on the ground. Her hair covered her eyes, however she brought one of her hands to her cheeks and looked at him once more. "Forgive me for doing this to you. But I didn't want to die a natural death." She caressed his cheek. "The truth is I'm proud of you. I really enjoyed being your mother even if it was for a short time." Spitting blood, "I want you to listen to this carefully, Issei-chan. Don't blame yourself. Use all your potential that you have and don't let your past problems be an obstacle." Remember, shedding a couple of tears. People who were born and blessed with greater abilities than others have to use their power for the world, for the people. Hurting others with your power that was gifted from the heavens and dirtying your clothes is unforgivable. It is the obligation of those born strong to save the weak. Your mission requires that you fulfill your duty properly. Never forget it. I understand, Ja. I am proud to have been your mother. Even if I was not blood, I am glad to have raised a child like you. If you master your breathing, you will be able to do many things. It's not like you can do everything, but you can definitely become stronger compared to how you were the day before. Heh? Aha! And without being able to expect what was coming, making everyone react, Issei swung his sword at Kromkruch right at his neck. Pow! His sword had collided with Kromkruch's neck. But even with that attempt to cut off his head, he couldn't pierce the scales of the evil dragon. "I'm going to win. I won't let you escape here, Kromkruch." And with his voice he managed to make more than one react. "Quick, we have to help Issei now." And with that shout everyone hurried. Tobio began to run in his direction, while a sword of darkness formed in his hands. Grayfia, Haurius, Lavinia, Natsum, Rosswise, Akino charged magical attacks. Kiba and Izumi Kaneko too. They ran to help. "Don't buck with me. Do you still think you can beat me, you insolent brat?" Kromkruch didn't hesitate for a moment, and threw a punch towards Issei's face, who dodged the blow, and with his left hand he would take Crom Crutch's fist and then apply force to his grip. Crag. His grip increased as did his strength. He saw with some impression this attempt to cut off his head. They are too much trouble and I must avoid them for the moment. Seeing the great difference that there was, he tried to pull out his arm, but I can't get my arm out, he thought with surprise. You won't escape. Not until I rip your head off. Increasing his strength in the grip of his katana, both let out a great war cry while increasing their final instincts. Now yes, hi. With that scream, Grayfia Rias Aquino Lavinia Natsum Rosswise Aquino launched a powerful magic spell towards the direction of both, causing Crom Crutch to open his eyes, and then, I'm going to stop you, Crom Crutch. Let's go quickly. As much as Izumi and Tobio were about to hit him as well as Kaneko, Kiba was about to use his sacred gears. However, before all the attacks reached his direction, the veins throughout Crom Crutch's body swelled and, managing to get his arm out of Issei's abdomen, who at that moment loosened his grip on his katana and released the evil dragon's arm. Damn dogs! And hitting the ground with his fist, the whole place began to collapse while Crom Crutch with his dragon wings managed to dodge the magical attack. We are not finished with you yet. At what moment did he move so fast? He thought, not enough surprised to see the Mao Lucifer behind him with one of his hands charged with the power of the Hakai no Chikara. This time I won't be able to dodge it, and before his hand could touch his ribs, I think that's enough. What? Before he could react, Sirzechs had to deflect his hands using his Hakai no Chikara energy. He dodged a magical attack from his back, causing an explosion. We must go now, Crom Crutch. Smoke. Placing himself next to the former Demon King, everyone quickly put themselves on guard. For the moment, this is all we had to do, said Amaimon. Next time you won't be so lucky, Sirzechs Lucifer, and creating a transportation circle below him. Quick, don't let them go. Heiken! And a large and powerful fist of fire went in the direction of both individuals. Boom! A huge explosion was generated all over the place. Everyone turned to see who was the cause, and they saw Issei standing with his arm extended. However, he fell to his knees. Issei. Kun! I kun! Everyone quickly ran to help heal their wounds. Quick, Lavinia Natsum Rosswise, use healing magic now. Tobio shouted desperately while holding Issei and preventing him from falling, not caring if he got stained with blood, as well as Rosswise, Lavinia, and Natsum. Asia, you go too. Hi, I'll go too. I'm counting on you, Aquino. Without hesitation, they both went and helped heal his wounds. Damn idiot, don't die. His wounds aren't healing. This is impossible, because nothing is working. Grayfia also arrived and together with the rest began to help them with healing magic, while Sirzechs and Xiaticus, accompanied by Rumi, just watched. Issei, hey Issei, answer, Tobio shouted, trying to make him react. However, Issei didn't respond to anything. He watched as everyone tried to heal their wounds. Guys, he thought. Mother. Looking to the side, he saw that woman who had taught him the art of the sword. Did I do the right thing? Was I able to achieve what I was supposed to do? They both looked at each other, and then the woman expressed a smile. You did a wonderful job. She spoke with pride in her voice. Exclamation point. With surprise on his face, he looked at her. Then on his face he smiled with great happiness. Everyone watched as he was laughing, but little by little that smile disappeared and his head began to fall. Issei. Ah! It was the last thing that was heard in the red sky of the underworld. Part 23. Opening his eyes a little. Where am I? He mentioned while sitting down and bringing his left hand to his head. My head hurts too much. Ah! Ha! Issei. Opening his eyes, he quickly stood up. What the hell, where A sakura field. After having remembered what had happened previously in his fight against Crom Crutch. Right now, he was in a beautiful field full of sakura trees. The whole place was completely beautiful. What the hell? Looking all around him, there was nothing but himself in that place. If I remember correctly, I was in the underworld fighting against Crom Crutch. After that, I don't remember anything else of what had happened. He thought while calming his thoughts. Observing every place, he fixed his gaze on the ground, and right there he saw a path. Fixing his gaze on the path, he raised his gaze towards the top of the hill. There was a temple in the whole place. What a remedy! Releasing a sigh, he began to walk towards the temple. His path was quite quiet as he looked everywhere. The place was completely beautiful, full of beauty to the vision. There were animals everywhere walking around, anywhere birds singing, the closer he got to the temple. His gaze focused on the statue that was at the side of the entrance to the temple. If I remember correctly, she must be the goddess of the sun Amaterasu. The shape of the statue represented the sun goddess Amaterasu, whose image showed Amaterasu showing 2 huge fox ears and also showing 6 huge fox tails in addition to wearing a beautiful outfit. Looking back in front of him until entering inside. It's been a while, don't you believe it? Her eyes opened wide when she recognized that familiar voice. Her beautiful ruby eyes had focused on him. Ha-ho, she said with such surprise, making the woman smile. Hello, Issei. Underworld, this attack was a total surprise, you're right. No one expected this Sirzechs. In what was once the Gremory castle, the current Mao Lucifer Sirzechs was sitting on a huge rock looking at the red sky of the underworld. Azazel, he said without even looking at him. Did you know all this time? Knowing what Sirzechs Azazel meant, he simply snorted and then put his hands in his pockets. That's right, I knew who he was. I see. His gaze turned to the camp that was set up. How things ended up this way. Before I realized it, chaos reigned again, and what I thought was right ended up being a punishment. Looking at the infirmary, more specifically where Grayfia was hugging Rumi, who wouldn't stop crying. This is the mistake I made. Azazel didn't say a word about what Sirzechs was talking about. I was so stupid. At that moment I thought so many things. I almost did more than one crazy thing. I never even played with him. But now I'm cursing myself for everything. I never talked to Milikas about his brother, and seeing him after years letting out a bitter laugh, he became strong based on his merits, and I was never there for him. If you think that blaming yourself for all your past mistakes will make him wake up, you are wrong. Sirzechs Azazel spoke, making the Mao finally fix his gaze on him. In my eyes, it is hypocritical that you start thinking that way. Right now, the underworld needs a leader to calm them down, Azazel said seriously, making Sirzechs slightly open his eyes. Don't let your past mistakes follow you. The future and the past can wait. Today is what you have to focus on, Sirzechs, so while you can focus on improving the underworld for good, your cousin Sariorg is a case in point. I didn't know what words to say. I understand were the only words that came out of his mouth. Seeing that he had nothing else to do in this place, Azazel turned around and quickly disappeared with a transportation circle on his part. Sirzechs looked back at his people and then decided to go down to see several of the citizens. Many just watched the Mao Lucifer walk calmly. Several lower and higher ranking demons bowed slightly. He may be just a simple public figure. Due to politics, he could barely make any changes in the underworld. In fact, the law and political decrees were all controlled by the members of the demonic council, who had very different ideas and at the same time thought the same as the previous original Mao ideas that he himself implanted in Rias when he was younger, also causing the mistake of having ignored his eldest son. He stopped in his tracks while looking at that bed. His wounds had been closed by the phoenix tears, but he had received a great magical drain which put him into an indefinite coma. He clenched his fists tightly, causing him to hurt himself. He had made a mistake in the past. Now he wouldn't do it again, and this would have to change now. Turning his gaze, he focused on the 3 Maos who were behind him: Falbium Asmodeus, Seraphol Leviathan, Ajuka Beelzebub. And what do you plan to do now? Ajuka asked, looking seriously at Sirzechs. I think the 4 of us here know exactly what we have to do, Falbium spoke while narrowing his eyes. Everyone here already has a decision, Sirzechs. What is yours? It's time to act. Seraphol looked at the red-haired man who sighed. Yes, it's time we start changing several things in the underworld. Showing a sharper look, his eyes shone with the power of destruction. First, we take care of looking for the traitors. Fixed on Falbium. Falbium, I want you to search the records for everyone who has left the underworld and search the secret nightmares for places where the traitors could have escaped. Leave it to me. Good. Nodding now, his gaze focused on Ajuka. Ajuka, I want you to increase all security throughout the underworld. At the same time, I want you to make a report of every person who has left a certain territory, has to sign and report the reason for their departure. I understand. And Seraphol, looking at her happiness, I want you to go to Kyoto and try to talk to Yasaka. As far as I understand, the yokais are not the same as they were before. Try to reach an agreement for a possible alliance. If necessary, go with Azazel. No problem, Sirzechs. Although anyway, in 3 weeks there will be an excursion to Kyoto by Kuoh, It will be the first excursion of several important members of the nobility of Rias and Sona. Good, it's a good time releasing Issei. And you, Sirzechs, what are you doing? Ajuka asked. I will take care of fixing the Gremory territory, but I will also start investigating the council members. Do you think they also betrayed us? Falbium asked seriously. Yes, nodding. We must not leave anyone out, especially now that we know that the members of the former Old Mao faction appeared. More than likely there is more than one traitor in our ranks. It makes sense. Serafal took the floor. Even if they could have attacked, it would have been impossible for them to try to enter a territory, even if an army arrived. But it was not like that. They appeared right at the moment where we had work to do. Ajuka spoke seriously, bringing her hand to her chin. This was already planned for a while. It is a valid meaning. Ajuka was investigating in Gregory a method to be able to reincarnate humans into fallen angels. Serafal was out of the underworld for political matters, speaking with other leaders, and I was in charge of training the soldiers. Falbium spoke, looking at the three Maos. They are right. This already lets us know that we can't trust anyone until we find those responsible. Sirzechs looked at the three. From now on we won't talk, and we won't tell anyone anything, and if the council members ask something we will give false information, and then we can try to see what they are planning. It's a somewhat predictable idea, don't you think so? Sirzechs Serafal mentioned. However, Sirzechs smiled slightly and nodded. That is the idea, Serafal said. The red-haired Mao. The information that we transfer will be secret, and we will discuss this with Azazel and Michael. The rest of the information will be modified. I already understood your point. Sirzechs. Ajuka laughed slightly. Then what do you plan to do with him? Pointing at Issei. He is your son after all. I know, nodding, but I know that I will have to solve this. But for now, he, pointing at Issei, must rest. I will make sure that the information does not escape from this place. If several demons find out that the ancient Maos are still alive, several nobles will help them. Let's try that what happened today does not come to light. And with that last thing said, the four great Satans separated and moved away from the place. Not before Serafal approached the bed where Issei was. She smiled melancholically, and then lightly took his hand. Seriously sorry for not having been there for you. Before letting go of his hand, she smiled slightly. I'm glad to see you back. You became powerful. I hope we can talk even once more, Issei. With that last thing said, Serafal ended up leaving that place. However, as each one left, no one noticed that one of her fingers had moved. 3 weeks later. It had been 3 weeks since the attack on the underworld, where things for the demons had gotten a little out of control. However, thanks to the Maos and the rest of the leaders, they managed to calm the whole situation. 2 weeks was what it took to rebuild half of the Gremory territory. Currently everything was back in a state of peace, or at least momentarily. Phew, with this ends another day of work, he said to himself as he left some documents on the table. Never in my life did I think I would see you work like that, Azazel. Ha, sometimes it's better to be prepared for the worst, don't you think? Penemu. Appearing in his office, a beautiful woman with beautiful long purple hair with red touches. She is wearing a secretary's suit, wearing transparent glasses, also showing beautiful ruby eyes. What are you investigating now, Azazel? Nothing interesting, really? Giving him some documents. So far I haven't found anything in the previous records about the dragon slayers, or what causes their magic to turn them fully into dragons, or makes them corrupt. This is because of the children of Lucifer, right? He asked, and received a nod from Azazel. After the Great War, nothing about the creator of this magic, not even Fafnir, knows anything. He had already investigated it everywhere. Azazel. I know, sigh Azazel. It's just that it's frustrating not to find a clear answer that's bothering me. We can't do anything. Penemu left the documents on the table and looked seriously at Azazel. I don't think you can find something to help him. That was cruel, don't you think? After all, you were also his teacher. I only taught him the basics of swordsmanship. Frowning, although I admit it was frustrating. His skill was already better than mine, although it needed to be polished a little more. I know, although you were able to find out what those skills are. Penemu narrowed his eyes slightly, then let out a heavy sigh as he made a magic circle appear on his side, then reached in and took out a book and placed it on the table. There is what you're looking for. That's all I could gather based on what I saw in it. Azazel, before taking the book, don't you think you're about to break the deal you and I made, Azazel? Both Penemu and Azazel slightly turned their faces to the side. Azazel smiled slightly as Penemu sharpened his gaze. Gosh boy, you sure look lacking, he said amusedly. Shouldn't you be in the hospital? Humph? Tilts his head to the side. Me? Part 24. I didn't think I'd sleep so long like that. It was almost 2.5 months, Issei. His eyes opened wide after hearing that voice so familiar to him. He turned his face to the side, and there he saw him. his long red hair loose and those blue eyes. Of all people, it had to be him. Ha ha, how lucky. It's been a while since the last time we saw each other, Sirzechs Issei said without showing any hint of emotion or respect for his biological father. Sigh too much, I would say. Although he didn't show it, he felt bad for how he had called him. I'm glad you're awake and healthy, he smiled slightly. Leaving that aside, something tells me you're not here just for telling me that. He narrowed his eyes calmly. What do you want? Apparently he no longer had the limit of patience he had. And well, who could deny it, waking up after his almost instant death again, and seeing the least favorite person in the world? He swore that his bad luck is sometimes the worst. I just wanted to know how you were. Huh? What kind of joke is this? Since when did he show concern for her? And about why he gave her that look of pity? Guh hates that look. Well, he spoke dryly. I don't think I'm of much interest to you, or well, I was never of interest to this family. His eyes focused on Sirzechs dangerously. Even with that annoyed look, Sirzechs didn't feel intimidated at all. In fact, he ignored the small thirst for blood that came from him. I know I was wrong a long time ago. Releasing a sigh, Sirzechs took the floor. I did many things in the past that I would really like to fix. But I know it can't be done. Looked at Issei. You have the right to hate me all you want, and our entire family. Only now I want to help you. However, he didn't answer a word. He remained silent and thinking. Every word helps. He didn't know what to think before, or if long before everything he would have said it, even before making the decision to go with Kromkruch to train until breaking his bones. He would have stayed. Who would have said it? How the world sometimes becomes much smaller for certain people, and now it was his turn. He narrowed his eyes and focused on the mouse, still without changing his expression on his face. I don't need your help, he answered dryly. Boo, but. No, he spoke again. I don't need your help or anyone in the underworld. His eyes shone an intense black color. Someone once said, that place is devoured by darkness. However, that doesn't mean that any light has never existed. Standing up, he faced the red-haired Mao once, without even looking away at any time. If you want to run away from the past, fine. But whatever you do, never run away from the present, or worse, from your future. And with that last said the winged step of the Mao, and then simply left without saying a word. While in the world, in the great mansion of the hiatus, were the entire group of the Gremorys, who were sitting at a round table. Each and every one of the girls and the only two boys were looking at the chess pieces. Well? What do you think of the idea? I think there are still flaws, I suppose, Izumi said while scratching the back of her neck. Don't misunderstand, Bucho, but so far, the videos we saw about the ratings games Saryorg are very different. We would even have problems getting close to them. You're right, Akino took the floor. In our next classification game will be against Saryorg Bale. Currently he is in the top, one of the strongest young demons, as well as his nobility. Also, he wasn't born with the powers of Hakai no Chikara, like Rias. Bucho Zenobia spoke. It's not just that. Kiba looked at the group. In his nobility he has his queen, the pawns and 2 knights, and without counting that one of his pawns is a dragon, it's difficult. We are 7 in total. We are not a large number, Kaneko spoke while eating a chocolate. We have a numerical disadvantage. Everyone let out a heavy sigh. The new classification game would be much more difficult than everyone was expecting, especially for Rias Gremory, who was still missing pieces to be able to compete properly against her cousin Saryorg, Zenovia, Gasper, Asia, Akino, Kiba, Kaneko, and Izumi still had free chess pieces, a rook and 2 more pawns that she won that are common and not mutated pieces like the remaining rook. It's going to be a pretty tough fight. He let out a small growl. I didn't think this would be this hard. You shouldn't stress yourself out so much, girl. Everyone quickly turned their faces to see Azazel sitting on one of the sofas, who was reading some documents. When did he get there? No one could understand him, or even feel it. For his part, Azazel simply continued reading the documents, and then left them on the table and looked at the group. While it is true that he still needs members for this ratted game against Saryorg, you can win, and I already know who can occupy those remaining pieces, he said with a half smile and with his arms crossed, attracting everyone's curious gaze. Who? Well, it's something surprising even for me, but well, he's a good boy who wants to help you, or well, help you, Izumi. He never took off his smile. At what was said, a transportation circle formed on the side of the fallen angel, and from there emerged. He was around 2 meters tall, his body in great shape, 2 enormous black scaly wings. His pupils were dark and his eyes were an intense red color. His skin was covered in scales. In addition to his hands were enormous claws. Guys, let me introduce a new companion of nobility attracting the curiosity of the group. He is Bova Tannen, the third son of Tannen, the former Dragon King. Huh! The surprise on everyone's face was not long in coming. But Rias couldn't say a word from what she just heard. It's a pleasure to see you back, Security. Bova completely ignored the group of young demons and approached Izumi. But his gaze never went towards her, but to her left arm suddenly a green glow formed and the Bast gears was shown. I say the same, it's a pleasure to see you, Bova. This is Drake speaking from the Bast gears. I can assume that Tannen had something to do with this. That's right, sir. Good, I hope you can be of great help to my partner and the group. I will, and I promise, Welsh Dragon. And with that last thing said, the Bast gears disappeared from Izumi's left arm, who looked once more at Bova, who looked at her for a few more seconds and then simply remained ignored. I hope you get along very well with each other, and good luck with that, said Azazel. Left that place, leaving only the group of teenagers, and the dragon, who looked at Rias. Which is my room? It seems that the group was going to have a hard time dealing with Bova. Fantastic. Rias could only sigh in annoyance while trying to think of how to fix this matter. Kiba. Yes, Bucho? You can take Bova to her room. Receiving a nod from him, thank you. You can also leave, then we will all talk again, including you. Looking at Bova. Everyone retired to their respective rooms, leaving Rias and Aquino alone, who looked at her friend. Letting out a sigh, Aquino went to the kitchen to prepare a cup of tea. I guess things went as expected. Sitting in a chair with a glass of wine in his hands, a man spoke. That's right, Rizavim had the appearance of a middle-aged man in his 40s. His hair was dark silver and hazel eyes. Well, I guess, downplaying a Maimon, did you get what you went looking for? Yes, nodding. He took out some damaged books and documents, but I still don't understand why you want these documents. Well, you see, before the death of my dear father, he wrote down all of his personal information and such, just like my grandfather. However, in his large library he talks about monsters and such. Do you believe in monsters? The world may be very small if you limit it to what you understand, he said with a half smile. The world was created by God. But there is more than one God in the world. The question here is about all these gods. Who was the true creator? In the Bible they talk about God, in Greek mythology of Zeus and the Titans, in the Norse, life was born from a tree, thus creating the gods Aser and the Vanir and the 9 worlds. Releasing a heavy sigh, many have their own belief in the creation itself. However, each and every one of them has something in common. And what would it be? An end. Looking over her shoulders, each one has their own end of the world, Ragnarok, final judgment, or whatever you want to call it, each one with their respective beliefs, the riders, the 4 seasons of Ragnarok until reaching the war, and so on. Everything and each one has their own ending. The question is to find it. What are you planning, Rizavim? Her silver eyes shone dangerously. Create the end of this rotten world. I suppose you feel better, your nervous systems are stable, and your muscles are fine for the moment. Adjusting her glasses, the woman looked at the teenager. You recover from wounds quite quickly, Issei. Layers, be it because my immune system is part dragon. Almost everything is dragon. You say that because you are part reptile, but even with your healed wounds you are not a lizard that even if you cut off its tail it grows. I know, I guess. For about 3 weeks Issei had stayed in Gregory, being monitored by Penemu, to control his physical development. Apart from the fact that he was still alive and that it was a miracle, even so he had a huge hole in his belly which left him a huge scar. I'm glad to know that you're feeling better. But you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Issei looked at her with a raised eyebrow. After all, she showed concern for him, maybe before either of them had the slightest appreciation for anything. After all, he was still young and was raised by 2 dragons. They practically didn't know much about human society. Tiamat practically lived in a cave alone. And Crom, well, Crom, even his mother and Penemu were the only women who taught him to act a little more like a human, and how to live with people, just like all/dog. Well, I'll try, he replied with a sigh. Penemu narrowed her eyes and then placed her hands on the albino's cheeks. Both of them stared at each other. Penemu's violet eyes were focused on Issei's eyes. Is something wrong? I want to know, what is your ambition? Issei blinked slightly while still not taking his eyes off Penemu's beautiful eyes. Releasing a heavy sigh, Issei looked at her monotonously and answered, I have never had any dreams or ambitions. I do not aspire to any career or profession in the future. Of course, in my 22 years of life, Things happen as they have to happen and will probably continue to do so. That is why I have never cared about having an accident and dying. Releasing her cheeks, Penemu just looked at the albino in search of a sign of life or something, but those eyes did not show any hint of doubt that made him feel sorry for him. After all, he was still young but lacked a dream of his own. She stood up and looked once more at the albino. You hurt yourself because you know that it is more painful to hurt others. Touching her right cheek once, she gave him a calm smile at the albino's gaze. Not everything you see is reality, nor everything you dream is fantasy. With that last thing said, she walked away from the albino, who never took his eyes off where the fallen angel went. She looked once more at her hands. One was a fake hand and the other was her dragon claw. Her eyes, one was real and the other was fake. And with her right hand she touched the place where Kromkruch's fist had completely pierced him. Is it possible that death is the only and absolute truth?
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.